Begin with the inauguration ceremony of Diacare Con. And I'm Mahira from Diacare. Welcome you on behalf of Diacare Con Organizing Committee and on behalf of Dr. Banchi Sabu sir. And we shall begin the ceremony with the name of Lord Ganesha. I request the AV team to play the Ganesh Vandana.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
Thank you so much. Now, to begin with, I welcome the organizing chairman of Diacare Con, Dr. Banchi Sabu sir, to give away the welcome address.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all for the official inaugural ceremony of Diacare Con 2022 on behalf of entire organizing committee. It's matter of great pride for us for the annual conference of Diacare, which we have started long back, almost 10 years. But since last 2 years, we were only online. This year, we have done online as well as offline. So the first day is complete online. And the second and third day, that is Saturday and Sunday, we are on a hybrid platform where people can join online as well as offline too. All those faculties who are coming in person and the delegates who will be there at our Hotel Hyatt Regency, we will be having for 2 days hybrid meeting and 2 days completely online. This year, we are going to host many of you personally at Ahmedabad, and from tomorrow and today, entire day, we have many international and national faculties. More than 20 international faculty will be joining us today virtually, and more than 50 national faculties will be joining us virtually today. We have registered around 800 delegates who will be coming in person at Hotel Hyatt Regency for tomorrow and day after tomorrow, and around 10,000 doctors who are registered for this online as well as hybrid meeting, which we are starting from today. I am very much happy to welcome our chief guest, my close friend, my elder brother, Padma Shri, Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is very, very dear friend of mine, and currently is the chair of International Diabetic Federation of Southeast Asia. And I'm sure all those who joined today, they all know Shashank, and Shashank is the past president of RSSDI, API, Endocrine Society, Indian Obesity Society. He is senior consultant endocrinologist at Lilavati Hospital and Joshi Clinic, Mumbai. I welcome our guest of honor, Padma Shri Dr. V. Mohan, a eminent diabetologist of our country, who is the chairman of Dr. Mohan's International Diabetic Center from Chennai, very close friend of us. He is a past president of RSSDI. He is joining virtually. Dr. Anup Mishra, who is very, very eminent diabetologist from city of Delhi, who is the chairman of CDOC. He is a Diabetes India Journal chief editor-in-chief, which is Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome, Clinical Research and Review. And we have with us Dr. Anil Bhoraskar with us. We have also with us Dr. Anil Nayak, who is a Honorable Secretary of Indian Medical Association, recently elected as a Secretary for Indian Medical Association, New Delhi, who is close friend of us. He is from BJ Medical College, our senior. He is from Mehsana, orthopedic surgeon. And thank you, Dr. Anil Nayak, for joining us as a guest of honor. Thank you for joining for this inaugural ceremony. I also welcome our special invitee, says Mallika Sarabai. She is a Padma Bhushan awardee, a noted Indian classical dancer. And thank you, madam, for joining us for this Diacare Con 2022 on a virtual platform. I also welcome my fatherly figure, Dr. Anil Bhoraskar, Dr. Diabetes Association of India, Dr. S.R. Arvind, very close friend of mine, is a president of Diabetes India, and Dr. Vasant Kumar, who is a president of RSSDI. And our program chair, Dr. Ashok Kumar Das, who is a program director, and our advisor, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, close friend of mine, who is also organizing, who is also secretary of RSSDI for this inaugural function. I welcome all our international and national faculty who have agreed to part of this conference and oblige us. Thank you so much for joining us. Without you, the scientific program is incomplete. And for those who will be joining us in person on Saturday and Sunday, we ensure a warm Gujarati hospitality for them. I welcome all the members of organizing committee, particularly Dr. Nitin Suman Shah, who is patron, Dr. Ashan Shah, my teacher, Dr. B.M. Makkar, Dr. Jyoti Dev, Dr. Sanjeev Pathak, Dr. Sunil Gupta, Dr. Pratap Jetwani, Dr. Manoj Chawla, Dr. Rakesh Shah, Dr. Mithun Bhartiya, Dr. Rajiv Kovil, Dr. Tejas Shah, Dr. G. Vijay Kumar, Dr. Rajiv Chawla, Dr. Urman Dhur, Dr. Anuj Meshri, Dr. Jayant Panda, Dr. Supratik Bhattacharya, Dr. Srinivas Murthy, Dr. Amit Gupta, Dr. Rakesh Parikh, Dr. V.K. Bichandani, Dr. Jayprakash Sai, Dr. Purvi Chawla, Dr. Jimit Vadgama, and all other members of our organizing committee making our conference grand successful and making your contribution for DiaCareCon 2022. I welcome the members of DiaCare team, particularly Vipul, Dharmender, Rutul, Durvi, Deepak, Viral, Malay, Maira, Shruti, Komudi, Vidisha, Tarzini, Jena, and I'm thanking them for making a lot of efforts to ensure a smooth running of this DiaCareCon conference. I welcome all industry partners and thank them for their open-handedness in supporting this conference unconditionally, particularly USV, Sun Pharma, Torrent, Corona, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi, Abbott, Cipla, Biocon, Intas, Microlabs, Lupin, Zydus, Dr. Reddy's Lab, Alchem, AstraZeneca, Glenmark, Mankind, Vocard, HBC, Novartis, Emcure, Cerdia, Aris, JB Chemicals, Aplica, Medtronic, Bayer, Zydus, British Biological, and all other companies who have participated in DiaCareCon 2022. Most importantly, I welcome all the delegates who are the most integral part of this conference for DiaCareCon. I welcome them all who are coming in person for tomorrow and day after tomorrow. And I'm also welcoming all those who are joining online, more than 10,000 delegates who are registered from all across the country and some of the neighboring countries too. I'm sure these 3 days you will be taking home a lot of fond memories and learning from us. Thank you. Thank you very much. Over to Myra.
Thank you so much, sir, for your speech. And further, we seek the blessings from a senior. And with that, I invite Dr. Anil Boraskar, sir, to say a few words of blessings to us.
To introduce Dr. Anil Boraskar is one of the senior most diabetologists from Mumbai. He is a teacher from SL Raija Hospital. He is a professor of diabetology. Dr. Boraskar sir is from Diabetic Association of India. He is a past chair of International Diabetic Federation of Southeast Asia. He is immensely contributed in field of diabetes for India as well as for Southeast Asian countries. And he was also very actively involved in IDF as well as in Diabetic India. Over to Dr. Boraskar sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Bansi, for inviting me in this great academic exchange. I'm very happy that I'm a part of this because when I first read the Ganpati Vandana, he says Vakratunda Mahakarya, and he says that Sarva Karye Susarvada. Now it is not a Sarva Karye, it's a Shubha Karye. And it's Shubha and Ishta Karye. That means good and quality cards should be successful. That is a prayer you offer to the Lord, and very rightly so. Vansi has planned a beautiful program, a scientifically perfect balance. He has called the really known entities in the respective field, and it's going to be a great success. And I'm equally eager to attend all the lectures because they are going to be really a treasure to collect and will last us long for the next years to come. So this wisdom that we are going to get in this conference, I give full marks to Bansi for his great organizational skill and his ability to be a team leader and collect people under his wing and give equal chance to young people and give due respect to seniors. Thank you very much, Dr. Bansi Sabu and his entire team, Hardik, and the entire people behind the curtain who also make this Congress a great success. Good luck to you, and I am there with you all the time. Thank you very much.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
sir. Thank you for your blessings.
And next, we seek blessings from Dr. S.R. Arvind, sir, who is the president of Diabetes India. Sir, can I have you?
Yes, sir is there. Sir, will you join for 1 minute? Join.
Okay.
Doctor, can we have Dr. Vasant Kumar? Vasant Kumar had joined. Dr. Vasant Kumar का number है. Dr. Vasant Kumar is joining. He just told me. Just give 1 second, 30 seconds.
See if there's nobody want me to speak.
You to be there. We want you to be there, but you are chief guest. Till that, we can have the next one, Myra.
Okay,
Once
further,
you join,
I
then
invite,
you can call.
yes, we can take them later on. Further, I invite Dr. A.K. Das, sir, who's the program director, and I request sir to say a few words.
Professor Dr. A.K. Das, sir. We all know Dr. A.K. Das, the senior physician, diabetologist, endocrinologist, past dean and medical director of Pondicherry Institute of Medical Science, and from he was dean. Over to Dr. A.K. Das, sir.
My dear friends, my dear Bansi and the dignitaries who have joined us in so large number. Dear friends, there comes times in the history of a nation where the building awareness, building the academic knowledge, and building clinical and practice change becomes mandatory. And if anyone has contributed maximum to this type of activities, it is DIACARE-CON. Year after year, it has contributed immensely for the advancement of diabetological sciences and imparted the state-of-the-art knowledge to everybody, postgraduates, the practicing physicians, the endos, the diabetos, and the top-notch people in the country for the best of the knowledge, best of the clinical practice. Dear friends, I'm extremely happy to be associated with this program. And I must tell you, this program is centered around who is who in the country and globally. You will find everybody there, from Ampres, ADA president, to our I mean everybody is there. And you know, Antonio, you take the name, he's there. And you know, this is a great opportunity to interact with this international faculty who have contributed immensely in the advance of science. I must put my hand on the heart and say that you will not find such a galaxy of international and national faculty in any other meeting. Believe me, that the talks that have been arranged for you in this talk includes the advances which are relevant to Indian practice. We'll be talking about SGLT2, talking about the obesity, talking about the nitty-gritty of type 1 diabetes management, type 2 diabetes management, insulins, 3 or 4 sets of insulin alone. And you know, the things are absolutely looking like the great promise for academics and for the clinical practice. On this Saturday and Sunday is the face-to-face, and we are all there to interact with you, to talk to you, and to learn from you, and to present to you the latest, the state-of-the-art affairs, talks, and the scientific exposition on the various aspects of diabetes. Dear friends, it's my great pleasure and honor to be here on this great occasion inauguration. And I must tell you that diabetes is a relentless disease. It produces and affects every organ of the body from head to toe, from hair to the nails. But the advances in diabetes are equally relentless. And the DiaCare has brought for you, under the leadership of Dr. Bansi Shabu, the latest on the advances in relentless disease. Please come, partake of it, learn hone your clinical skills, hone your academic skills, and hone your practice skills, because that alone can benefit the persons with diabetes, and change the destiny of the country. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your kind words and advice. And we have Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir, and I request sir to say a few words of blessing towards us.
Dr. Vasant Kumar is currently president of RSSDI. So, sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi. It's my great pleasure to be with all of you, all the legendaries in management of diabetes in India. And as everyone knows, Diacon has been one of those very unique programs that are being done for many years. And even this year, it's going to be a great academic feast for all of us who attend. Unfortunately, I'm only attending virtually, and I look forward to listen to everyone. And I wish a great time for the organizers as well as faculty and all the members who are attending. Let us keep updating our knowledge and be a part of this great scientific event. Congratulations, Dr. Bansi and the entire team, and my best wishes to all of you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to make a brief comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We will miss you.
Thank you. I'm there. Thank you.
Yes, madam.
Thank you so much, sir. And with that, we move forward, and I invite Dr. Sanjay Agrawal from Pune, who is the secretary for RSSDI, who is the advisory committee for DiaCare. And sir, can we have your insightful advice?
He's advisor for everything, Whatever I do, he's the advisor. Dr. Sanjay is very close friend of mine. And now over to Sanjay. Is an advisor for DiaCare, and he is also currently secretary of RSSDI. Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Bansi, for asking me to speak today. This is such a momentous occasion. I think you have completed almost 10 years of DiaCare or more than
yes. It is 10 years for that.
10 years of DiaCare, as I can remember, and I've been there from the first year onwards, and I've seen the evolution of this meeting to come to such a national level and international level meeting, where we've seen some of the best science that has been discussed in this meeting through the experts, which are national and international. And I think immense amount of value that has brought to the understanding of diabetes in different populations of our doctors. You've got a lot of initiatives that you take up in these meetings, and that's been extremely fruitful in training, right from the youngest of the person who attends your meeting to the oldest. And there's been an immense amount of, emphasis on workshop models, where you want to do skill-based training, as well as updates, what the world thinks about, the next, what is going to be the next thing that we want to practice, as well as it becomes a good meeting for meeting old friends and colleagues, so that, we can at least have a way that, we can keep in touch with each other. So DiaCare is all in all a very good package for everybody to attend. And I'm sure you're going to have a great time attending this year. The scientific program is really great, and I wish the program great success, and look forward to be there in physical presence at the meeting tomorrow itself. So congratulations to Team DiaCare and to Bansi for making this wonderful meeting happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. I invite Dr. Amit Mishra, sir, who is the ex-chairman for CDOM and Fortis Hospital, and sir is the editor-in-chief for Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome Research and Reviews Journal. Sir, I invite you as a guest of honor and would request you to say a few words. Dr. Amit Mishra, sir.
He's there.
Yes, sir, he's there.
Mallika Ben is also joined. If you can have before him.
Okay.
Yes, sir, you are joining? Yes.
For that, we have the next dignitary of honor with us and with her presence in the and I thank you, ma'am, for being here and giving your time virtually and being with us. And she is the Padma Shri awardee and the
Padma
social
Bhushan.
Padma Bhushan, sorry, my mistake. The Padma Bhushan awardee, the social activist, and the Indian classical dancer and actress from Ahmedabad. Can I have you here? And I invite you on behalf of DIACARECON organizing committee, and I would ask ma'am to enlighten the audience with your precious word, ma'am.
Yes, madam. Unmute, madam. Madam, you unmute.
Now can you hear me? Yes?
Yes, now we can hear you. Yes.
Thank you very much for inviting me to this. It's strange how circumstances, or perhaps not coincidences, but serendipity bring things together. This morning I opened the newspaper and the news item that caught my eye was about diabetes. And it's about a research that was done on rats for type 2 diabetes. And it was with application of the essence of onion to them. And it seems to point to the fact that onions, if distilled properly, might have a very, very positive effect in lowering blood sugar for type 2 diabetes. So I thought this was really a sign that, that I should talk to you about good health. You know, many things in life cannot be under our control. And there are things that can be under our control. And I think one of the things that can be our control is our body. We only have one body. And yet we treat it with such carelessness. We will send our car to be serviced 3 times a year. We will get somebody in to service an air conditioner or an oven or some other appliance in the house. And yet when it comes to our bodies, we seem to assume that it is going to look after itself however badly we treat it. And it's not only about eating rubbish. It's about everything. It's about the way you sit. It's about whether you keep your spine straight or not. And it's about whether you are exercising muscles or not. It's about whether you are mindful or not. It's about whether you take the time to go inwards and talk to your body. I talk to my body. And if my body tells me that something that I have not been doing is wrong and it needs it, then I listen to the body. You might think it funny, but the body and the mind must talk. We seem to be having an epidemic of diabetes in this country. And it's not only amongst the so-called rich. I believe that diabetes has spread to even the villages where the less affluent live. Why? I am sure as doctors and students involved with medicine and with diabetes especially, you know that there are certain basic things that we need to do with our bodies to be able to not get into situations of unwellness. Yes, of course, certain things are genetic, but even genetic things can be controlled if you are aware of them, if you are mindful, and if you realize that the body is the only thing we cannot replace. As somebody who works with her body, as a dancer, as a choreographer, I am very aware, and I have made myself aware over the years of how my body is reacting to something, of how it reacts to certain foods, certain climates, certain temperatures, certain people. All of us have gone through a situation where you meet somebody for the first time and something puts you off, something makes you uncomfortable. We who believe in alternate therapies call that the pranic body, the aura body, but it is true. And like that, if you are sensitive, you can walk into a room and feel uncomfortable. And it might be that the paint has substances like mercury, which are reacting badly to your body, and your body's sensitivity is actually picking it up. How do we learn to listen to our body? I think it's a conscious effort. We need to work at it. We need to learn to trust it. There is perhaps no greater satisfaction, no greater joy, no greater excitement than waking up in the morning with a body that is with you, with a body that doesn't ache, with a body that wants you to run and dance and jump. And we can make it happen. Really, we can. I have seen people who have eaten badly, not done anything till they are 40 or 50, suddenly taking their bodies into their hands and deciding to pray at that temple. Because for me, the body is a temple, more a temple than anything that I go out to or other people make me pray at. This is the only thing that we can call ourselves ours. And yet, that is the one thing we neglect the most. So being here at this conference, I want to say that all of us, and I include the doctors because I believe doctors suffer from more ill health than many people. And I've seen a lot of doctors who are very overweight or who are slumped over. So I'm talking to the doctors as well. Only if we are well, healthy, feeling good, can we be of service to others. So listen to yourself, learn to face yourself, be determined to take the steps necessary to control illnesses, to not get to the illness, to try and get back to wellness. That is really my message for my life. I have recently written a book which is all about my journey in health. It's called In Free Fall, My Experiments with Living. And I talk about a lot of the experiments I have done with my body and with different therapies across the world. It's available on Amazon. If you want to read it, and you will understand from where I speak to you just now. Prince, thank you, Sabu, again for calling me. Bye.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. We would like to have your book and we would like to distribute it to the among other doctors.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for explaining your experience with the mind and body connection. It was insightful. And now I invite Dr. Anup Mishra, sir, who is with us. Thank you, sir. Sir is the Padma Shri and he's the ex-chairman for Fortis Hospital and he's the editor-in-chief for Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome Research and Reviews. Sir, over to you.
Dr. Anup Mishra, sir. Yes, unmute, sir. Yes, sir.
So thanks, Banshi, for inviting me. As always, it's a pleasure not only to attend the inauguration, but your wonderful conference. You are a great organizer, and we hear some great pearls of wisdom from people like Madam Prabhai. And very interestingly, she was classmate of my brother in MBA. She's MBA, you know, and I am Ahmedabad. So he tells me a lot of good things about her. My messages are three. Number one, continuation of message from Madam Sarabhai that doctors have to heal themselves. And recently, I was in various places and lecturing about sarcopenia. And I feel that a lot of our brothers and sisters in doctors' profession are sarcopenic, and they're not doing enough exercise. Mainly resistance exercise after 40 years is something which is very important besides aerobic. So please do your yoga as a third bit of exercise, first aerobic and then resistance and then yoga. So keep yourself fit. Number two is that coming from individual level to the national level, national control of diabetes is something of a great worry to me. I have watching this in the last 20 years since I was one of the first ones to make the document for National Diabetes Control Program in India. And then subsequently that document has changed over several times. Somehow we seem to be floundering somewhere, and this needs impetus. And I have talked to the various people in health minister himself recently I have talked to, and somehow this needs a new, fresh ideas, out of the box ideas, not along the beaten path. And I have kept Banshi into confidence in this. And we may be meeting some people high up in the health ministry to put forth some of the new ideas that we are thinking about. And if anybody, any of you, have a new idea, please don't tell me the old idea. Something new, something out of the box. Please directly message me or Banshi, and because we are going to make a list of new ideas and try to sell it across to the powers to be so that it is implemented all over the country. And my third message is that unfortunately, whatever the I am looking at the landscape of research in India, it is very poor. I'm sorry about that. To say so directly about this is extremely poor shape. And apart from a few groups who do research, which is a quality research, even that research is not a world-class research. And we need to do some more. And we have to get away from these cut and paste small, studies and studies which don't have any meaning and which are duplication of other studies. Again, think of new ideas, please. And I'm sure without much of investment, new ideas can be implemented. That's what I have done all throughout. Whatever studies we have done have led to some path which is slightly new than the previous one. So please do that. And in the general, we are happy to accept new ideas. I'm not happy to accept something which is along the path, some cross-sectional data or something like that. So that I have talked to Vanshi several times also, and he has greatly cooperated in spending this our journal's message all across. So thank you, Vanshi, once more for inviting me, and I hope something comes out of this small speech of mine. And if you can also fish around with your great circle of friends, I think you have the greatest circle of friends in India at this point of time. So I'm sure something new will come up. Thank you.
Sure. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your blessings. We will miss you at Ahmedabad for DiaCareCon. And definitely, sir, your message we will circulate amongst our friends. Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining.
Thank you. Thank you.
Myra?
Thank you so much, sir. Next, I invite the guest of honor, Anil Nayak, who is the Secretary of Indian Medical Association.
Dr. Anil Nayak, recently elected as the Honorary Secretary of Indian Medical Association, New Delhi. He is a very close friend of us. He is orthopedic surgeon, senior from RBJ Medical College. Over to Dr. Anil Nayak. Sir.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi.
Yes, sir.
All the dignitaries who have spoken before me and organizer Dr. Bansi. As I know, DiaCareCon is organized since last more than 1 decade, and you have completed 25 years of DiaCare in Ahmedabad. So first of all, congratulations and thanks for giving and organizing such a lovely conference throughout the India and invited national and international speakers to fresh up the recent advances in the field of diabetes. Being a Secretary General of IMA, I request you all people to become a member of IMA. Most of the specialists are not member of our IMA. So IMA is a mother institute. We have more than 700 local branches and more than 34 state and Indian territorial branches. Indian Medical Association is working for the members of association. And as you see in the past, because diabetes you learn from your the specialists and faculties. But as you know, our unity is more important because day by day, the assault on doctors, Consumer Protection Act, and many problems, and GST recently on the hospitals and our surgeries will be involved. So we have to unite to fight our problems. So IMA is the only institution, it is the world #1 NGO of modern medicine doctors. Because in India, more than 4 lakhs doctors are member of Indian Medical Association. And I am sorry to say, many of specialists are member of their own specialist branches, but they are not member of our Indian Medical Association. So I request you on behalf of Indian Medical Association headquarters New Delhi, kindly be member of our association, and we are particularly in Gujarat. We are running many branches, many uh, schemes for betterment of the members, just like social security scheme, national social security scheme, health scheme, everything. So just join IM. That is my message to you. I am happy that more than 25,000 patients had been treated by Dr. Bansi and his team, and all the dignitaries will work 3 days in this conference, and after a long deliberation and discussion and churning of knowledge of recent advances in diabetes field, you will come out with a good idea for betterment of diabetes, because after corona, more and more normal people become diabetic. So your challenges are more after corona. So kindly research on that issue after corona, why diabetes is more in common people, those who have not diabetic before corona infection. So you should research on that and find a good solution for the betterment of New India, which is the dream of our Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. So kindly find out good solution for cure and treatment and prevention of diabetes in India. Thank you very much for inviting me and giving me an opportunity to say a few words in front of all the people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sparing your very valuable time with us. And we will definitely circulate your message. And I promise you that more and more members, more and more delegates who are participating in our DiaCareCon, we will also ask them to become the member of Indian Medical Association too.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Over to Myra.
Thank you so much, sir. Now we have two AV recordings, and I request the AV team to play the recording from Dr. Akhtar Hussain, the President-elect of International Diabetes Federation.
I'm the President-elect of International Diabetes Federation and a professor of diabetes and metabolic disorder at the Nord University in Norway. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today, and thanks to Dr. Bansi and the organizing committee for inviting me to give this introductory talk. DIACON is a well-established conference mechanism, you can say, for several years. Actually, DIACON started with DiaCare, which is a kind of hormone lab for the last 25 years. It's an old tertiary care diabetes, having treated more than about 25,000 patients. So when you are coming to DIACON, it is not something that that Dr. Bansi and his colleagues found it yesterday. It is based on a solid background on their activities in diabetes prevention, care, both for type 1, GDM, for diabetic foot, retina screening, and with also some lot of prevention works. Since the last 1 decade, DiaCare organizes an annual conference, which is DiaCareCon, and every year with the aim to provide education and create awareness about diabetes and its complication, which I think is very important all over everywhere, especially in developing world like India, Bangladesh, and Pakistan. And it is also important to note that it's a nodal center for SWIFT registry for Southeast Asia and Center for the Education recognized by International Diabetes Federation. With these words, I will wish all the success for this conference. Thanking you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Akhtar. Yes, ma'am.
Next, we have the recording from Dr. V. Mohan, sir, who is the chairman from MDRF, Madras Research Institute, Madras Diabetes Research Foundation. And I request AV team to play the audio, please.
Hello, everyone. It gives me great pleasure to participate virtually in the inaugural session of DiaCareCon 2022. I must congratulate Dr. Banshi Sabu for organizing yet another edition of DiaCareCon 2022. I have looked at the program and it's really exhaustive. He has brought some of the best brains and scientists both abroad and in India as faculty for this conference. I know how well this conference is attended. Thousands of people are benefited. India is now going through a phase where the numbers of people with diabetes is increasing very rapidly. The conversion from pre-diabetes to diabetes occurs faster in Indians, as you all know, and hence the numbers are now simply skyrocketing. And Gujarat and Ahmedabad is perhaps the epicenter of the diabetes epidemic. Dr. Banshi Sabu was in fact the principal investigator of the very famous ICMR INDIAB study, and the data from Ahmedabad is quite worrying, the number of people with diabetes and pre-diabetes in Gujarat. I'm sure that this conference will be a landmark. I know of the passion that Dr. Banshi Sabu brings to everything that he does. His particular passion is in the field of type 1 diabetes, where he has been championing the cause of all children with type 1 diabetes. Banshi, continue the great work that you are doing. We are all your silent admirers, and I'm sure that God will give you much more strength to continue the grand work that you're doing for the people of India and in this region. And I'm sure conferences like this will help to increase the awareness about diabetes, not just in Ahmedabad, not just in Gujarat, not just in India, but everybody in this region. So my very best wishes and heartiest congratulations for this conference. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this inaugural function.
Thank you, Dr. Vimon, for your blessings. Yes, Mayra.
Next, we have few awards and recognition to give away this year. And with that, I request the AV team to show away the event and request Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, to be present here to give away these awards.
So we have with us, unfortunately, Dr. Nitin Shuman Shah could not attend it. He is not well. And we would like to give him a Lifetime Achievement Award. Dr. Nitin Shuman Shah is a cardiologist and diabetologist. His father was Dr. Suman Shah, an eminent physician of city of Ahmedabad. It was very famous in Gujarat and western part of India. Dr. Nitin Shah was always patron for this DiaCare Con since last 10 years. And before that, we were having the program for patients as a Diacon for 5 years. Dr. Nitin Shuman Shah always supported us. So this is the opportunity for us to felicitate Dr. Nitin Shuman Shah by Lifetime Achievement Award. And I will request Dr. Shashank Joshi to felicitate Dr. Nitin Shuman Shah. It is virtual felicitation, but definitely we would like to felicitate Dr. Nitin Shuman Shah in person also.
So I think Professor Nitin Shah deserves this honor and award. We all have known him personally. We wish him good health and a speedy recovery. And he's one of the lifetime clinicians par excellence in the city of Ahmedabad and in the state of Gujarat, and son of the soil of India. Very affectionate, very kind. And what is very unique about him is not just individual care he has been doing, but he has been doing a lot of philanthropic activity and charitable activity for people living with chronic diseases, whether they are cardiologists or they are diabetes, but even non-communicable, even communicable diseases, mental health diseases. So he has spent his lifetime not only just in clinical care, but also in charity for people's lives to be completely different. Also, he has been philanthropic in the educational field and has done a lot of educational activities related to the same. So I congratulate Dr. Sabu for choosing Dr. Nitin Suman Shah for this Lifetime Achievement Award for his lifetime contributions, and congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. The next one.
The next one is for the one who has been the teacher to many, and we say the master of teachers, and it is none other than Dr. V.K. Abhichandani, sir.
Dr. V.K. Abhichandani is a Master Teacher Award this year. You want to felicitate Dr. Abhichandani, sir. He is teaching since last 1 decade, and many of us are a student of Dr. V.K. Abhichandani. I want few words from Dr. V.K. Abhichandani, sir. Dr. Bichandani sir. Are you there? Again, I request Dr. Shashank Joshi for felicitating Dr. V.K. Abhichandani as a Master Teacher Award from DiaCareCon. And thank you, Dr. Abhichandani sir and Dr. Shashank Joshi for this felicitation.
So I congratulate Dr. V.K. Abhichandani. He has been a teacher par excellence and continues to teach, educate, and foster, the wing of medical doctors and generate the next gen doctors, which will lead our country for taking care of the health of our people. Because remember, health is our wealth.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shashank sir. And now I request Shashank sir to give away the awards to scientific achievements to Dr. Dhruvi Hasnani, who has put in efforts to publish a book on controversies of diabetes.
So, sir, last year, we have done a dedicated meeting only in controversies in diabetes. And all controversies we have done in one book also. There is controversies in diabetes, which is all compiled by Dr. Dhruvi as an editor. So we would like to felicitate Dr. Dhruvi for this book. And this book we are releasing in this DiaCareCon also. So Dr. Dhruvi, congratulations for compiling this book on controversies in diabetes. And from tomorrow, it will be available also in our DiaCareCon. I request Dr. Shashank to felicitate Dhruvi and for a few words for Dhruvi also.
Congratulations, Dhruvi. You have been simply outstanding. You are Dr. Sabu's virtual, worthy protege, I would say. And you are simply superb from technology to compassion to care. I wish you best of luck. And really, congratulations from controversies to clinical care to common problems to complex problems. You have crystallized all this. And Dhruvi, you truly, richly deserve this award. Congratulations to you.
Dhruvi, few words from you.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm really overwhelmed. Thank you, Shashank sir. Thank you, Banshi sir. And it's a very overwhelming moment. All I can say is I'm so grateful for all the training and mentorship that I have had. And all I can say is thank you right now from the bottom of my heart for leading and teaching, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations, Dhruvi. Next, we have recognition for Dr. Rutul Goklani, who has put in efforts to publish a case series on hypoglycemia.
Dr. Rutul have done a wonderful book on a case series in hypoglycemia. And this book, again, we are releasing tomorrow. I mean, it is releasing today, and it will be available to all the delegates who are there. And we felicitate Dr. Rutul on this occasion of the inauguration. And a few words from Dr. Rutul to you thank, and from Shashank Joshi to felicitate. I will request Shashank to felicitate Rutul Goklani also.
So congratulations once again, Rutul. Like Dhruvi, Rutul, you have been simply outstanding. And you have consistently been at the forefront, not only in clinical care, but like Dhruvi, you have also been at the forefront of technology. And both of you all are digitonians. And Bansi has been like the mentor to both of you. And I congratulate you for putting out hypoglycemia. The single most rate limiting factor for inertia related to treatment in diabetes is hypoglycemia. So putting out this clinical case series is going to be a very valuable tool for doctors at large. And I would request you that this tool should be available to our Indian Medical Association. Our Honorable Secretary General rightfully said that we need to propagate diabetes treatment and science to the general practitioners and all specialties. And therefore, I would congratulate you once again for your outstanding work in hypoglycemia and diabetes, and best wishes.
Thank you, Dr. Shashank. Rutul, few words.
Yes, thank you very much, Shashank sir, for kind words. And Bansi sir has always been kind to all of us. Thank you very much. This was not anticipated before that I'm getting an award for this book. And I'm really very happy. Thank you very much again, sir.
Thank you, Rutul.
Congratulations, Dr. Rutul. And the next award we have for Dr. Vipul Chavda, who has been selected as the BJP doctor cell from the rural Ahmedabad. And we congratulate him for this.
Dr. Vipul, a very, working very hard in the field of diabetes, also in rural Ahmedabad. And he's been selected from BJP as a district coordinator. And and in Dr. Sale from Gujarat and from Ahmedabad. So we felicitate Dr. Vipul Chawda on this occasion of DiaCareCon or inauguration. Once again, I request Dr. Shashank for a few words for Vipul, and thank you, Vipul, for joining us.
So I think, Vipul, congratulations for being elected for this post. I'm sure you will rise up the ladder with the mentorship of our father of the nation, according to me right now, is our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. And I'm sure that BJP will find in you one of the most eminent persons to take care of the people living within India. And I really congratulate you for your political endeavor and best wishes to it. We need more and more doctors in forefront of political parties. And you are right there trying to protect our nation. And congratulations to you and best wishes. We are ordinary sevaks, but always anything 24/7, we are always available at your service for the nation. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, Shashank. Vipul, you want to say a few words?
Yeah, thank you so much, Bansi sir, for giving this recognition. Yes, in rural India, we want to do many things as a diabetologist or as a scientist. But in India, we have to channelize our sources with the support of political parties. So I would be more than happy to reach more people with the help of a political party, Dr. Cell, as well as the guidance of Dr. Bansi Sabu sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Vipul. At the same time, we would also recognize our friend, Dr. Jitendra Nagar from north of Gujarat. And he's also very politically active, being a physician and diabetologist from rural part of the Gujarat. And we want to recognize him also, Dr. Jitendra Nagar. Unluckily, he is not available today, so we are not. Now with this, we have few type 1 diabetic patients. Just we would like to recognize them, that how type 1 diabetes they can manage. So now over to Myra, and one by one just run the slides, and many of them are there. And then we would like to felicitate some of the juvenile parent also, that how they have taken care of not only for their child, but also in society, large number of children they are taking care. So first one, we would like to have a youngest HbA1c achiever. She is only 5 years and she was diagnosed when she was 1 year old. We had put her on a continuous glucose monitoring and a simple basal bolus insulin and keeping HbA1c of 6.6. And Shashank, just to tell you that she does not have any hypoglycemia and achieving a tight glycemic control. And this is the time that we would like to recognize her and to tell the society that, you know, how she can achieve a tight glycemic control on a simple basic insulin design with continuous glucose monitoring. These are the children are also there in my clinic. So I will ask my type 1 team if you can show their photos too also. They are there. Next slide. I can continue to have the next slide simultaneously. And this is one more child with a 10-year with an HbA1c of 7. And just to tell everyone that he is again on a very basic insultard and a regular acting insulin Actrapid and checking his sugar 4 times in a day. He is also type 1 since last 10 years and 9 years and keeping HbA1c around 7. So out of 4 or 5 reports in a year, we can have that his 3 reports will be less than 7 or around 7. Next one. One more youngest type 1, 8-year-old Atman Patel. He is also achieving a very tight glycemic control and keeping HbA1c. And these are the 2 patients last which we had talked about, type 1, living with type 1, not having continuous glucose monitoring. Still, they are managing their HbA1c very tightly and at the same time with the self-monitoring of blood glucose. Next one. This is Atul Bhai. Atul Bhai is here. He joined also online, a 46 year, and he is diabetic since last 39 years, 1983. Last HbA1c 7.6, no complication, no micro and macrovascular complication. And for 15 years, we supported him with the insultard and Actrapid, regular insulin with glucose meter and strips. Now he is on basal bolus, again a regular acting Actrapid along with a glargine insulin, which he is managing. And his HbA1c most of the time between 6.5 to 7.5 and no complication in last 39 years. Next slide. A 46-year-old, one more female. She is again on a regular basal bolus insulin with A1C of 6.3. She is diabetic since last 18 years and she was detected as a patient of LADA and managing her sugar without any complication and a tight glycemic control. Next slide. 18-year-old girl with a HbA1c of 6.2, Nehal from a rural Gujarat and managing her sugar, the tight glycemic control on a very basic self-monitoring of blood glucose, and she is already there, and she is shown the Tarzani's laptop. You can see her. She is sitting inside my clinic only. Nehal, we congratulate you for achieving a tight glycemic control without getting hypoglycemia. Next slide. A 14-year-old boy with almost 13 years of diabetes. When he was only 1 year old, Gajjar Jeval Gajjar, he is there with us and absolutely maintaining very tight glycemic control. We really congratulate him along with his parents too. Next slide. Next slide. Mrs. Savita Agarwal. Now, we want to felicitate one who is there with us, Mrs. Savita Agarwal, whose daughter is type 1 diabetes. She is taking care of not only for type 1 diabetes, her daughter, but also she is taking care of many children. She is also created a juvenile diabetic parent association, and she's taking care of many children as far as education is concerned, supporting them. And we would like to request Mrs. Savita Agarwal for a few words. And at this platform, we would like to recognize Savita for her immense contribution for taking care of these type 1 children. Savita ji, please, few words.
Very good morning to all the dignitaries. And it's it's a big pride for us to be a part of such a big event with such prestigious doctors. I and my teammate, Mr. Samir Patel, we are a part of Juvenile Parents Foundation, Ahmedabad, Gujarat chapter. And our main motive is awareness and education of type 1 diabetes. Thank you, Bansi sir and team DiaCare for introducing us to this platform.
Thank you, Savita ji. Next one. We also with us, Mr. Samir Patel. Samir, would you like to say a few words? Samir Bhai is also taking care of this Juvenile Parent Foundation, and he's also taking care of not only of his child, but at the same time, many children with type 1 diabetes patients. He's taking care of them in terms of education, increasing awareness, and supporting them with free insulin and glucose meter. So over to Samir Bhai.
Thank you very much, Bansi sir. It is very nice to be associated with the DIACON and with you, sir. And we are very much thankful to you, sir. Without you, JDPF itself wouldn't be there. And since you all doctors are supporting us very well in this concern, so we are very much thankful to all of you regarding helping all the type 1 children to achieve their goals and maintain their sugar control very well, sir. It is our very good pleasure to be with you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Next one. Now, to support all these children, we have with us our own Maitri Pancholi. She is type 1 diabetic educator. Maitri is from my clinic, working since last almost 10 years. She was a young child when she came to me as a type 1. And over a period of time, she had kept her sugar absolutely well controlled. She is currently on continuous glucose monitoring with basal bolus. And we are very happy that she is happily married. And Maitri is taking care of hundreds of our type 1 children in our type 1 diabetic clinic. So we would like to felicitate Maitri and Apeksha. Can we have the next slide? Apeksha is also our type 1 diabetic educator. She's also working with me since last 10 years and taking care of many of our type 1 children, educating them. She's also maintaining her sugar very well. And here just to tell about the Dr. Myra, who is also taking care of our type 1 diabetes clinic, and she is doctor taking care of all type 1 children. We are taking care of more than 2,000 children with type 1 across the Gujarat. More than 700 children comes to our clinic on a regular basis, and they are taken care by these two type 1 educators along with Dr. Myra on a regular basis. Many of our children are on simple basal bolus insulin therapy. Few of them we are giving them even regular and a long-acting like insulin free of charge. Many of them are supported by CDIC, Life for Child, even the RSSDI project, Sanofi. Biocon, and many more companies industry. Recently, we also partnered with Life for Child for many more children for giving them free glargine insulin for long term. So thank you once again to Apeksha as well as Maitri and to Dr. Myra for taking care of
Thank you
this
so much,
large
sir.
number of children. Yes, Apeksha.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Apeksha. Thank you. Next slide. Now, on this occasion, I would also like to tell that we had created a lot of program for type 1 diabetes. Being an RSSDA president, we have done also type 1 diabetes network nationally. Recently, with the blessings of our ICP president, along with Dr. Shashank Joshi, Associate Physician of India and Indian College of Physicians, had given me an opportunity to organize a short certificate update course that will be only on type 1 diabetes. They made me a course director for this, and we will be starting this course online basis for a type 1 diabetes education across the country. Next slide. With this, now I request our chief guest, our guest of honor, and all dignitaries for officially inaugurating our conference, and then I will request Shashank Joshi for his chief guest address. Over to Avi. Neelam, please light the lamp. Requesting our guest of honors to join along with our chief guest, Dr. Shashank Joshi, to inaugurate officially the conference by lighting the lamp. Yes. Voice नहीं आ रही है. No voice.
शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं धनसम्पदा शत्रुबुद्धिविनाशाय दीपज्योति नमोऽस्तु ते दिव्या दिव्यारे दीपत्का कानी कुंडलमोतीहार पाहून नमस्कार तिळाचे तेल कापसाची वात दिवा तेवे देवा पाशी उजेड पडे विष्णू पाशी.
Thank you so much. And now I invite Dr. Shashank Joshi, sir, who is the chief guest, to say a few words, and I thank him for felicitating our participants.
Dr. Shashank Joshi is very well known to the globe and to the diabetes world. Dr. Shashank Joshi is an eminent diabetologist and endocrinologist from Mumbai, from Joshi Clinic and Lilavati Hospital. He is a Padma Shri awardee. He is currently chair of International Diabetic Federation of Southeast Asia. He was past president of RSSDA, Indian Obesity Society, AERO, Endocrine Society of India, and Associate Physician of India. So now I request Dr. Shashank Joshi, who is very close friend of mine, elder brother to me, over to Dr. Shashank Joshi for, first of all, thanking him for accepting our invitation as a chief guest. And now I request Dr. Shashank Joshi for a few words as a chief guest address. Thank you, sir.
Once again, let me put on record some outstanding contributions by Dr. Bansi Sabu. Bansi, you have been simply outstanding, and you have been able to motivate generation next of India. So as Indians, I think I should thank you for leading this whole movement of diabetes. As Dr. Anup Mishra rightly said, that you really are the right individual on planet Earth to network people, and you are really committed to all the three arms of medicine. One is, of course, clinical care with compassion and human touch, which you excel at as an outstanding clinician. Second is, your commitment to education, whether it is for people living with diabetes, whether it is for healthcare providers, or whether it is for doctors. You have always been at the forefront there and leading various societies, which we are very proud of you. And finally, in research, whether it is the Digitonian Club of Digital Diabetes Care to, various other cutting-edge clinical trials which you do for molecules, you have been really at the forefront of research, education,
and clinical care. So congratulations to you, Bansi. Clearly, I feel that you have involved every stakeholder. You have involved our IMA. I would urge all the people who are not IMA members to be members of IMA. That's what Dr. Anil said. You have involved the API and the ICP and Madam Kalpa Pandey, our President Dr. Shamsundar, they are all. Then, of course, we have involved the RSACI, Dr. Kumar. Sir, our teacher is here from Diabetes Association of India. Dr. Arvind is there. Dr. V. Mohan is there. So you have involved every person. My simple messages are exactly what Dr. Anup Mishra was talking about. That generate some sound Indian evidence from India. Number two, we need to discover, as our Honorable Prime Minister says,
सर ने आवाज नहीं आती बराबर.
And we need to ensure that we are
You
able
just keep
to
your mic
generate
near to
high quality Indian evidence of not only the current contemporary medicine, but also in our complementary medicine. So we need to generate some high quality science and data. And finally, we are all here with a common goal. And once again, congratulate you. When late President of India you met, that we want to, diabetes free India may be tough, but complication free India is possible. Let us try to achieve that through prevention. So I think we really need to have the right ahar, which is the right diet. We need to do Vyayam, which is with yoga, which is the right exercise. And we need to be stress free. And that again, we have a lot of yoga, mindfulness, meditation. So let us do some good science in lifestyle. Let us spread the message of positivity and health and happiness all around. And therefore, I think we are all here committed. And I'll be there in Ahmedabad tomorrow morning for giving education. But our common goal is to make people living with diabetes, their lives happier and healthier, whether they are type 1, type 2, gestational. We are also here to ensure that pre-diabetics don't get converted to diabetes, but we are able to get them to remission. And finally, people living at large, we want them to be healthy and happy. And I think those are the three overarching features for which we have all gathered together today virtually, tomorrow physically. And once again, I congratulate you for this outstanding, meeting which you have been putting on for a decade now. And I congratulate all the awardees. You have, all the people with type 1 diabetes and their carers. You have done an amazing job. We are here for you. We are here to make your lives better. We make your lives positive. We make your life cheerful. I know it's a tough journey, but you have embraced that journey, and you have to be vigilant 24/7. So, in all the awardees, whether they are medical doctors, healthcare providers, patients, you have taken care of everybody, Bansi. So, Bansi, you and your entire team needs kudos, applauses, and congratulations. You are a single point unifier of diabetes practitioners in India today. I think you are like a diabetes Rasna for India, and we again congratulate you for this outstanding effort which you have been putting together. Your tenure at RSCI was probably the best tenure of an RSCI president in the 50 years of history of RSCI. So I think you have done some unique opportunity and job, and I'm sure that the International Diabetes Federation will be proud to have you on its board in the near future. So you are meant for global things. So we are a local citizen. We are meant for global things. And I'm sure as we celebrate 75 years of independence under the leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, our diabetes leadership under your leadership has grown because you have unified cross section of people across societies, across geographies. You are borderless, boundaryless, and you have been very inclusive in your approach. You have ensured that the female gender is very well represented. You have ensured rural India is not ignored. You have ensured that the most remote access people have always been taken care of. So whether it is remote India, whether it is underprivileged India, whether it is gender, whether it is inclusivity, you have taken every component and you have thought of it. You have been really a thinker, a visionary, and I wish you all the best. And I wish Diacon best wishes and best success. And truly, Bansi, it is wonderful to see your charming, loving nature 24/7, always there for people living with diabetes, for doctors who are taking care of people with diabetes, and even for all doctors and healthcare providers across India. So once again, congratulations to this Bansi Sabu show. I would call this show as a Bansi Sabu show, and it's been an outstanding show. I'll be there in person with all of you all tomorrow in Ahmedabad. Jai.
Thank you, boss. Thank you, sir. Thank you for your kind words and blessings for DiaCare. Now over to Myra.
Thank you so much, Shashank Joshi, sir. And now I request Dr. Deepak Chudasma, who is a part of DiaCare team and who is diabetologist from Junagadh, to give away the vote of thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Myra, can I interrupt for a second?
Yes,
Dr. Banti and Honorable Dr. Sasank, sir, thank you very, very much for this very unique and kind recognition of my humble efforts. Both of you and all my young colleagues have been a constant source of inspiration for me. I am unfortunately out of Ahmedabad and there was internet issue, so I could only join a bit late. But thanks a million, Dr. Bansi, Sasank, sir, and all my wonderful young colleagues from DiaCare team. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. We missed you at that time. Thank you, sir. You are recognized the Master Teacher Award, and we really feel proud ourselves to felicitate you as Dr. Ravi Chandani for Master Teacher Award from Ahmedabad on this platform. Thank you, sir. Now over to Deepak. Vote of thanks.
Thank you, sir. Am I audible?
Yes, you are very much.
Yeah. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Thank you. So, respected dignitaries, doctors, colleagues, and my dear friends, I, Dr. Deepak Chudasma, feel honored to pronounce vote of thanks on behalf of the organizing committee, DiaCare-Con 2022 at Ahmedabad. My first thanks always go to Almighty God for making all of us able to what we are today. I humbly thank our chief guest, Dr. Sasank Joshi, sir, for his valuable presence for the inaugural ceremony of DiaCare-Con 2022. I thank Dr. Anil Ghoraskar, sir, Dr. Vasant Kumar, sir, Dr. S.R. Arvind, sir, Dr. Anup Mishra, sir, Dr. Anil Nayak, sir, for making it possible to grace the inaugural ceremony and bless us. I thank Madam Malika Sarabhai, Padma Bhushan awardee and Indian classical dancer for blessing this occasion. I thank Dr. A.K. Das, our program director, for drafting a wonderful scientific agenda, which I am sure all of you will enjoy for the next 3 days. I also thank Dr. Akhtar Hussain, Dr. V. Mohan sir, for sending their messages through the video for inaugural ceremony of DiaCare-Con 2022. I would like to thank our father figure, Dr. Nitin Suman sir, and help and wish for him best recovery, a patron of DiaCare-Con 2022, for all his supports, guidance for organizing this conference. Thanks to respected Dr. Asa Insas, ma'am, who is our mentor for this conference and guided us in organizing this conference. I would like to thank our advisor for this meeting, Dr. B.M. Makkar sir, Dr. Sanjay Agrawal sir, for their throughout guidance in making this conference successful. I would like to thank all our member of organizing committee for their continuous support in making this conference truly a scientific feast. Our conference is what it is enlightened. For that, no word of praise would suffice to express our gratitude to our dignitaries and faculties. Here, I would like to give thanks to all the faculties from different parts of the world and India. I don't know how to thank a person who is behind everything we see here, and he is none other than our teacher and mentor, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir. I think he runs from the energy of a jet fuel. And I always say he is an ocean of ideas. I am thankful to our industry partner who had supported this meeting in a big way, and their open-handedness made our conference comfortable. Special thanks to USV, Sun Pharma, Novo Nordisk, Sanofi, Torrent, Corona, Abbott, Cipla, Biocon, Intas, Microlab, Lupin, Zydus, Dr. Reddy, Alchem, AstraZeneca, Mankind, Glenmark, Wockhardt, HBC, Novartis, Emcure, Sardia, and Ares, Heavy Chemical, and all other companies who have participated here. Thanks to the Hyatt Regency, who will be providing a wonderful venue to organize this conference on Saturday and Sunday to host the physical conference, staying to reserve for all the graphic design for the conference. Thanks to all other agencies who are involved. But most importantly, I would like to thank Hardik Chandarana, very good friend of mine, and the entire team of RX event for planning this conference so meticulously, virtually and physically, that every one of us will enjoy the meeting for next 3 days. I thank the energetic team of DiaCare for their tirelessly effort for making this conference successful. At last but not the least, I would like to thank the most important individual for any conference, and that's our delegate. I personally thank each one of you for being present here, and I'm sure you will enjoy the scientific feast for next 3 days. I'm also thankful to all the personnel who have directly or indirectly helped us in organizing this wonderful event. If I have forgotten to give thanks to any person or organization, then please forgive me because it's absolutely unintentional. Once again, thank you, all of you, from the bottom of my heart. Thank you and Jai Hind.
So we can't hear you.
Please. Yes, Myra.
Yes, now we can.
So we can close the ceremony with our national song. I will ask the AV team. Thank you, Deepak. And I am standing with all our type 1 children who were felicitated on this occasion. They all are in my clinic and my chamber. So I will request everyone for stand. Please rise.
जन गण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you everyone.
Bharat Mata ki jai.
Thank you. Bharat Mata ki hamesha jai. We were waiting for Ashish to tell this thing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Should we close the inaugural program? Sharp 12. Exactly 10:30 to 12 was the program, and now we can start our scientific session. Requesting Durvi, Vipul, Deepak to take care for further proceedings. Thank you, Shashank. And we are closing the function. Bye. All type of
Congratulations.
Everybody is here with us.
Me and Dr. Sandeep Suri sir are chairperson.
Yes. So now requesting Dr. Vipul and Dr. Sandeep Suri. Can I have the slide for both this? Dr. Sandeep Suri is a senior diabetologist based at Hisar. He is from Advanced Diabetes and Critical Care Holy Health Hospital, a senior diabetologist. Along with him, my dear friend, Dr. Vipul Chawda, MD, diabetologist, cardiometabolic physician, who has done also trained in diabetes as a PG diploma from Europe and PG diploma diabetes from RSSDA. He has also done many certification courses in field of diabetes. Now I request Dr. Sandeep Suri and Vipul to take care for further proceedings. Over to you. And
Thank you so much, Bansi sir, for kind introduction.
Sandeep is also there. Yes, sir.
Yeah, Sandeep sir is there. So good afternoon, all the leaders in the field of diabetes on this annual conference of DiaCare, that is DiaCare Con 2022. I rest assure you all there will be a wonderful scientific feast for all of you. And with that, I will start the first session with my co-chair, Dr. Sandeep Suri sir, for keynote lectures. And for that, I would request my co-chair, Dr. Sandeep Suri sir, to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Akhtar Hussain sir from Norway. Over to you, Sandeep sir.
Yes. So good morning, good afternoon, friends, and really very heartening to be here in such a nice academic feast. Really thankful to Dr. Bansi Sabu for the opportunity. This is an excellent symposium or 3 sessions we are going to have from stalwarts or our mentors in diabetes. And first of all is this, Dr. Akhtar Hussain. Sir is President-elect International Diabetes Federation, Professor of Global Health, Chronic Disease Diabetes, President Asian Diabetes Asian Study Group, Vice President IDF from 2015, 2013 to 15, 2016 to 2017, Member of Finance Committee, IDF, Chair of Consultative Section Science, IDF, Member, Co-Chair of Bridges, Member of Norwegian Diabetes Association, Executive Member, Medical Board, Norwegian Diabetes Association. Sir is founder and life member of Diabetes Asian Study Group. And Sir is a faculty member, Center for Global Health, Bangladesh University of Health Science and Enterprise of Bangladesh Diabetes Association, Dhaka. And Sir is formerly faculty member of University of Oslo, Norway, Faculty of Medicine, Department of International Health. Friends, we are keen to listen from our dignitary. And Sir, can we have your session? All is yours.
I'm Dr. Akhtar Hussain, President-elect of the International Diabetes Federation and Professor of Diabetes and Metabolic Disorder at Nord University, Norway. I'm also affiliated with several other universities, both in Bangladesh and also in Brazil. It's a great pleasure for me to be here today, and I thank Dr. Bansi, a good friend for a long time, and also the organizing committee, my friends and colleagues. I have many friends and colleagues, so I'm not going to use names of everyone since it will take my 20 minutes of my time. So what I'm going to do today and is something that burned us actually, where actually I have a great feeling that people all over the world should fight for the access of insulin, and which is not available to more than 50% of the people who needs it globally today. And this is something that I will say that at the very outset, that all people, all clinicians involved in diabetes needs to involve in this, because no matter whatever the advice we give, whatever the drugs we prescribe, unless they have access to insulin, our effort will be in vain. So you see that I will start with the history of insulin, because we have some misunderstanding, as I see that in literature. I see that many people are citing that insulin was discovered in 1922, which is not correct. That in 1869, Paul Langerhans, a medical student in Berlin, discovers a distinct collection of cells within the pancreas. Later, this was called an islets of Langerhans, that we all know. This comes from the discovery of Paul Langerhans. And in 1901, that Eugen Opie discovers that the islet of Langerhans produces insulin, and that the destruction of these cells resulted in diabetes. So already in 1901, we knew the cause for this diabetes. And later, the Romanian professor Nicolae Paulsen develops extract of the pancreas and shows that it lowers blood sugar in diabetes dogs. So the experiment was actually given in dogs already in 1916. Then comes 1921, when Dr. Frederick Banting, a medical student, Charles and Best performed the experiments on the pancreas in dogs in Toronto. In 21, they again did an experimental trial in a dog. In 1922, a 14-year-old boy with type 1 diabetes called Leonard Thompson, he was given the first medical administration of insulin and survived for another 13 years. He died of other reason other than diabetes after this 13 years. So in Banting and MacLeod were awarded the Nobel Prize in Physiology or Medicine. Banting and MacLeod, however, failed. Best and Collip were equally eligible and shared the prize money with their other two colleagues. So this was the history of 1921, 22, and 23. That brought us to this picture that we are talking about Leonard Thompson, that you see that on your left-hand side, that he was before the treatment and after the treatment. At that time, it was said that now the modern discoveries, particularly insulin, have completely changed the outlook. There is no reason why a diabetic should not, if he can, be taught to do so, lead a long, normal life. Lawrence in 1925. This patent, the patent on January 23rd of 1923, the Banting, Best and Collip were awarded the American patent for insulin. They sold the patent to the University of Toronto for $1 each. Banting notably said, insulin does not belong to me, it belongs to the world. His desire was for everyone who needs access to it should have it. And then we look at this about the impact of the miracle of insulin. You look at this, the pre-insulin era, that is from 1897 to 1922, and then how the life expectancy increased over the years. Then comes the insulin industry. Insulin industry, that it was started in 1950. The NPH as an intermediate acting insulin is marketed by Danish pharmaceutical company Novo in 1950. In 1955, insulin was sequenced by British biochemist Frederick Sanger and was first protein to be fully sequenced. In 1958, Sanger actually received a Nobel Prize in chemistry for his research. In 1963, insulin became the first human protein to be chemically synthesized. And then it comes this insulin industry's history, that in 1978, the biotechnology firm Genentech uses recombinant DNA. In 1982, the synthetic insulin is renamed as human insulin. In 1985, Novo Nordisk introduces the insulin pen. 1992, the Medtronic releases with MiniMed 506. 1996, the Eli Lilly markets the analog insulin, Lispro. And in 2000, more than 470 patients with type 1 diabetes received the islet cells transplantation. So you see that that's roughly the insulin histories, and which is very important for treating diabetes patients. But if you look at the global dominance of 3 multinationals companies, so who are the companies that were dominating the global market? There are 3 companies, that is Novo Nordisk, Sanofi, and Eli Lilly. And although this data is little old, but I have checked with the new data, it is from 2011, things have not changed. Actually, you see that, for example, the insulin volume market share for Novo is still around 51, 52%. So it has not changed much. So actually the global player is 3. So we are talking about a responsibility of companies and the government, the civil societies, and the professionals who are involved in caring for people with diabetes. So we say that what has happened after this 100 years, that is in terms of access of insulin. So recognizing that insulin is an essential medicine, but concerned that despite being discovered 100 years ago in 1921, globally, about half of the people in need of insulin have no or irregular access with unacceptable or inequalities between and within countries. 50% of the people do not have access. And this is while in Sub-Saharan Africa, if you look to South, this number was found to be only 1 in 7 people who have access to diabetes. So it's a diverse access of diabetes, although we know that there are a lot, even in the developed or the rich countries like United States, that I will show you that how people are struggling to buy insulin in a rich country. And I've already mentioned it that in Lawrence at that time declared that now modern discoveries, particularly insulin, have completely changed the outlook, and there is no reason why a diabetic person should not live if he can taught to do so. So in the gaps of desired outcomes, if you say this unmet needs in diabetes care, you see that in our success today, we see that about of the estimated 450 million, and which is now is round to be 570 million in the last Atlas survey changing it. About 50% of the people remain undiagnosed, and that has not changed. We see that still we are saying that about 50% of the people are not diagnosed. That means we are not giving any kind of treatment to these 50% of the people. Those people, these 50% of the people, of whom about 50% receive care. So about that means this 2.5 million receive care, and of whom 50% achieve treatment targets. That means we are talking about 1.25 million people who achieve the treatment targets, and of whom 50% achieved desired outcomes. That is 75,000. It's about 6% of the people with diabetes actually we are achieving their desired outcomes at the moment. So this is the picture that we should all look back. We scientists, we clinicians, we should look back and we try to see that what is the gap, why it is happening, why we are not successful in 30%, 50%, but we are actually ending up with 6%. If you look at this, for example, in this type, I would say that this is a policy failure, that white people should have 50% diagnosed. This is the healthcare service failures, that we are not providing the right care, and this is the treatment failure. The last two part is a treatment failure, which is the responsibility of the clinicians and the scientists to see that why these treatments are failing. If you look at the cost production and government procurement and public-private sectors, if you see this, for example, on your side, on your left-hand side, you see the prices per 10 ml. So equivalent. So what is the prices? And this is on your right hand side. You will see the cost of production, the government procurement price, patient prices, private sector, cost of production, government procurement, and so this is for human insulin, and this is for the analogs. If you look at this cost of production, for example, in analogs, in patient service. For example, the minimum is $589, the median is $39, the maximum is $250. Can we live in this? This data is collected from 43 countries, and this was published only last year in 2021. If you look at this availability of insulin on public and private sector in a variety of countries in Sub-Saharan Africa, as I said, that only 1 in 7 people have access to diabetes, to insulin. You see this is the public, this is the private sector. So you see that how it differs from countries to countries, and as well the availability and at different sectors. So if it is not available, the price becomes even much more higher. If you look at this, for example, how these prices actually was increasing, for example, the rapid acting analogs that you see that, because this is the highest demand, and then you can see that how this has escalated over the years from 1997 to 2015. So this should give us some thoughts that when we discuss with our colleagues, which is very important in the pharmaceutical industries, to see that we have a common responsibility. We have a common responsibility. We cannot only think of profit. So dear colleagues and friends, we should take it. It is our responsibility that we put a focus on this issue. As we know that Biden, December on 2021, he said, imagine what it is like to look at your child who needs insulin and have no idea how you are going to pay for it. Biden said, let's cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month so everyone can afford it. Biden added that drug companies will still do very, very well. So you see that there is a question is that how much profit we need to make in order to, because I think that it is important that companies need to make profit in order to make new discoveries and in order to secure the market, the global market. But it's question how much. This is also the another picture from, for example, these countries from Africa. I'm focusing on Mozambique, Zambia, Mali, Nicaragua, Vietnam, and Kyrgyzstan and Mozambique. So you see that it's this was in Mozambique in 2003, and this was in Mozambique 2009. You do not see much changed. Much has changed in this 6 years time in Mozambique. So you see that that is quite interesting to see that, for example, how if you look at Vietnam compared to the other countries, the differences in the central medical store, that the public sector, private sector, and patient public sector, so it doesn't vary much. But if you look at, for example, Zambia, there's a huge difference in the central medical store to, for example, the private sector, and this, for example, if the public in the public sector is actually the lowest. So you see this if you look at Nicaragua. So it's a great varieties from country to country, and then for this we also will have to bring in our government, our policymakers, alongside. And I think the IDF is now committed that we should develop our communication with the governments, because the governments, the policymakers, need to be taken it seriously. This is another picture. I will not put more time. This also shows affordability on days. I will show you another picture, which will be easier for you to see. It is simply says that how much days wages you require to have your normal, to purchase your insulin. So then actually it says, it's for example, if you look at for example, Brazil, probably you can have, for example, in 1 day. But if you look at, for example, in India, that I think Indonesia, where is Russia, Chinese, Shanghai, Ghana, Indonesia, India, IP, that if you look at, for example, IP is here. So we are not doing that bad. But for example, Indonesia, that if you look at Indonesia, you need about 12 days of wage to for example, to have your daily allowance of insulin. Affordability and availability in public sector to the individuals. You see that this is also a table that shows the affordability scale on an average GDP and availability of insulin facilities visited where insulin should have been present. And you see that, for example, the affordability cost that Mali is far worse. Mozambique is doing somewhat better. Nicaragua is here. The Vietnam is here. So you see that this is a picture that is people are there, that if you say that the countries that you have the health insurances, so it varies to a certain extent, because when you have the health insurances, the caps, the industries, they put the prices at higher because actually it is not coming out of your own pocket, at which we are seeing the results in USA. Now, what are the challenges? Mozambique and Zambia, access to differential pricing, differential prices between government tender prices and prices to the facilities. And this is very important for the government, because you see that the governments actually negotiate with the companies to buy these drugs. For example, the USA do not have this kind of policies, because USA believes in free market. And that actually, so that means the company is at liberty to set the price, any price they want to. But for example, if you look at England, UK, or in Norway, then we have the government tender prices that the government negotiates directly with this. So our governments, when the government instrument is strong, so then they are in a kind of better position to make this negotiation. Insulin purchase locally is more expensive, and Mopeto provinces equals and if you say the significant differences in average prices in Europe and Southeast Asia that we see across WHO regions, the average prices of insulin from one company doubled from US $15 per vial in Southeast Asia to US $32 in Europe. So you see that the same drug, same insulin varies a great deal in terms of prices from countries to countries. So if you look at this for the markups, so that what are the markups of, for example, in terms of this Vietnam. So here you see that here you will have to look at this. You see that here it comes. Here is the drug companies where they have 100%. You have the central facilities. This is in Vietnam. It is you have to add, for example, 5% VAT, and that comes to the distributor. 7% distribution to other costs. The other costs, and then it goes to the public hospital, the wholesaler, to the private pharmacies, and that makes the final. This, if you say the patient's final prices is actually it goes up to 124 to 136% higher. And in the patient sector, in the private pharmacist, it goes from 130 to about 150% higher. So you see, this is the mechanism. So it's a big mechanism that we see that actually that how this market is being controlled. If you look more carefully, that you will see that the insulin payment journey, that actually you have 3 pathways. That is the negotiated payment that we said that the government makes a negotiation, and it's a rebate, and there's the product and the payment. So you see that there are several pathways, and this is the pathway for the negotiated payment. So you have this insurance of the premium that is they make a negotiation, and that comes to the insurance companies, health plan, and the pharmacy's benefit manager that they control this thing. So you see that he's and then you have this consumer, and then this negotiated from this part, so it goes to the pharmacy, to the drug wholesaler, and to the drug company. So you see there are different pathways that you see that these things that this is being controlled. So we need to understand the pathways. We need to understand the picture that I've shown here, the different mechanisms, the different pathways. So we question how we can reduce these huge areas where a lot of people are making money out of the people with diabetes suffering from this cost. So human cost decreased and life expectancy. That life expectancy at years, if you see that it varies very much, that this is a calculated life expectancy for type 1 diabetes in Mozambique, Zambia, Nicaragua, and Vietnam. So you see that, however, the Nicaraguan countries that where we often think as a socialist country, they have a kind of better life expectancy compared to the other countries like Mali, Mozambique, Vietnam, and Zambia. Now the new challenge is coming, or a repeat of the past, that is the human insulin to this modern insulin. So if you look this transition from this analog insulin, so if you look at this high income countries, the red is human, the blue is the analogs, green is the animal. So if you look at this, for example, the human, in the high income countries, the human insulin is falling and the analogs are increasing. If you look at this upper middle income countries, then it is coming, but the gaps are still remaining between the analogs and the human insulin. The lower middle income countries, you see that actually this human is still at large being used, and then analogs are coming up, but it's still not there. But if you look at the low income countries, actually the gap has widened. It's simply because of the cost. It's because of the cost. And if you look at it, it clearly exemplifies that how these countries, different countries, people living in the countries will have different outcome of diabetes treatment. And if you look at this, for example, then this is here, you can see that, for example, if it's that insulins, short-acting human insulin, intermediate-acting insulins, mixed human, rapid-acting analog, and long-acting analog, and mixed analogs. So you see that median days of wage. This is for the it is surveyed from, for example, here is surveyed from 9 countries, this 14 countries and 12 countries. You see that it's about 4 days wages that you would require, 3.6. And for example, in the median wages, for example, the private retail pharmacist, if you buy it, retail pharmacist, so it goes from about 4 days to about 8 days wages. And in the private hospital sector, it starts from 4 to about 7 days. So you see, this is the prices that we need to think that when we prescribe insulin, that we are talking about clinical inertia. But when we say that when you prescribe the insulin, how they will be able to afford the insulin, and that we often do not think. Now, question is that what IDF is doing, I will try to say that what IDF is trying to do, that IDF have a kind of particular initiative on IDF access initiations, and there's the decision on addressing diabetes in public health sectors adopted at the WHO Executive Board in January 2021. IDF asked its members to help mobilize national governments to support the decision on December 2020. To make an appeal to the WHO as a WHO resolution on universal access to insulin, resolution on reducing the burden of NCD through strengthening private and control of diabetes. It was adopted in 2021 in May, although we didn't get the resolution that we wanted because many of the rich countries actually opposed this IDF's proposal. That IDF cannot make a proposal in the WHO. That many countries made this proposal on behalf of the IDF, but this was not so. So the negotiation was made, and then resolution was made on reducing the burden of NCDs through strengthening prevention and control of diabetes. So that is intact. But universal access of insulin, the countries actually which produce, the three major countries that will produce insulin actually objecting the universal access of insulin. IDF access initiatives, that the Global Diabetes Compact, as you know, that we have been striving with the WHO, and we have been able to create a Global Diabetes Compact in the WHO. IDF is a key WHO partner for the implementation of the compact, and regular calls are held with the WHO and the NCD teams. Over 30 participants from the IDF network participated in informal consultation with people living with diabetes. IDF was involved in the compact launch in 2021. IDF and several other regional members have participated in the compact forum. WHO diabetes coverage targets that we said, and then we have all lobbied it together with many of our member associations and their countries. And this was adopted by the WHO World Health Assembly in 2022. And I think that it's a great victory for all of us. In September 2021, IDF participated in a consultation with civil society and asked that 80% targets for diagnosis be modified to 100% diagnosis people living with type 1 diabetes. IDF asked its membership in December 2020 and April 2022 for help to mobilize national governments to support adoption of the targets. So IDF access initiatives in a special issue for centenary of insulin, that we have made a special issue in the DRCP, Diabetes Research and Clinical Practice, and a special insulin at 100 sessions during World Diabetes Congress, that we are going to have a kind of a special session on insulin at 100 in the World Diabetes Congress in 2022 in Lisbon. In April 2021, joint webinar with NCDF Forum promises action supporting the implementation of the WHO Global Diabetes Compact. In November 12, 2021, joint webinar with FAO, increasing the access of diabetes care in the region, and January 24, 22, insulin, if not now, when? And then access to care of humanitarian settings that we have been supporting. WHO's essential medical list. Now they have actually included SGL2 in their essential medical list, which is also that IDF has strongly lobbied for this. Community engagement. The members of the IDF network and people living with diabetes have shared their testimonials for the IDF Insulin at 100 campaign. That we have the school modules of insulin, that we said that to launch the World Diabetes Day on 2022, we are working free training for modules on insulin. UN high-level meetings on the universal health coverage, it will take in September 2023 and could be an occasion for requesting universal access to insulin. So please take a note that there will be one UN high-level meeting on universal health coverage in 2023. And please talk to your government, to talk to your health ministry so that they actually support this initiative. The challenges of insulin is, as in short, you can say high cost, limited production, heat stability, and cold chain. Data from a study carried out by UNICEF and MSF transition to the analogs, biological versus chemical entity, regulatory versus bio. So there are a number of challenges that if you look at, and it is not only an issue in poor and resource settings. If you look at the US, insulin discontinuation was the leading precipitating cause for decay in 68% of the people in the US inner city settings. And that is happening because the government, when the government do not have any control and secure the accessibility of insulin, this happens even in rich country. In Lancet, he said that what is the commonest cause of death in a child with diabetes? The answer from a global perspective is lack of access to insulin. So my dear friends and colleagues, can we sleep with these notes? Join hands to secure accessibility of insulin to all those who need it. Thank you, and support the initiative of the IDF. Thank you.
Nice presentation, sir. Excellent presentation. And really eye-opening for all of us. And you have given us the global perspective of insulin, how insulin is procured, what is the cost. And really, it is a great thing that if you are able to afford things, then the compliance is going to improve. Adherence and compliance is going to improve. And many lesser complications will be there. So it's really an eye-opening for all of us. And the next topic we are going to have from another stalwart.
તો રિઝોલ્વ થઈ ગયો હવે બેસી તો ગયા છે ફ્લાઇટમાં બંનેની સીટો અલગ અલગ મળી છે અત્યારે વાત કરી મેં સુનિતા સાથે અને પછી મેં પાછી વાત કરી હું 2 વાગે આવી જઈશ.
Yeah. So the next topic we are going to have from our stalwart, Dr. Anil Bhaskar. And can we have slides, CV slide of sir?
I will send the slides. Yeah.
Yes, yes. Sir is Honorary Secretary, Scientific Section, Diabetes Association of India, Member Executive Managing Council, Diabetes Association of India, and he's member of National Academy of Medical Science. Sir is retired from as an Honorable Associate Professor from prestigious Grant Medical College. Sir is a professor of diabetology at All India Institute of Diabetes, Raheja Hospital, Hisar for 13 years. And as presently, sir is running his own clinic at Diabetes Care Mumbai, practicing since last 35 years. And I think there is no publication or no paper from India or any guideline, or you can have any book on diabetes where sir has not contributed. And we are really blessed to have him today. And welcome, Dr. Anil Bhaskar, sir, for your keynote address on diabetes and cognitive dysfunction.
Thank you, Dr. Suri, for a very kind words. And I have already shared my presentation on a very interesting topic, that is the cognitive dysfunctions in a diabetic. Can we have the first slide, please? Yeah. Now, you know very well that cognitive dysfunctions in diabetes have really acquired a great deal of proportion, particularly to clinicians like us, because there are many things which come to the light when the patient has got depression, dementia, delirium, denial, diabulimia. They all contribute to a great deal of uncontrolled diabetes. Next slide. You also realize that diabetes, next slide. Next slide, please. Yeah, diabetes and mental health in the 17th century, cause of diabetes was a long sorrow and other depression. As early as 17th century, diabetes is a disease which often shows itself in families. Insanity prevails in the pathology of mind. That means people realized in that time also, there is something wrong with this fellow's brain. He is not normal. He may have a high sugar, but he is certainly not normal. And that's a very important thing. Next slide, please. Diabetes and mental health is a kind of a bi-directional association. Diabetes worsens psychiatric disorder worsens diabetes. So each worsens each. Psychological stress may follow screening of diabetes and diabetes is first identified. The reaction of people is so variable. Believe me, it all depends on the education of the patient. It all depends on your mental attitude. It all depends on number of people who have died of diabetes related complication in the family and the type of internet education that they get and phobia that the Google creates, which all bring the patient to our clinics. So psychological stress may be enormous. That starts from screening of diabetes till the time the diabetes is first identified. Next slide, please. Next slide. Yeah. Diabetes and mental health is 30% of diabetes have psychological and mental issues. 30%, very large number. Please remember that. And we normally miss it because in our busy practice, we say, nahi, kuch nahi hota hai. I said, don't worry. But the patient is trying to tell you so many things that we ought to write down. And we must, I always tell my students, my dear friends, now I know you people are under a different era. You have a different priorities. You have a loan to pay. You have a capitation fees for your children. You ought to have a high-end car. Therefore, you have to see 100 patients every day. But that is not right. I always tell if a new patient is taken appointment, you give new appointments only 2 days a week and see them exclusively. And each patient, not only clinical examination, but history taking and taking notes of all these issues for 45 minutes per patient. Now, if you see that way, that in 4.5 hours, you can see at the most 10 patients, 12 patients. That's all. That's all you can do, a full justice. I'm not asking you to see them for follow-up. Follow-up, you may ask certain questions, but a new patient, devote enough time. Next slide, please. Now, psychological factors in diabetes, acceptance of diagnosis, either the patient denies or is not very certain. Hey, lab ठीक नहीं है. ये lab का report हमेशा ऐसा आता है. All kinds of things they tell. We want to go to other lab. Then the fear of complication. बाप रे, मेरा दादा का पैर काटा था. मेरा माँ का आग गया. Fear of complications, unwanted. Worst is the fear of hypoglycemia. तो डॉक्टर तुम दवा देता ठीक है, लेकिन दवा संभाल के देना. भारी दवा मत दो. हमारे बहन को दिया था और रात को बेहोश हो गई. One episode of hypoglycemia in the family is completely devastated. And most is adherence. First 1 महीना, 2 महीना, 3 महीना बहुत इंतजाम में जाते लोग. ये करेंगे, ओके, ये खाएंगे, ये एक्सरसाइज, ये करो, ये करो. That whole thing subsides. So other priorities take over. Festivals. अभी India is a great country. 365 days में 265 days of festival. और वैसे हम सब धर्मीय हैं. माने हम क्रिश्चियन क्रिसमस सेलिब्रेट करते हैं, बकरीद के लिए बकरा काटते हैं, और हिंदू धर्म में तो पूरा फुल श्रावण इज फुल ऑफ फेस्टिवल्स. एकादशी, गोविंदा, गणपति, and there is no limit. And under the banner of God, क्या बोलेगा, गॉड को, ये गॉड के लिए, अरे गॉड के लिए हमारे एकादशी करते हैं. एकादशी दुप्पट खाशी. On the day of Ekadashi, they take double calories. Why? Because God has told you. So all this has to change. And therefore, adherence to diet and lifestyle management must be a matter of permanency and not as a matter of accident. Next slide, please. Now you realize psychiatric disease is an independent condition. A course of diabetes complicated by emergence of psychiatric disorder. Psychiatric disorder also can be independent of diabetes, but the overlap is astonishing. And overlap you see it in day-to-day practice. Next slide. Next slide. Yeah. Now, what are the implications of co-occurrence of diabetes and psychiatric disorder? Impaired quality of life. As it is quality of life in a diabetic, like I just now heard Akhtar about availability of insulin. He presented fantastic data of a really scholarly man and telling that how many people have access to insulin, how many people have access to monitoring, how many people have access to care of their personal problems like skin, feet, eyes. So impaired quality of life as it is, you are continuously surrounded by a medical world all the time. 24 hours you don't think anything else but ये time उठने का है, ये time खाना खाने का है, ये time ये करने का है, ये time में all life पूरा दिन का तुम्हारा दिनचर्या देखेगा, it is revolving around diabetes and diabetes and diabetes. और उसमें educational activities, CMEs, then multiple organizations giving multiple fatwas, multiple guidelines. In 1 year, there are 10 guidelines. When the association met, I get a palpitation. When they come down with some different HbA1c targets, and people are completely confused. Therefore, the poor treatment guidance and therefore poor glycemic control is an outcome of too much knowledge, too much education, too much of harping, too much of media cover, too many programs, too many guidelines. So increased risk of diabetes related complication and premature mortality is another problem which is neglected. And diabetes associated problem like hypertension, heart disease, neuropathy also needs serious attention. And therefore the cost is very high. Next slide, please. Next slide, yeah. The diagnosis of psychiatric disorder among patients with diabetes need for awareness among physicians about the possible comorbid psychiatric disorder. Must keep that in mind. Biggest challenge, low rates of detection. Up to 45% of the cases of mental disorder and severe psychological distress go undetected. There are two things go undetected. I'm sorry to say that, and my colleagues as well as my students are aware of this thinking. You don't pay any attention, you don't diagnose because you don't think about it. One is anemia, second is hypothyroidism. Subclinical hypothyroidism. You please remember, hypothyroidism is a third common condition after obesity and diabetes, often missed. And a patient with subtle signs, symptoms of hypothyroidism, if female, they are considered neurotic, psychiatric, सासू का जमता नहीं है, husband का जमता नहीं है, given antidepressant unnecessarily. So, overlooking associated condition. Hypertension is not given importance. I always tell people, if the patient has got HbA1c of 7.5, but a systolic hypertension of 160, run after that 160 hypertension. It's a bigger risk factor than 7.5 HbA1c. So, frequent monitoring of BP, ambulatory monitoring, all these things should be a matter of routine. Next slide, please. Next slide. Now, this is something very important, severe mental illness and type 2 diabetes. What is the pathophysiology? Common antecedents, genetic, fetal development, which causes intrauterine inflammation, neuroendocrine dysfunction, poor diet, poverty and deprivation. They all result into severe mental illness right from childhood. Competition, पहला आएगा नहीं तो मर जाएगा, डॉक्टर नहीं होएगा तो मेडिकल रिप्रेजेंटेटिव बनेगा. All these is kind of things which are taught by mother and all the things which are taught by the father who was never himself educated, but he wants his children to be highly educated under tremendous stress. For that, poor physical activity. खेलने का नहीं, कूदने का नहीं, पढ़ाई करो, टीवी देख रहा हो, तो पहले टीवी बंद करो. Stop the bloody TV and all this media cover. Give them more playgrounds. Give them educational marks in sports. Smoking is another big risk factor, which results into obesity and type 2 diabetes. Next slide, please. So you see that this is like an asgar, which is making turns on the body of a patient. So comorbidity medication for hypertension, obesity and dyslipidemia, genetic precursors, medicating mechanism either can cause microvascular disease, macrovascular disease, hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia. All can cause to brain pathology, the vascular, mixed, and ultimately it will result in Alzheimer's disease. What is Alzheimer's disease? Alzheimer's disease is nothing but a type 3 diabetes. The chemistry in the brain is screwed up because of various reasons. Next slide, please. Now, this is just to show you various problems related to Alzheimer's disease and hyperglycemia relationship, which causing neuronal death. Diabetes accelerates Alzheimer's pathology. Now, people use Alzheimer's disease rather too loosely because it's a very dignified रोग. अपन किसको बोलेंगे कि ये पागल हो गया है, ये हेडेक चप है, इसको अक्कल नहीं है, बुद्धू है, not very respectable. But you say Alzheimer's disease, उसको बोलो like almost is owning a Mercedes car. समझे कि नहीं? So Alzheimer's disease is a pre-senile dementia. Get it very clear. If you are showing signs of dementia, particularly loss of memory, loss of recent memory at the age of 40, 45, not at the age of 80, you cannot call atherosclerotic dementia of the brain as a Alzheimer's disease. Alzheimer's disease is a pre-senile dementia. Next slide, please. 5 Ds of diabetes. Next slide. Depression and diabetes share a bidirectional causal association. Depression postulated to play a causal role in emergence of diabetes. Emergency of diabetes, depression, the repetition. Next slide. Which increases cause. Affects 18-year-old, 2 times greater risk of depression in patient with diabetes. Type 1 diabetes are especially at risk, poor physical and mental health outcomes, and premature mortality. Next slide. Now you'll hear the comorbidity, depression and diabetes, poor self-care, poor glycemic control, more long-term complication, decreased quality of life, increased unemployment and work disability and absenteeism, increased healthcare use and expenditure. You understand how the person goes downhill with this single depression in diabetes. Next slide, please. Depression can be successfully treated in person with diabetes. Psychotherapy, antidepressant, moderate effect on depression, but good diabetes control, good glycemic control without hypoglycemia is a better outcome. Managing diabetes and depression is a very difficult art. I'll give one example. I get a lot of patients who are seen by stalwarts. And in Bombay, we don't mind one patient going to other. I got some patients who got 16 doctors' files. I'm the 17th. So they show all the previous doctors have treated him well. There's nothing wrong with pharmacotherapy, nothing wrong with insulin dosage. But his diabetes is not under control. HbA1c is not under control. He is not happy. Why is he not happy? The reason is, I give the same medicine, I give the same diet. Only thing, I talk to that patient for 20 minutes. In that 20 minutes, when I talk to the patients, most intellectual patients come to me. In fact, many of the patients come to me, and actually they are coming to me to examine whether I am sufficiently knowledgeable. They are basing, Doctor, बहुत बढ़ेला छे, सारा छे हमने के, बहुत knowledge छे. But he is saying this based on his knowledge. Huh? Now I am a bloody professor, 44 years, research in this. But this man is judging my knowledge based on his knowledge, but he is happy. सारा डॉक्टर छे, बढ़ेला भी छे, अने એને કઈ અંદર દિલચસ્પી છે, આ મારા સિક્સ સેન્સ ટ્રીટ કરે છે. That is the connection between me and my patient, which is built on faith. And the patient starts feeling better. The reason is you have to create these waves, and this can come from counseling and talking nicely to understand his problem. And the patient should feel that this doctor, itna doctor ho gaya, तो ये मेरा दोस्त है. This fellow will get me out of all the problems. ये जो भाईचारा हम लोग डेवलप करते हैं ना, That is the most important aspect of the therapy. Next slide, please. What is the dementia diabetes link mechanism? Not known, but high sugar and insulin both can harm. Either a high sugar or high dose of insulin can create problem. Next slide, please. Now, reducing risk of diabetes and dementia. What's good for your heart is good for your brain. Simple. The precautions that you take to see that your heart is all right, all the do's and don'ts, they are equally good for your brain. Get it very clear. Eat healthy diet rich in vitamin D, folate, B6 and B12. Exercise regularly. There is nothing more rewarding than physical fitness and exercise. I'll give one example. People who do vigorous exercise daily at least for 40 minutes, they are different. They look different. They don't get bowed down with the problem. अरे कोविड हो गया, अरे पेट्रोल का भाव बढ़ गया, अरे मेरी वाइफ मेरे को छोड़ के गई. Nothing bothers them. Means wife living is a serious matter, but the point is they don't get bowed down with the ordinary stresses of life. They face it. अरे क्या होएगा देखा जाएगा. This is because body produces endogenous hormones which gives a feeling of well-being known as beta endorphins. People who exercise regularly, they get hooked to exercise. They get addicted. If they don't do exercise, they will not feel normal. The normalcy is because of high level of endorphins, which treats all your intrinsic depression. So stay socially active and challenge yourself daily. Remain socially active. You come across a lot of idiots in your life. Lot of. Means I, unfortunately, my wife say कि तुम्हारा इतना खसकेला है कि 90% people who you feel are idiots because they don't come anywhere closer to you. But how is that you are surrounded by them and you seem to be enjoying it? I said, try to enjoy idiots. Try to enjoy who are stupid. Try to enjoy people who are illogical. Try to people who talk nonsense. Sit down and enjoy it. Life is beautiful. Otherwise, you keep on finding, particularly two good, brilliant colleagues. This gentleman sitting here in Ahmedabad, I found his lecture very, very impressive. You know, and we are in a meeting. We have 4 or 5 very interesting doctors. I'm surrounded by all these guys. You sit with them, you don't get complex. You try to see कि ये आदमी इतना कैसा बड़ा हो गया है, इसमें क्या है? What can I acquire at my stage? I am not 100% perfect. Every single meeting is a learning experience, and you can learn from your junior colleagues also, and you can learn from your senior colleagues also. So ever be social active and challenge yourself कि ये नहीं कैसा होता है, I should be able to do it. Next slide, please. Now, delirium is very bad. Malnutrition, hypoglycemic episodes can be looked as a delirium. Hypoglycemia can mimic any neurological problem. Any. Right from motor neuron to speech defect to cognizance effects, multiple. So, many times hypoglycemic people are thought to be drunk on the road and locked up in police custody, thinking that दारू पी के धमाल करता था. Purely hypoglycemic. Next slide, please. So hypoglycemic delirium has to be, and therefore delirium diabetes can present a hypoactive or hyperactive delirium. Either the patient dull lagi or active, suddenly talking dan, something wrong. Hyperactivity, patient excited, talking irrelevantly around and continuously, aimlessly. One example, you put on TV and go on a proper channel and you see the anchors, how they talk. Then you see some of the politicians who are trying to fight the battle. See, they fit into this hyperactivity delirium. Living example. Common features, disorientation, confusion, and altered solution. समझता नहीं मैं किधर आया हूँ, क्या है, किधर है, कैसे जाने का. they make a mistake of coming back to home. They forget the road to back home. Very common. Other clinical features, perpetual disturbances such as sleepwalk cycle, disturbances of sleep, most important, not able to fall asleep and not able to have a sound sleep. They can have obstructive sleep apnea. That also has to be ruled out. Next slide. Now, management, early identification of delirium, mainstay of treatment of correction of underlying cause and supportive care, potent low-dose dopamine antagonist could be used, but of course under neurological supervision. Next slide. Denial. After your first diagnosis, the normalcies minimize the disease. Goes on for a long time, your self-care is deprived, and you try to hide yourself. You hide from the fact that you are a diabetic. Denial. है नहीं मेरे को. फालतू है. डॉक्टरों को धंधा नहीं है. खाली वो नया नया केसेस मांगता है इसके लिए करता है. No, ये कुछ नहीं है. मेरे डैडी को भी था. Denial, denial, and denial. Big problem. Next slide. And it could be very dangerous. Next slide. How do you spot denial? Denial has a few catchphrases. If you hear yourself thinking or saying them, you are avoiding some part of your diabetes care. One bite won't hurt. Very common. अरे कुछ नहीं एक इतना खाया कुछ नहीं होता. एक छोटा पेक पिया no problem. Denial. You are not supposed to do it, but you say nothing happens. This sore will heal by itself. Doctor sir, I have seen my wounds heal very fast. Huh? Don't worry. Well, a wound on the hand and wound on the leg, there's a lot of difference, you know. I'm in a meeting, I'll call you later. My diabetes isn't serious. I only have to take some precautions and I'm fine. These are all excuses you see when the patient comes to you. And I don't have time to do it. That is the worst thing. Doctor, अभी शुगर 350 है, पर ये हफ्ता बहुत बिजी है. पर क्या कर रहा है तो ये हफ्ता बिजी नहीं एक पार्टी है फिर इधर है फिर वो शॉपिंग को जाने का है. Their priority, huh? Priority should be health, but the priority is till it's very late. Next slide. Now, dibulimia is again big problem. Regular changes in weight, awkwardness over questions about diabetes and control of or injection, avoiding clinic appointments, having a high HbA1c, skipping injections which cause hyperglycemia, low sodium, potassium, increased appetite, especially for sugar craving, what they call it. Next slide. Now, how does dibulimia affect the body? Multiple. Manipulating and omitting insulin from body can be serious and dangerous. Next slide. It can affect practically every system in the body. The both type 1 type have a reduced performance on numerous cognitive functions. Now, this is the correct sum total of my talk. Next slide, please. Now, what exactly happens? People with diabetes should receive medical care from the team, including physician, nurse practitioner, physician's assistant, pharmacist, mental health professional, which is a luxury actually, are routinely screened for psychological problems such as depression, related distress, anxiety, eating disorder, and cognitive impairment. Now, what are the other cognitive impairments you see? Next slide. Next slide. Most common cognitive affecting type 1 diabetes is slowing of information processing speed. Now, understand what is this. Information processing speed in a child. When the teacher teaches something, that speed of knowledge which comes to him has to be processed. Now, if that speed is slow, you call child is not doing well in study, you call it thoda slow hai. The slowness in the processing speed, worsening psychomotor efficiency, and deficit in motor speed. So they are not only slow in understanding, but they are slow in movement. But there are PhDs there, so he'll lift up like this, like that. Ask him to write, He'll take a pen and write it slowly. So this slowness is the first thing which should raise the suspicion that his processing time is short and he has an early cognitive dysfunction. Next slide. Poor vocabulary and general intelligence. Now, poor vocabulary, it all depends on your inputs. Now, vocabulary improves by frequent listening to good lectures and trying to remember what the teacher has said. He has used this word. This is a new word. So I write it down. Writing makes a perfect man. You write it down, close the book, try to remember what that book is. Again, use it. And the best way to remember it, to teach it to other students. The best way to remember anything is to teach it again. And that is the way the vocabulary is constructed. Now, vocabulary can be constructed by one thing, which is people might say that I'm a bias. I'm not a bias, but I'm just telling you something about genetics. We are all Dashagranthi Brahmins. Dashagranthi Brahmins means by the time we undergo a sacred thread ceremony, 10 books of good books are learned by heart by all the members of my family without understanding a single word what we have learned by heart, by sheer discipline and by fear of grandfather and teacher. We just learned it by heart. And we thought, what the hell we are learning this Sanskrit shlokas and why, what is this? It's not going to be used. But that develops an ability for your brain to collect the material and absorb it in a form of protein, which is a permanent protein. What I learned in my childhood, I still know it by heart. Now I know the meaning of it. Now I understood the Sanskrit Subhashita. But the fact that learning by heart is another process which can cut short your cognitive dysfunction and also improve your motor and sensory as well as memory. After all, what is memory? Memory is a processed information stored in your frontal brain, which should be available. Memory, that material should come back to you in form of verbal, written, speech. These are all functions of cognitive dysfunctions. Next slide, please. Next slide. The cognitive performance in type 1 improvement is seen in motor speed, verbal and IQ score, memory and academic achievements, while cognitive function worsens and the other diabetic complications, males are affected more than females. The moment the child's blood sugar is well controlled, his nutrition is good, he sleeps well, he is given a lot of inputs, his performance in the school improves. Today, you know one thing, the parents can do anything to improve the performance of a child because the whole competitive life is ahead. All the priority, you know, 3/4 of the young couple's income goes in educating their children and giving them good marks. The good marks can be achieved if the person's diabetes is well controlled. Not too much control, not too many fluctuations, not too many variations glycemic, but a stable state of a HbA1c which improve his scholastic performance, which is very important. Next slide, please. I'm in a meeting. I'll call you back. Okay. Now, cognitive functions are negatively affected by type 2 diabetes. Memory, short-term and long-term, is delayed. Psychomotor speed and comprehension is reduced. Complex motor functions are not possible. Simple thing that people cannot tie is a tying shoelaces and tying knot. Tie ka. Bhul gaye. Fluency in speech and attention. Now, this is something, fluency of speech is by repeating your ability to speak. All doctors who give good speak are good speakers. The fluency is not affected. Politicians, their capital is speech. The main investment of a politician is a good speech, ability to talk. That can be achieved by good glycemic control. Next slide. HbA1c more than 7%, fourfold increase in developing cognitive impairment. You understand direct relationship of cognitive dysfunction. Next slide. IGT also without diabetes is also a risk factor for cognitive dysfunction, impaired glucose tolerance. Next slide. And this is in sum total what I am trying to tell you. Insulin resistance, hyperglycemia, microvascular disease, absence of APO4 allele, hyperglycemia, absence of C-peptide, all result into cognitive dysfunctions. Next slide, please. So modalities for reassessment of cognitive dysfunction. Dr. Bolaskar does not need modality. one-to-one contact. ये कितने पानी में है, इसका अक्कल कितना है, इसका क्या होने वाला है, ये I can predict in exactly 20 minutes interview. Those skills I have developed. सामने के आदमी के मन में क्या है, ये मैं पहचान सकता हूँ. Because of my commitment and association with these people. And therefore, role of insulin resistance. Initially, we thought that brain is independent of insulin action. However, the PET scan shows significant increase in brain glucose metabolism in setting of hyperinsulinemia in insulins, which may play a role in Alzheimer's disease. So we all come from dementia, distress, denial, to various cognitive dysfunction and land up with Alzheimer's disease. If you want to overcome Alzheimer's disease, you have to drink milk, you have to do exercise, you have to sleep 8 hours, you have to see that unwanted information is not going into your brain, so stop seeing TV, stop seeing serials which are stupid, do intelligent things, try to learn your religious books by heart. I'm not saying only Gita or anything. Whatever, you're reading Quran, you're reading Bible, do it religiously. There is a lot of meaning in that. Develop your spiritual powers and there will be no Alzheimer's disease for you. Thank you very much for giving me an opportunity to express my feelings about cognitive dysfunctions in diabetes. Thank you.
It is indeed wonderful talk, and I am very lucky to have listened to you twice in a week. And yes, of course, I remember your tips talking about glycemic management in ICU patient as well as post-op patient. And again today, it was very wonderful to understand the psychology of the patient and how a doctor can influence in the management of diabetes or obesity or diabulimia. With that, I would like to call our third keynote speaker, Dr. A. Ramchandran, sir. Can I have Sir CV? Sir is a MD, PhD, DSc, FRCP, London and Edinburgh. Sir is a president of Indian Diabetic Research Foundation. He is a chairman of Dr. A. Ramchandran's Diabetes Hospital, Chennai, India. Internationally renowned for his work on epidemiology of diabetes. His project, the Indian Diabetic Prevention Program, has been acclaimed internationally. His pioneering work on use of mobile technology in primary prevention of diabetes is well known across the globe. And he, sir, has published more than 400 original articles in research papers. So we are very happy and very eager to listen to you, sir. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Sure. I just put my slides now and then see whether you can see my slides. You can see my slides now?
Not yet.
No, sir. Not yet. Okay, I share my slides. Share the screen now. Now?
Yes, sir. It is loading.
Can see it now?
Yeah.
You can see it now?
Yes.
Yes, we can see.
Can you see the slides?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good. Well, thank you for the invitation and especially your friend Bansi. Okay, I'm going to talk to you for the next 20 minutes on mostly on the secular trends in not only just diabetes, but cardiovascular factors in the Indian population based on the epidemiological work that we have done in the, especially in the southern part of India. And you know that we have seen the the prevalence of diabetes all over India in the ICMR study, but unfortunately, this study has shown a lot of heterogeneity and been done in about 8 to 9 years. So we want to concentrate on southern part of India, where we are actually been doing studies for the last 20 years. So we have consecutive surveys done in 3 parts of Tamil Nadu, which is a city like Chennai, a town, and also a village, to see what is the trend in the increase and the prevalence of not only just diabetes, but also cardiovascular risk factors in the population. So this is actually published in Diabetes Care a couple of years ago. It's called the STRIDE-IE study, secular trends in diabetes in India, change in the prevalence in the last 10 years, because we have done studies in 2006 and 2016. And as you can see in the specific particular slide, there has been an increase, significant increase in the prevalence of diabetes from 2006 to 2016 in the city, from 18.6 to almost 22%, in the town from 16.4 to almost 20%, and in the village from 9.2 to 13.4. And interestingly, there are 2 points here in the slide. We found that the increase was significant in the female population in the both in all the areas that we study, city, town, and the village, while in the male population, it was significant only in the village. So the explosion of diabetes occurring in the village in both the genders. And we also find that the towns are almost reaching the same prevalence rate as the cities. So we are going to see a big explosion of the epidemic of diabetes in this country. We find that actually the significance, if you look at the increase, is actually occurring mostly in the rural population compared to, this is the relative increase, percentage increase in the prevalence of diabetes in the last 10 years, showing there has been almost 45% increase in the villages, while it is only 16% in the Chennai city. So that is a big difference. Then we are looking at the factors. If you look at what are the factors which would have contributed, this is only just giving you the mean differences in body mass index, waist circumference, and diet between 2006 and 2016. And as you can see, most glaring difference is that the waist circumference in the city has increased from 83.7 to almost 88, in the town from 82 to almost 87, and in the village from 78 to 81. So people are actually putting on weight, especially increasing their central adiposity. There has been, of course, a 1 unit increase in the BMI. And of course, there has also been an increase in the total calorie consumption. Now we are going to look at which are the factors which actually contributed. When you do Poisson regression, of course, other than positive family history and age, most important modifiable risk factor was not just the body mass index, but it was the waist circumference. So in other words, even if you're in the last 10 years, the increase in the prevalence of diabetes was mostly contributed by increase in the waist circumference, which is actually a central adiposity. And then we also find in the villages, there is also an increase in the decrease in the physical activity, mostly because of the explosion of the televisions in the rural population. So now we look at what is the actual increase in the prevalence of diabetes, which is called the adjusted prevalence ratio. When you adjust for all the variables which are significant, like family history, obesity, diet, education, physical activity, you find there is a 39% increase, which is in the town, and 34% increase in the villages, which is unexplained. So there is a natural increase in the prevalence of diabetes, which cannot be explained just by the known risk factors of diabetes. We also find that the trend in pre-diabetes, in fact, the totals of prevalence of pre-diabetes, which includes IFG, IGT, and IGT and IFG together, has increased from 12.4 to 19% in the city, from 6.1 to 21% in the village 7. So this is important because these are undiagnosed people with impaired or intermediate hyperglycemia, which will increase the risk of cardiovascular risk factors as well as cardiovascular events, because we know that pre-diabetes also have increased cardiovascular risk. Now, I'm sure that now the most important interest that we have is, well, we know that diabetes is increasing and exploding. What is happening to the cardiovascular risk factors in the population? We were lucky that we were during the same survey, we also looked at hypertension and of course dysglycemia, which includes impaired glucose tolerance as well as diabetes, and then dyslipidemia because we looked at their fasting lipid levels and looked at obesity levels. So these are the 4 risk factors. So, and this is again published a couple of years ago in Diabetes and Research and Clinical Practice called the STRIDE study cardiovascular. So what you find here is that, as I already explained, the BMI, waist circumference, as well as general adiposity, as well as all gone up in all the population. So exactly what was happening was that this is the percentage change, age-adjusted prevalence of hypertension, which has gone up in the urban population from 21 to 26%, dysglycemia from 31 to 41%, and dyslipidemia from 47 to 54%. A pretty, considerable increase in the prevalence of these risk factors. So this is explaining why they have an increased cardiovascular event rate in the Indian population. Even in the rural population, hypertension did not show an increase but dysglycemia increased from 17% to 28%, and dyslipidemia increased from 29% to 42%. So this is showing you the Poisson regression that increase in the different population. In the urban population, as you can see, there was a 42% increase in hypertension, 46% increase in dysglycemia, and 15% increase in dysglycemia. While in the rural population, as you can see, there was almost 72% increase in diabetes plus intermediate hyperglycemia, which is a very, very drastic increase. And there was about 40% increase in dyslipidemia or lipids. We now looked at what is called the Poisson regression to analyze what is the adjusted and unadjusted prevalence of increase. As you can see, hypertension, the increase is 42%. And when you do modeling, then it comes to 23%. And further adjustment, it comes to almost 18%. And this adjustment is done according to what is shown in Model 1 is the adjustment done for age and gender. Model 2 is adjusted for other variables, including body mass index. So it comes to 1 point. So now there's an 18% increase in hypertension, which is unexplained. As far as dysglycemia is concerned, there was a 46% unadjusted prevalence, which came to 26% when you do them in the Model 2. In dyslipidemia, again, it came to about 8% from 15%. So therefore, you have explained an unexplained increase in the prevalence of cardiovascular risk factors. Now comes the rural population, which is much more interesting. As you can see that dysglycemia increased almost by 52% in the rural population, which is unexplained. And dyslipidemia increased by 26%. So all these are explanations to tell you that there is a very heavy burden, not only of just diabetes, but cardiovascular risk factors in our population. Now, what is happening to the trends in the clinics that you see? I gave you the population data. Now, what about the clinics? So what we did was we have computerized data in our large clinic where patients are seen by about 10 or 12 diabetologists. And so we looked at what is happening in 2009 and 2018, a period of a decade, in the change in the profile, clinical profile. And as you can see that what is shown here is that we had almost 10,000 patients in 2009, 11,012, and 2015, and 2018. And what you can see here is that less than 30 years of age actually increased from 0.8 to 1.4%. And 30 to 49 years increased from 21% to 27%. In other words, it looks as if there is an increase ratio of young people having diabetes in our clinics. So that's very important. Next comes the BMI. If you look at lower down, more than 30 became 22 to 25 because we see more obesity also occurring. So what is shown in the population in the epidemiological study is being mirrored in the clinics of the Indian doctors. So what you can see is that more and more younger people are getting diabetes, and you also see more and more obese people coming into the clinic. So both obesity is increasing and younger people are developing diabetes. We also looked at whether we are actually changing our therapy in the last 10 years. And what is happening is that probably it is happening. Triple or more therapy, that is the number of drugs that we use, is increased. If the percentage of people using 3 drugs or more for treatment of diabetes has increased from 57% in 2009 to 73% in 2008. So that is an important eye opener. We are using more drugs to treat diabetes. If you look at the type of drugs prescribed for type 2 diabetes, there has been an decrease in the only OAD group, and there has been an increase in the use of insulin, which is probably good or bad, from 21% to 31%. In fact, we may have more and more people with longer duration of diabetes requiring insulin or in the clinics. So the use of insulin has increased almost 10%, which is actually almost 100% increase in the use of insulin, from 21% to 31%. Change in the glycemic. One good news in the clinic that we have in our own center, where about 12 doctors are saying that about 9% HbA1c came down from 35% to 29%, which is actually a welcome change and showing that we are actually improving the control. And less than 7 increased from 21% to 22%. Well, regarding hypertension, the types of drugs used in hypertension, we have been using more ARBs from 24% to almost 31%, and we are also using more calcium channel blockers. It may be interesting to see that the use of statin and its effects on total cholesterol, especially LDL cholesterol, from 2009 to 2018. As you can see in the top, the use of statin has increased from 36.5% to 55%, which is actually pretty welcome change. The mean cholesterol level also came down from 178 to 154. And more importantly, the LDL cholesterol significantly came down from 105 to 82.5. So probably I can claim that the use of statins as well as the changes in cholesterol levels are probably showing a good change in our center. Next, before I finish, I want to tell you that, are you diagnosing diabetes early in the Indian population? I had a question in my mind whether there is a delay in the diagnosis of diabetes in our clinics. So what we did was we selected 12 centers from southern states. All the subjects who were getting diagnosed, newly diagnosed diabetic patients, were actually screened, and the diagnosis, of course, WHO. So in the clinics, in the visit to the doctor, we are capturing patients who are coming to the clinics. At the same time, they have undiagnosed diabetes in the population. So how are we capturing that? So we compared the data from the undiagnosed diabetes in the population with the newly diagnosed diabetics in the clinics. And that will give us whether there's a delay in the patients coming to the doctors for diagnosis of diabetes. Now, what is shown here is the HbA1c and also the age and the BMI of the patients, and that there's no big difference. But more importantly is the blood glucose and HbA1c. What you can see here is that the HbA1c of clinically diagnosed patients was 9.1%, while the HbA1c of the undiagnosed population in the population around you is about 8 point. So there's a delay. They are not coming to you early when they get diabetes. Now, more than 68% of patients who are getting diagnosed have more than 8%. And 45% of patients who are getting diagnosed in the clinics have an HbA1c of more than 9, while in the population, only 26% of patients have an HbA1c of more than 9, which is actually an eye-opener to us. In other words, either we are diagnosing them very late or the patients are coming to the clinics much late. And therefore, we may probably be requiring more than 2 or 3 drugs, very much unlike the American or the European populations. So there's a delay in the diagnosis of diabetes in our clinics because the HbA1c is 9.1 at diagnosis compared to 8.3 with the HbA1c of the undiagnosed diabetes population in the. So conclusions, a clinical diagnosis of diabetes is very much delayed in India, almost 68% of HbA1c is more than 8, 45% of patients had HbA1c more than 9% compared to only 22% in the United States. So therefore, initial treatment itself would need more than a single agent. The late diagnosis has many implications, high possibility of having diabetic complications even at diagnosis, which all of us know, and high risk of increases when they contract infections such as COVID-19. So the take-home message from my talk is that there's a high prevalence of diabetes and cardiovascular risk in our populations, and it looks as if the tsunami is still on. People with diabetes carry higher risk, and early treatment and our hypoglycemia probably is rewarding. The profile of diabetes in the population is changing, needing more aggressive therapy of multiple comorbidities. And as I showed you earlier, the diagnosis of diabetes is usually delayed with high HbA1c. Thank you.
It was a pleasure to listen to you, sir, and it is a very insightful talk and very, very vast data supporting your presentation. I think we have no question in chat box.
Yeah.
Dr. Sandeep, sir, if you
Yeah.
want to add something.
No, I think we don't have any questions in the chat box, and we are really blessed to have you, sir, today. And we started our career from Indian prevention study from your center, and that was the time when we were learning about epidemiology of diabetes. And Bhaskar sir is there always. We chase his lectures, how we used to stand in the queues to attend his lectures and your lecture also. And really, it's a blessing for all of us. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. I need to go. I enjoyed Anil's talk. Yeah, I am in the clinic.
Thank you very
now.
much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Bye.
Thank you.
Ramchandra, thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. So with that, I will declare this keynote lecture session closed, and I would invite my friend Dr. Akash Prajapati to take care of the next session. Over to you, Dr. Akash.
Thank you, Professor. Good afternoon, all. Now we are move our next session, and our session is a clinical insight. And for this, I would like to invite our two speaker, Dr. Swapnil Bhavsar and Dr. Krishna Prasanthi. Dr. Swapnil Bhavsar, it is practicing as a diabetologist in Surat. He is also the owner of and the chief diabetologist at the Dr. Bhavsar Diabetes Center located in Vesu and Kamrej area in the Surat. And Dr. Krishna ma'am, it is a senior consultant physician, Hasita Hospital based diabetic care center in Tirupati. Over to you, Dr. Swapnil Bhavsar.
Thank you, Dr. for the kind introduction. I would request Dr. Prasanthi ma'am for the introduction of our first speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Swapnil. First of all, I extend my heartfelt thanks to the organizing committee of the Day-1 for giving this opportunity, particularly to our beloved mentor, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir. It's really a great honor to chair this session of the clinical insights. And now I am pleased to introduce the first speaker for today's session, Dr. Sambit Das. So, Dr. Sambit Das. So, he did his MD General Medicine and DM Endo from PGMR Chandigarh, and he is now the Professor of Endocrinology, High Tech Medical College, Bhubaneswar. He is Senior Consultant Endocrinologist in Apollo Sugar Clinics And he has many publications in international and national journals, abstracts, and book chapters to his credit. He is the principal investigator for many phase 3 clinical trials. He is also the national executive member of Endocrine Society of India. To his credit, he has the member editorial board of reputed international journals, and he had the experience of working as secretary of Endocrine Society of Odisha and other prestigious organizations. And he has a feather in the cap of Inspiring Endocrinologist Award and Times Health Icon Award. So really, he is going to speak on a very important topic of adipose tissue and endocrine organ. Now, everybody is turning around this topic of lipidology. Now, over to Dr. Sambit.
Thank you, madam, for that kind introduction. Let me first share my slide. Hope my slides are visible and I am audible.
Yeah, slides are visible, sir.
Yeah. So a very good afternoon, everyone.
But full screen, full screen.
Yeah, I've made it full screen. So is it not in full screen?
No, sir. No.
Okay. So let me stop share and then share again. Now is it full screen?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, yeah. So a very good afternoon, everyone. And at the outset, I must thank Bansi Sabu sir for giving this opportunity in this wonderful meeting, and my sincere thanks to the chairperson for the kind introduction. So I'll be speaking on a topic that is adipose tissue as an endocrine organ. It's more of a theoretical thing, but a very important, relevant thing. And all of us must know about this thing. So first, I will tell why it is an endocrine organ and what is exactly an endocrine organ. And then I will discuss why adipose tissue is an important endocrine organ. So if we see the definition of an endocrine organ, it is defined as an organ which synthesizes hormones that are secreted directly into the blood. There is no ducts for release of these hormones. They directly release into the blood and travel and exert action at distant tissues and organs. So that is the exact definition of an endocrine organ. So if we see the adipose tissue per se, adipose tissue, now we know that adipose tissue is not a very inert structure in our body. It is metabolically very, very active. It is not only the fat we see from outside, but it's a very highly metabolic tissue in our body, and it produces and secretes a wide range of mediators that we call it as adipokines, and some are hormones in that acts on distant targets. They have autocrine and paracrine effect, but the most important is that the hormones or the adipokines released from them are directly poured into the blood, and they act on the distant sites like liver, skeletal muscle, pancreas, brain, and the cardiovascular system. And that's why we can call it adipose tissue as an endocrine organ. And if we see the vastness of the endocrine organ in comparison to other endocrine system in our body, it is the largest true endocrine organ of our body. So this is a very simplistic diagram of an adipocyte, which is an adipose cell. It secretes various things apart from just storage of fat. So initially, maybe around 30 years or 20 years back, we were knowing that adipose site only stores fat. There are fat droplets in them. But now we know that it secretes various other things. For example, hormones like leptin, adiponectin, resistin. There are some cytokines like TNF-alpha, interleukin 6. Substrates from the breakdown of the fat. We have fatty acid and glycerol. We have some enzymes that converts testosterone to estradiol like aromatase and 11-beta HSD1 that converts the cortisol to cortisol. And then there are some other inflammatory markers like PI1, angiotensinogen, retinol binding protein, factor D, and adipsin. All are secreted from the adipocyte, to name a few. There is a vast number of things that has been secreted by adipocytes. So I'll be discussing two important things now. What is their action and what are the types of adipose tissue? Adipose tissue action, if we tell grossly, it has got three important functions. One is the body weight homeostasis and the energy homeostasis of the body. So it's the weight and energy homeostasis of the body is highly regulated by this adipose tissue and the secretion coming from the adipose tissue. The second is the endocrine function, and I'll discuss some of the endocrine hormones which are released from adipose tissue, mostly leptin, adiponectin, interleukin, TNF and all. I won't go into details of that, otherwise you will be bored to death. So I'll just touch upon the important hormones or important adipose cytokines which are released from the adipose tissue. Adipose tissue, beside this energy homeostasis and endocrine function, they have a very important role in immunoregulation and inflammation. And probably we have known more in the last pandemic or in the current pandemic, that's the COVID, that obesity and inflammation is highly interrelated. So these three important actions are not independent of each other. They are actually very much integrated and dependent on each other. So by various cytokines and adipokines. And the major function of these three depends on where the adipose tissue is located, what are the types and where they are distributed. Coming to a very basic thing, what are the different types of adipose sites which we find in our health and body? So basically there are important two adipose sites. One is the brown and one is the white. Brown, as we all know, it's rarely found in adult humans, mostly found in neonates or in infants. It's mostly destined to do thermogenesis. That's a non-shivering thermogenesis by the expression of uncoupling protein in the mitochondria. They basically, if you see the diagram on the right side, the lower panel, the brown fat are relatively smaller in size, but they have more number of mitochondria in them, and there are multiple fat droplets in them. And they're mostly, the mitochondria has got an expression of uncoupling protein that diverts the ATP towards heat generation. So they actually produce heat. And the second one is white adipose tissue. Whatever we see in our body, both outside and inside, it is the white adipose tissue. White adipose tissue usually provides the mechanical protection and the insulation. They protect the various viscera, various organs. They provide a mechanical protection to our body. Apart from that, it has got endocrine function that I have already enumerated, that it secretes a lot of adipokines and hormones. And there are some physiological function related to fat metabolism, glucose metabolism, and also protein metabolism. Now, there is nothing white and black in that. There is no clear-cut thing like this one is white, this one is brown. In fact, it has been found that in adult human being, in the white adipose tissue, there are pockets of cells where the brown adipocytes are found, or something like brown adipocytes are found, and the terminology of beige adipose tissue has come into force. And the recent literature has a vast description about this beige adipose tissue, because we know that brown adipose tissue is usually not present in adults, but we can rely on the beige adipose tissue, and there are many researches which are going on how to activate this beige adipocytes in producing thermogenesis so that it can help in body weight reduction. So as I have told, there is no white and black in that. It's not like white adipose tissue is always white adipose tissue, brown adipose tissue is always brown adipose tissue. In fact, there are pockets of brown adipose tissue in white, so we call it as beige, and they are all dependent on a dynamic equilibrium. That is, sometimes the pockets of brown adipose tissue gets more prominent, and we call it as more of beige adipose tissue. If it is less, we call it as more of a whitened beige or more of a hypertrophic white adipose tissue. In fact, inactivity, obesity, calorie excess can actually divert this adipose tissue towards a worse white adipose tissue and whitened brown adipose tissue. And if we are stimulating with exercise, if there is a cold exposure, the body temperature is going down, then probably some of this brown or the beige adipose tissue is predominant. So, and they will secrete a better adipose cytokine. So when there is a over calorie excess, we'll have increase in the leptin, increase in the inflammatory markers, and lowering of the adiponectin and anti-inflammatory markers. Whereas in calorie restriction in cold temperature, probably our leptin will go down and adiponectin and the better markers will be elevated. So they are in constant transition among themselves. So the second part is, these were the types of adiposity. Now the adipocytes differ according to their distribution also. For example, there are two important sites of distribution. One is the visceral adipocytes, one is the subcutaneous adipocytes. Visceral adipose tissue have got high concentration of inflammatory markers like interleukin 6 and plasminogen activator inhibitor, whereas the subcutaneous fat have got higher concentration of more of this hormonal thing like leptin and adiponectin are mostly secreted from the subcutaneous fat. So out of these two fat, visceral fat is actually more metabolically active or metabolically derogatory actually, so compared to the subcutaneous fat. These are the things which are secreted by the white adipose tissue. There are n number of things are secreted. This is the whole list of the adipocytokines which are secreted. Noted among them is adiponectin, leptin, resistin, bisfatine, IL-6 and TNF-alpha. This is a long list of all the things that has been secreted by this white adipose tissue. As I have told, I am not going into details of this because they are very basic basic sciences and they have more of molecular importance rather than the clinical significance. But nevertheless, I'll be touching upon the leptin, adiponectin, and to some extent the IL-6 and the TNF-alpha. So endocrine effects of adipocyte secreted factors. Basically, we have discussed about white adipose tissue and the beige and the brown adipose tissue. White adipose tissue, the major secretory action is on the brain, on the pancreas, on the cardiovascular system, liver, and the musculature. In the brain, they are mostly regulate the appetite, which I'll be discussing very shortly, temperature regulation and glucose homeostasis. In the pancreas, they have got beta cell survival and insulin secretion action. In the heart, there is inflammation, vascular remodeling, and vascular tone. In the liver and the muscle, they have more of glucose metabolism action, lipid metabolism, and the insulin signaling pathway. Beige and the brown adipose tissue are mostly thermogenic, but nevertheless, they secrete various cytokines also and or adipokines, and they have more favorable action on the liver and muscle, insulin resistance, insulin signaling, and the lipid metabolism in comparison to the white adipose tissue adipokines. So coming to the most important adipokine or the most important adipose secreted hormone is leptin. Leptin is relatively new molecule because it was discovered in 1995, the leptin. 1994, the obese gene or the leptin receptor gene has been diagnosed, followed by in 1995, it's the leptin gene. And in 1995, immediately after the discovery of leptin, they thought that probably by giving leptin, we can reverse obesity. So for that, there was a rapid development of recombinant leptin, but unfortunately that did not succeed. And obesity was not as simple as only leptin deficiency because there are more chances of leptin resistance to that. So the recombinant leptin theory actually failed quite badly, unless and otherwise there was some lipodystrophic diabetes or there were some congenital or leptin deficiency. Otherwise, recombinant leptin is of lesser use or no use in our clinical practice. Leptin is secreted from adipocytes, we know, and it is preferentially secreted according to the food or in the hypertrophy or in the obesity status. So there are two types of adiposity. So when it is in the fed state, the adipocyte is larger and they may secrete more amount of leptin. If it is in the faster state, the leptin level is low. Leptin is circulated in the blood. They have peripheral targets in the beta cell, immunocells, and others, which I have just discussed. But most important now, it is recognized that probably it is crossing the blood-brain barrier, and it has got 4 or 5 important action in the hypothalamus. And most important them is satiety or the hunger center regulation, followed by glucose and lipid metabolism, sympathetic nervous system activation, and other neuroendocrine function. But most important is the appetite regulation. These are the pathway of appetite regulation, like leptin acts on the leptin receptor. It activates the pro-melanocortin to be converted to alpha MSH by processing enzyme or the PC1 processing enzyme. Then this alpha MSH acts on the melanocortin 4 receptor signal and reduces the appetite. Whereas other hormone like agouti related peptide, in fact, blocks this MC4 receptor signaling and increases the appetite. If you can see the green arrows in all this position, there are defined mutation at each point, and that can lead to obesity. For example, there are almost 7 or 8 monogenic forms of obesity have been found out. One of them is related to leptin mutation or leptin absence. Another is the leptin receptor mutation. The others are POMC, MC4R, and other mutation that can lead to morbid obesity. So in leptin deficient mice, probably, or leptin deficient person with morbid obesity, probably recombinant leptin will be of help. Otherwise, it has got no action per se. Beside the appetite regulation, leptin has got another very important and a very significant action on the gonadal system. The hypothalamic pituitary gonadal axis has been affected. It has been shown that normal adipose tissue secretes normal leptin, level of leptin. Leptin acts on the hypothalamic kiss peptin neuron that secretes the GnRH or gonadotropin releasing hormone is raised, that can enhance the LHFSH, and finally to increase in the testosterone. But in hypertrophic or in adipose tissue which is malformed or that is larger or hypertrophic because of obesity, they have more of insulin resistance, they have more of leptin resistance, and this leptin resistance can downregulate the hypothalamic kiss peptin axis, and there is reduction of the GnRH and reduction of the testosterone. And one of the mechanism, this mechanism has been postulated to be the mechanism for late onset hypogonadism, or the so-called andropause, which we know because of obesity and diabetes, we have low testosterone level. So probably this is the mechanism which leptin is playing in that condition. Leptin is now approved only for genetic leptin deficiency and leptin deficiency secondary to rare forms of lipohydropic diabetes. Unfortunately, we see these syndromes very, very rarely and hardly ever. So the use of recombinant leptin has never picked up as it was thought of. Few last slides on other markers which are secreted, like adiponectin. It has a strong negative correlation between plasma adiponectin and human fat and mass. Adiponectin is basically a good adipocytokine. It stimulates fatty acid oxidation, glucose uptake in the skeletal muscle, and reduces the insulin resistance. Suppression of hepatic glucose output through the activation of the AMP kinase can happen. It has got almost like 2 types of receptors. Skeletal muscle contain both, but liver primarily expresses the ADIPO-R2. Central and peripheral action of leptin and adiponectin are actually reciprocal in action. If you see, the adipose tissue secretes adiponectin, which has got better cardiovascular function, improve insulin sensitivity, and improves beta cell function. In contrast to leptin, bisfatine, and DP4 can actually adversely affect these 3 systems. So they act reciprocally in not only in the periphery but also in the central nervous system. TNF alpha is exactly not secreted from adipocyte. It is secreted from macrophages. TNF alpha can impair insulin signaling in hepatocytes and adipose tissue. Chronic treatment with TNF alpha decreases insulin stimulated glucose uptake in rat skeletal muscles. And this is how insulin resistance develops. So in contrast to lean adipose tissue, the obese adipose tissue has more amount of inflammation, inflammatory macrophages. They can secrete more amount of inflammatory markers and can induce insulin resistance in both the liver and the muscle level. So it's not only with the obesity, the adipocyte size increases, it is infiltrated with more of inflammatory macrophages, and that leads to more of TNF alpha and interleukin 6 and insulin resistance. Interleukin 6 is again an inflammatory marker secreted from adipose tissue. Concentration are higher in visceral adiposity. Elevated levels are associated with increased risk of cardiovascular outcome, and it inhibits the insulin signaling pathway. Angiotensin is another molecule which is secreted directly from the adipose tissue, and we know angiotensin 2 has got recognized effect on cardiovascular function and also in hypertension. Plasminogen activator inhibitor, mostly secreted by visceral adipose tissue. Plasma PI1 level increases in proportion to visceral adiposity, and there is a link between PI1 and insulin resistance, central obesity, and cardiovascular diseases. The last molecule which I'll discuss is registin. its structure of resistin is strikingly similar to that of adiponectin. And recently, there are a lot of talks about resistin because there was an anti-resistin antibody which has been developed that is shown to reduce blood glucose and improve the insulin action in mice or diet-induced obesity. But again, it's in the basic research stage, implicated in the pathogenesis of diabetic complication and diabetes. So I won't be discussing other adipocytokines as it would be too vast and not clinically oriented. So coming to the end of my talk, the key points which I can give it to you is that adipose tissue is not an inert organ. It's an important and a vast, large endocrine organ. It secretes many hormones with effects on the brain, pancreatic beta cells, liver, skeletal muscle, and also on the cardiovascular system. The major function of adipocytes are three, that is energy homeostasis, insulin resistance, and modulation of inflammation. In obesity, hypertrophic adipocyte accelerate a chronic pro-inflammatory profile with altered secretion of adipokines, thereby exacerbating the cardiometabolic diseases. Preclinical and clinical studies show that activating or inhibiting this signaling or specific adipokines could be beneficial, but none has been actually practiced or tried in human beings in large trials. So the future is bright, but till now, nothing has transferred into a big clinical practice. So with that, I'll end. Thank you for the patient hearing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your wonderful, very lucid lecture, and you are giving an important carry-home message of the importance of the adiponectins and the energy homeostasis, because now we are in the pandemic of obesity, more so in the post-COVID, and everybody is thinking about how they have to take care of the weight loss. Thank you very much. Now over to Dr. Swapnil.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So our next speaker is Dr. D.C. Sharma. He is going to talk. Yeah, he has done the MD in internal medicine from R&T Medical College, Udaipur. He has done DM in endocrinology from AIIMS, New Delhi in 1994. He has published 32 papers in various national and international journals. He is the recipient of Young Scientist Award by API during 1992. He is also the recipient of Dr. Naresh Gu Oresa by RSFDI in 2020. He has got the Lifetime Achievement Award by Diabetes Welfare Society, Jaipur in 2018. He has received Lifetime Achievement Award by Knowledge Forum in 2019. Currently, he is working as a senior consultant and director at the Institute of Endocrinology and Diabetes in Srajan Hospital, Udaipur, Rajasthan, and professor of medicine in Ananta Institute of Medical Science, Udaipur. He has organized several national and state conferences also. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Can I please allow me to share my slides?
Yes, sir, please.
Can you see my slides?
No, sir.
Hello?
Not yet.
Can you see my slides now?
Yes, sir. But it's not full screen
Yeah,
yet,
I'm
sir.
making full screen. Yeah.
Sure.
Can you see the slides now full screen?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Please.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, my sincere thanks to Dr. Banshi Bhai for inviting me to this prestigious conference. Dear chairpersons and friends, I would be talking about a clinical topic, non-diabetic nephropathy in diabetic patients, when to suspect. Okay, so dear friends, it is a well-known fact that diabetic nephropathy, a leading microvascular complication of diabetes, is a devastating complication of diabetes leading to a lot of morbidity and one of the important cause of end-stage renal disease worldwide. In fact, diabetic nephropathy is a chronic condition developing over many years, and it is characterized by typical clinical course, the biochemical abnormality and histological abnormality. Say there is a gradually increasing urinary albumin excretion accompanied by the rising blood pressure, there is a decline in GFR, and While you make a diagnosis of diabetic nephropathy, obviously you have to rule out other non-diabetic renal diseases like urinary tract infection and so many other conditions which can develop in a diabetic patient. And commonly, diabetic nephropathy is associated with development of other microvascular complications, especially diabetic retinopathy, which is well documentable, well clinically characterized. So before I talk about non-diabetic nephropathy, I'll give you an overview of some of the clinical points which will help us in differentiating diabetic nephropathy from non-diabetic nephropathy. So non-diabetic kidney disease is basically a kidney disease developing in a diabetic patient independently from the diabetes related to diabetic factors. It's a common disease in type 2 diabetic patient. And why we want to differentiate, why we want to diagnose non-diabetic renal disease in a diabetic patient is because this has got a significant impact on prognosis and treatment, which is totally different from diabetic nephropathy. In fact, non-diabetic renal diseases, when picked up early in the course, they have a better prognosis and they are treatable in contrast to diabetic kidney disease. So why we want to make a diagnosis? Here you can see in this particular study, there were 3 groups characterized in diabetic patient. One was non-diabetic renal disease in diabetic patient, other was diabetic nephropathy, and third group was non-diabetic renal disease developed over a background of diabetic nephropathy in diabetic patients. And you can very well see the cumulative renal survival over a period of 1 year, 2 year, or 3 year was much better in non-diabetic renal disease as compared to diabetic nephropathy or patient developing non-diabetic renal disease in diabetic nephropathy over a background of diabetic nephropathy. So we really want to make a early diagnosis to pick up non-diabetic renal disease, which may a number of them may be treatable and you improve the outcome. So the causes of end-stage renal disease in diabetic patients, as I mentioned, good number of patients have diabetic nephropathy as a cause of end-stage renal disease in type 2 patients, while good number of them may have non-diabetic renal disease, which include primary renal diseases, ischemic nephropathy, renal artery stenosis, some embolism, benign nephrosclerosis, or some other renal injuries. So broadly, the diseases can be various types of glomerulonephritis, say RPGN, chronic interstitial nephritis, acute interstitial nephritis, diffuse proliferative glomerulonephritis, focal segmental nephritis, IgA nephropathy, membranous nephropathy, and likewise. So there are a number of conditions which can develop in a diabetic patient and have a different prognosis. The literature from worldwide shows that almost 30 to 40% diabetic patient can have non-diabetic kidney disease. And here I'm sharing some of the Indian studies which are based on the biopsy-proven causes of CKD, which are non-diabetic kidney disease in diabetic patient. And this says that some 25 to 60% patients of type 2 patients can have kidney disease not related to diabetic kidney disease. And some for 40 to 60% patients have diabetic kidney disease, and some 1/3 patient can have non-kidney diabetic disease superimposed on a background of diabetic kidney disease. So the prevalence of NDKD or non-diabetic kidney disease in a diabetic patient is very high. So before I discuss what are the pointers, what are the clinical markers, or what can be the clinical clues to suspect a non-diabetic kidney disease in a diabetic patient, let's understand and I would highlight some of the important points of diabetic nephropathy, which will help us in differentiating non-diabetic kidney disease. If you review or you watch the natural history of diabetic nephropathy, diabetic nephropathy passes through various stages, which evolves over a period of years. Stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, stage 5. And at each stage, there are biochemical abnormalities, there are clinical abnormalities, there are histopathological abnormalities. Say, for example, in the early stage, stage 1, which is hyperfunctioning or hypertrophic kidney, which can be well documented in type 1, but not in type 2, characterized by glomerular hyperfiltration. And at this stage, blood pressure may be normal and there is no albumin excretion. In stage 2, there is histopathological changes takes place. microalbuminuria sets in, and some patients can develop hypertension. While in stage 3 and 4, there is a clear increasing albumination, hypertension sets in, and the histopathological changes worsens. There are typical changes. I'll not go in details. And end stage renal disease is characterized by hypertension, marked. There may be albuminuria, or albuminuria may vanish by this stage, and patient can have frank, clinical features of uremia. Some of the patients may not develop albuminuria. They directly, reach the stage of sclerosis and uremia. But this is the typical, stages, and we see in our clinical practice. So the progression is important to differentiate it from non-diabetic kidney disease. And as I mentioned, it takes years, and the maximum number of cases were seen to progress over a period of 10 to 20 years. So there is a progressive decline in the renal function, rising hypertension and other features, which evolves over a period of 10 to 20 years. Why so? Why it is important? Because any kidney disease which evolves rapidly, one should suspect that it may not be diabetic nephropathy. Similarly, there are typical pathological changes which develop in glomeruli of patient of long-standing diabetes before there is appearance of microalbuminuria. In fact, the severity of glomerular damage is proportional to GFR. So more the histological changes, there is a decline in the GFR, and this is proportional to degree of hyperglycemia, duration of hyperglycemia, and other risk factors. The main pathological changes in diabetic nephropathy are well known to us. The changes in GBM, glomerular basement membrane thickening, the typical KW lesions, diffuse glomerular sclerosis, interstitial fibrosis, and ultimately hyalinized kidney. So, dear friends, let us understand which are the clinical indicators which would suggest non-diabetic kidney disease in a diabetic patient. There are some well-established indicators. Let's say, for example, absence of diabetic retinopathy. And I'll come to this point again. But if there are no changes, no other microvascular complication, especially if retina is normal, one should look again at the cause of renal disease in a diabetic patient. If the duration of diabetes is short and still patient has progressive kidney disease, one should revise the diagnosis. If there are microscopic, findings like hematuria, pyuria, cast, broadcast or WBC cast, then again one should think that it is not diabetic nephropathy. Then the nephropathy, there is a marked proteinuria, either rapidly developing nephrotic syndrome or the nephrotic range albuminuria, and likewise. If the HbA1c has been normal, patient blood glucose, blood pressure has been normal, still patient develops kidney disease, one should look at the other causes other than diabetic nephropathy. There are other potential indicators. Say, if there is no family history of diabetes, if the serum protein levels are high protein, high albumin, maybe you are dealing with some other type of nephropathy, immunoglobulin mediated nephropathy. Higher hemoglobin, higher serum creatinine, lower blood pressure. I mean, the blood pressure is not concomitant with the progression of the diabetic nephropathy. Abnormal complement level, abnormal IgG, and normal cystatin C level. They suggest that one should revise and one should look at the cause of diabetic, renal disease other than diabetic nephropathy. There is a very interesting association of diabetic nephropathy and retinopathy. Retinopathy has easily recognizable clinical manifestations and almost always precedes the clinically manifest signs of nephropathy in a given patient. There is a strong association between severe retinopathy and presence of KW lesions. So according to the guidelines, etiology of kidney disease in most patients with diabetes type 1 should be ascribed to diabetes if there is a pathological proteinuria and retinopathy. Simplifying this statement, in a type 1 patient, if there is a proteinuria and retinopathy, one should presume and one should take it for granted that you are dealing with diabetic nephropathy. Other way around, if there is no retinopathy, no proteinuria, still there is a kidney disease, one should revise that you may be dealing with non-diabetic kidney disease. So the association of retinopathy with nephropathy is very strong in type 1 patients, while this is not so in type 2. In fact, 50% of patients, 50% of type 2 diabetic patients can have diabetic nephropathy without frank diabetic retinopathy. And 40% of patients with diabetic retinopathy had non-diabetic nephropathy either alone or on a background of diabetic nephropathy. So the association of retinopathy and nephropathy in type 2 is weaker. But still, if you don't find retinal changes, one should revise the diagnosis. And one should have a second look at the diagnosis of the cause of renal disease. Duration of diabetes is important, I mentioned earlier, because longer the duration of diabetes, more are the chances of individual developing diabetic nephropathy. So, in fact, based on the literature, the reports even provide a relatively specific time period. And as per the hints or the recommendation, a duration of diabetes less than 5 years until from the time of diagnosis of diabetes, developing kidney disease, one should think of non-diabetic kidney disease. So shorter duration of diabetes, still you have kidney disease, one should think of non-diabetic kidney disease. Again, a duration of more than 10 years is an important indicator of diabetic kidney disease. So longer the duration, one should think in terms of diabetic kidney disease. There are several studies which have individually studied the duration, the glycemic levels, the macroscopic hematuria and other findings with the diabetic kidney disease and non-diabetic kidney disease. To summarize this particular study, which is the Indian study, which highlighted the role of duration of diabetes and absence of retinopathy in type 2 patients. The conclusion is shorter duration of diabetes and absence of retinopathy, especially when associated with nephrotic proteinuria, strongly predict non-diabetic renal disease. Other, Korean study, where correlation of hematuria was studied, and they say that shorter duration of diabetes, absence of retinopathy, and presence of glomerular hematuria were indicators of non-diabetic kidney disease. This is a Chinese study, again, absence of diabetic retinopathy, shorter duration diabetes, lower HbA1c were identified as useful clinical predictors of non-diabetic renal disease, and one should think of non-diabetic renal disease. There are no specific biochemical markers of diabetic nephropathy which would differentiate, though there are theoretically TGF-beta, vascular endothelial growth factor, and other factors which are commonly found to be raised in diabetic nephropathy. But albuminuria remains the only biochemical marker acceptable for diagnostic purposes. So once you suspect non-diabetic renal disease, we should go and perform the renal biopsy to establish the diagnosis. So the clinical markers would be nephrotic range proteinuria or nephrotic syndrome without retinopathy, kidney function alteration without retinopathy, nephrotic syndrome with shorter duration, nephrotic syndrome discordant with normal creatinine clearance, acute renal injury which is unexplained with diabetes, unexplained hematuria and other microscopic features, and rapid deterioration of renal function. When you have these, you should go for biopsy. So studies identified that renal biopsy is recommended for patients with type 2 for accurate diagnosis under these circumstances when you have well-established indicators and potential indicators. Before I summarize, and I would say that there are other renal diseases which are more common in diabetic patients. Say renal artery stenosis is twice as common in diabetic patients as compared to regular population, and this contributes to kidney disease in diabetic patients. Diabetic patients are more prone to acute kidney injury, maybe or the AKI, because the pre-renal causes ATN or ischemic nephropathy and like that. So one should keep in mind diabetic patients are more prone to acute renal injury. Well-known fact that diabetic UTI is more common and more severe in type 2 patients. Ascending urinary tract infection, upper urinary tract infection, pyelonephritis, acute chronic pyelonephritis, prostatic abscesses, emphysematous cystitis, pyelonephritis, intrarenal abscesses, papillary necrosis, septicemia. They are more common in diabetic patients and may contribute to non-diabetic renal disease. Bladder dysfunction are again a part of autonomic neuropathy and contribute to nephropathy. Obstructive neuropathy may be because of strictures, polyurethritis, bladder dysfunction, or papillary necrosis are more common in diabetic patients and may contribute to non-diabetic renal disease. So, dear friends, I would say that diabetic nephropathy is not the sole renal disease in diabetic patients. Various renal conditions can be found in diabetic patients, either superimposed upon this condition or independent from diabetic related causes. Renal biopsy studies suggest that some 25 to 50% of patients, type 2 patients, had glomerular lesions unrelated to or in addition to diabetic nephropathy. In contrast to type 1 diabetes, the incidence of non-diabetic renal disease is very high in type 2 patients. So non-diabetic renal disease is more common in type 2 patients. Therapy and prognosis of diabetic nephropathy and non-diabetic renal disease are quite different. Therefore, differential diagnosis of these two entities in diabetic patient is of considerable importance, as diabetic nephropathy does not have any specific therapy. Identifying these non-diabetic renal disease conditions, which will give an opportunity to treat reversible conditions, thereby helping renal protection and improving the outcome. So I would again emphasize on the clinical markers. If there is no retinopathy in type 1, you should revise. Type 2 patient also, you should look at the retina. Renal disease of shorter duration, less than 5 years, or after 30 years of diabetes, if there is an onset of nephropathy, one should revise. If there is pyuria, hematuria, WBC cast, there is a rapidly progressive proteinuria, rapidly declining renal function, acute nephrotic syndrome, acute renal failure, or macroscopic hematuria, one should look at and suspect that you are not dealing with diabetic nephropathy. Appropriate investigation is required so that you improve the prognosis and outcome in a diabetic patient. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
It was nice seeing you.
Thank you, sir. It was a wonderful talk, sir. Yeah, I think you have excellently covered all the point that how we can differentiate the diabetic nephropathy and the non-diabetic nephropathy in our daily practice. And we understand that the few cases needs the many complicated procedure like renal biopsy to differentiate whether it's a diabetic nephropathy or non-diabetic. But most of the cases can be diagnosed on the basis of other parameters, sir. Thank you for your talk, sir. Now I request Dr. Prasanthi, madam, for our to introduce our next speaker, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Swapnil and Dr. DC Sharma for your wonderful lecture. Now we can go to the third speaker.
Sorry, I'm interrupting you. I have to catch a flight, and with your permission, please allow me to leave. I have to catch a flight, so I requested for change. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure, sir.
Second one for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Now I have to introduce Dr. Sujay Ghosh, who needs no introduction to this entire program. For me, he is a walking encyclopedia. I always feel it. He is a renowned endocrinologist with all the fellowships from the prestigious International Institutes of London, Glasgow, and Edinburgh. He has a specialty certificate of endocrinology and diabetes from UK. Now he is the professor of endocrinology from Kolkata. He is the International Advisory Board member, endocrinology section of Davidson's textbook of internal medicine. He is the National Joint Secretary for Indian Thyroid Society, and he is the National Joint Secretary for RSSDA, and worked as a clinical faculty at the University of Glasgow. And to his credit, he has many international awards, and a few of them are American Association of Clinical Endocrinology International Clinician of the Year 2021, WIDF Award for the Innovation in Diabetes 2021, and he has more than 300 articles to his contribution. And I think a day may come, every book has his chapter, and without that, we don't say it. Over to Dr. Sujay Ghosh. He is going to speak on a very important topic of diabetes and hyperthyroidism.
Thank you, ma'am. Hopefully my slides are visible, ma'am.
Yeah, but not full screen.
Are they visible now? Full screen?
Not full screen, sir.
Let me try and stop and reshare. Is it now visible, full screen? Yes, sir. Okay. Thank you very much for that kind introduction. It is always wonderful to talk at this conference, particularly Dr. Bansi has been like the superstar of Indian diabetes. He has helped us and guided all of us into growing up into what we would consider the next generation of doctors looking after patients with diabetes in India. When he first gave me the topic, I thought he had asked me to speak on diabetes and thyroid disorder. And then I read that he had put a twist to it, that it's diabetes and hyperthyroidism. So I shall talk about it in as brief a manner as possible, because I understand this session is supposed to finish with question answers at 2:30 p.m. So when we talk about diabetes and thyroid, whether it's hypo or hyperthyroid, we're essentially talking of double trouble. We'll have two sets of problems. And it's important to remember that the word thyroid diabetes was coined even before the use of the word insulin. So people knew that thyroid disorders could actually lead to diabetes. That means diabetes secondary to hyperthyroidism was already described even before insulin was discovered. So that's the outline of my talk. I'll talk a little bit about the epidemiology, the pathophysiological link, the basic relationship between the thyroid hormones and glucose homeostasis, how to interpret blood test reports, and what complications of diabetes and thyroid disorders go hand in hand, certain bits about the clinical characteristics and management of this concurrent problem. I'll try to be as brief as possible because we are running short of time. So if you look at these two problems, I think I earn 90% of my professional earnings from seeing people with thyroid disorders or with diabetes as an endocrinologist. Both of these are very common diseases. They have major impact of thyroid disorder on glucose metabolism. Both hypo and hyperthyroidism might actually alter the way you manage diabetes. Diabetes, incidentally, also has certain effects on the thyroid function. So when we are talking about glucose control and hyperthyroidism, there are effects on the carbohydrate metabolism. And this problem of hyperthyroidism can happen both in type 1 and type 2. And the glycemic control seems to worsen if you have hyperthyroidism. Now, in terms of the epidemiology, there's a lot about what the Western world talks about. I'm not going to talk about it much, but it says that about 1.3% of the American population has hyperthyroidism. We were fortunate to work with Dr. V. Mohan's team of the ICMR INDIAB study in my state of West Bengal. We've just finished the study. In addition to his bit of the study of diabetes and other metabolic diseases, we've actually looked at 43 endocrine parameters in the population of West Bengal. And I have preliminary data of the thyroid disease, which is less than 0.2%. So about 0.2% of people in India probably have a thyroid disorder, and about anywhere between 13 to 20% of our population has diabetes. So that's the kind of problem that we are talking about in terms of hyperthyroidism. Now, if you look at data, particularly if you're looking at type 1 diabetes, they are much more likely to have a thyroid dysfunction as compared to a type 2 diabetic individual. I'll talk about our own local data as well. And all of this, particularly in type 1, there seems to be a very strong association of the autoimmune thyroid disease with GAD antibody positive type 1 diabetes, where thyroid dysfunction can happen up to 30% of the population in a much younger group of people. And if type 1 children and young adolescents have hyperthyroidism, it could very well precipitate a diabetic ketoacidosis. So if I can kind of summarize the Western data, I'm talking about that autoimmune thyroid disease can happen up to 30% of individuals with type 1 diabetes. That's because of the autoimmune background. This will happen more in women, those with antibody positive, and as the disease progresses, and it's predominantly hypothyroidism, and that often leads to poor control of blood glucose levels. Now, this is our own data from our own institute, where we looked at thyroid dysfunction in about 100 patients who had turned up on the World Thyroid Day in our diabetes clinic. And like I said, because I said the prevalence of hyperthyroidism is pretty low, anywhere between 1% or 0.5%, we did not pick up anybody on that day when we sampled 100 patients. So of your patients with diabetes, anticipate about 0.2 to 0.5% of your patients might have hyperthyroidism. Whereas if you look at pregnant women, thyroid dysfunction is of course much more common. In GDM, particularly if you have, it's 2.5 times more common in people without GDM as compared to those with GDM. This graph kind of tells the cases that 3 or 4 in individuals who are showing us there's a greater propensity of hypothyroidism rather than hyperthyroidism. We are all talking about what could be the pathophysiological mechanism by which hyperthyroidism alters diabetes. Now, individuals who've got hyperthyroidism, the half-life of insulin is actually altered. So if you see an untreated patient of Graves' disease, you will see that there is a reduced C-peptide to pro-insulin ratio, suggesting that there is a defect in the pro-insulin processing. That's a very, very key pathophysiological effect that happens. Additionally, there's a problem with the GLUT2, as a result of which there is excess glucose absorption from the gut and poor glucose handling at the hepatocyte. So that's second point. And there is increased lipolysis, which increases free fatty acid and increases and worsens the glucose control. So all of that, particularly in a milieu of increased glucagon and catecholamines in a type 1 individual, can actually precipitate a diabetic ketoacidosis. So this is one slide where I've actually tried to summarize all of those findings that I've talked about, what the effect of thyroid hormone is on glucose homeostasis. The other issue that I've already talked about, particularly in type 1, which is an autoimmune disorder, you will have other autoimmune diseases associated with this autoimmune type 1 disease, including thyroid dysfunction, including other autoimmune polyglandular endocrine syndromes, including particularly type 3. Now, in terms of the genetic factors, it has often been shown that there is co-inheritance of certain genes and HLA factors. So those genes which make you susceptible to type 1, those same genes make you susceptible to autoimmune thyroid disease. So they seem to be transmitted together. So there's a complex co-inheritance of certain genetic factors, particularly of the HLA susceptibility loci. And there is certain complex mechanisms by which this happens. I'm not talking about that. And it's important to remember just one thing, that there are certain candidate genes which are co-inherited if you have autoimmune diabetes, with which you will co-inherit autoimmune thyroid disease. And these are all of those various genes which are implicated in the pathway of thyroid dysfunction in patients with diabetes. Now, I was listening to Dr. Sambit talking on adipokines. This is again very important in hyperthyroidism as well. Now, because there is an alteration in body fat because of excess breakdown of subcutaneous fat and lipid oxidation and peroxidation, there will be increased insulin resistance and increased blood glucose levels in patients with hyperthyroidism. There will be alteration in the leptin, and there will be alteration in the deiodinase enzyme level in patients with hyperthyroidism. The other hormone through which growth hormone works, that is the ghrelin, that too seems to be altered in patients with hyperthyroidism. And we are all aware that the thyroid hormone is essentially required to maintain your basal metabolic rate. Now, the energy expenditure levels might change when your thyroid hormone levels are increased. The basal metabolic rate will change, and that will actually change your body stability from energy conservation to energy expenditure, leading to excess glucose levels. Now, I've talked about what happens to diabetes as a result of thyroid hormones. Now, what happens to effect of diabetes on thyroid hormones? Now, if somebody has got diabetes, and particularly poorly controlled diabetes, there'll be a problem at the level of the hypothalamus, and the individual will develop poor response of TSH to TRH, and the patient will have a picture of a sick euthyroid syndrome. That means the TSH will be lowish, the T4 will be lowish, and if the control is very bad, there'll be further lowering of the T3 level. What about metabolic changes in hyperthyroidism? I already highlighted some of those bits in some of the previous slides. So this is a summary of what happens if you have thyrotoxicosis on glucose homeostasis. 1, excess glucose reabsorption. 2, excess hepatic glucose output. 3, excess free fatty acid. And 4, excess peripheral utilization. Additionally, there might be beta cell apoptosis, variable effect on insulin secretion, excuse me, increase in proinsulin to insulin ratios. And I've already told you about the CQ thyroid syndrome when somebody has diabetes. Now, these are some of the studies to show that if you compare the thyroid function test in a diabetic individual with a non-diabetic individual, you will have lower T3, lower T4 level, with possibly slightly higher TSH values. So these might be normal physiological alterations because of diabetes per se. Therefore, don't jump in and treat subclinical hypothyroidism, or do not jump in and treat hyperthyroidism. Assess the thyroid function test value very carefully. So these are several of those studies that I've talked about, which kind of show the same kind of results with the prevalence of thyroid dysfunction in subjects with diabetes. Now, one very important thing in hyperthyroidism we need to know is the relationship between HbA1c and thyroid function test. Now, we know that in hypothyroidism, the red blood cell turnover is slowed. That means the RBC will stay in the system for a longer period of time, as a result of which there will be spuriously raised HbA1c level. Similarly, if somebody's got hyperthyroidism, the red blood cell lifespan will be shortened, as a result of which the HbA1c will be spuriously lowered. This is a diabetes care paper which shows that if hypothyroidism is there, the A1C will be falsely raised. We ourselves have actually done a study looking at the effect of thyroid function test on HbA1c and shown that this is in line with the diabetes care paper for hypothyroidism. And we have shown that if an individual is hyperthyroid, there will be that kind of a opposite change, almost to the tune of 0.4 change in HbA1c. So what is, you are looking at 7% HbA1c in a hyperthyroid individual, it might actually be 7.4%. So we've shown that this will again revert once you change or treat the thyroid status. That's very important to remember. Now, a hyperthyroid individual might be because due to Graves' disease, he might have thyroid-associated neuropathy. If such an individual has additionally diabetes, there is greater risk of dysthyroid optic neuropathy. So always remember that. Number two, I have told you that the TSH level tends to go up if an individual is hypothyroid. Therefore, the chances of thyroid nodules in those individuals will increase. So also remember of that possibility. And even in type 2 diabetes, there is a greater risk of ketosis if individuals are thyrotoxicosis. What about the medications that we are using in diabetes? What will happen to the thyroid function? For example, if you're using glitazones in a patient with Graves' disease with thyroid-associated orbitopathy, there will be worsening. Do not use glitazone in somebody with Graves' disease with suspected Graves' orbitopathy. If somebody is diabetic, you are prescribing statin. First, make sure that the patient is euthyroid. Otherwise, there will be greater risk of myopathy. And the GLP-1s, though shown to have some problem in rodent models, has no problems in humans. Now, what about changes in thyroid function with our renal function test? Because we are always screening our patients for kidney disease. This is one of our studies which suggests that if an individual, if he is hypothyroid, then the serum creatinine will increase and EGFR will decline. You correct the hypothyroidism, the EGFR will improve and creatinine will come down. Similarly, in a hyperthyroid, the renal function might improve. Once you treat the hyperthyroidism, the EGFR might decline. So remember about this interaction as well. So this is what happens in the body in terms of hyperthyroidism, straight from the textbook, nothing great about it. Also remember, if an individual has diabetes, hyperthyroidism might take longer to diagnose because the T3 and the T4 might actually be lower than what it would have been because of sick euthyroid syndrome and because of certain drugs that the patient is on. In terms of the treatment, we would want to aggressively treat hyperthyroidism to improve glycemic control. And you can use either surgery, antithyroid drugs, or radioiodine therapy. The antithyroid drugs do not interfere with the glycemic control. In fact, correcting the hyperthyroidism improves glucose control. Now, in some patients of Graves who have orbitopathy, you might have to treat them with corticosteroids. Remember, in such a circumstances, you might have to use insulin for very tight glycemic control. And remember, when somebody is on a stable dose of anti-diabetic agents and you are treating hyperthyroidism and the hyperthyroidism is improving, you will have to reduce the dose of the anti-diabetic agents, otherwise there will be hypoglycemia. So with the improvement of hyperthyroidism, the blood glucose should come down. Similarly, when you are thinking of sudden worsening of blood glucose level in an individual, think of hyperthyroidism, either new onset hyperthyroidism or relapse of hyperthyroidism. One of the causes of ketosis or precipitant of ketosis, I've already told you, is hyperthyroidism. One of the causes of low T3 syndrome is diabetes, and hyperglycemia should be re-evaluated all through the course of management of hyperthyroidism. In terms of the take-home, hyperthyroidism can coexist with both type 1 and type 2, more commonly in type 1. There are certain genetic factors which are co-transmitted. Diagnosis can be tricky and difficult. Both need to be managed and controlled and treated simultaneously. Remember, certain drugs might have to be avoided. Remember, there is drug interactions. Remember that we have to treat both of them simultaneously. And also, in terms of the diabetes-related complications, some of the parameters that we actually look at in terms of complications might either be falsely positive or falsely negative. Remember, HbA1c might be falsely low in individuals with hyperthyroidism. Thank you very much. I shall stop there for any questions.
Sir, thank you very much. As usual, it's a very lucid presentation. Now, with the permission of the organizers, can we go for any question and answer session?
I think we don't have any question in the question and answer box. But I have a question for our first speaker. That does exercise and diet have any role on the adipocyte secretion, sir?
Pardon?
Does exercise or the strict diet control have any role on the secretion of adipocyte?
Yeah, absolutely. So adipocytes are actually in a very dynamic state, and if it is in the fed state, then probably it will accumulate more of fat in the adipocyte, more of inflammation, and the bad system gets activated, bad adipokines and insulin resistance. With exercise and all, the adipocytes are reduced in size, and the inflammatory markers are also reduced, and the migration of macrophages will also be reduced. So it is definitely exercise plays a role.
Okay, sir. And the starvation or the fasting, sir, as it also activates the hypoxia pathway, we all know that.
Yeah. So I have shown in one of the diagrams actually in the fasted state and in the fed state how the adipocytes are behaving differently.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So we finished the session exactly on time, 2:30.
Thank you. So with your all permission, sir, we are going to end this session, and I would like to request our next session's reporter to take over the stage, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. With this, we'll start our the next session. For that, I would like to introduce our chairpersons, Dr. Dharmendra Panchal, sir. Dr. Dharmendra Panchal is a consultant diabetologist at Sabarmati Clinic. Sir, over to you, sir.
Thank you, Komudi, and it's by invite all of you. It's warm welcome for the now Indo-UK Symposium. And for the first session, it's my honor to invite Dr. Wasim Hanif. Dr. Wasim Hanif will speak on how to achieve and recruit global representative population in diabetes research. To say, Dr. Hanif is a professor of diabetes and endocrine, head of service in diabetes at University Hospital, Birmingham. He is an honorary professor of medicine at University of Warwick and visiting professor at Birmingham City University. He is the board member of Center for Diabetes Endocrine Metabolism, University of Birmingham, and Clinical Advisory Group lead for research in diabetes and endocrinology at Institute of Translation Medicine, Birmingham. He is recipient of several national and international awards, if we include prestigious South Asian Health Foundation UK Lifetime Achievement Award, being eminent authority in the field of diabetes, obesity, and ethnic health. He has worked on several national bodies with professional groups. He is well-known authority on real-world evidence, working on the big data with a dedicated bioinformatics team. He is involved as a chief and principal investigator in several international multi-center trial and was instrumental in setting up UKPDS, which we all follows. Professor Hanif has been involved as a parliamentary level to advise government on issues relating to diabetes and ethnic health. He is on the board of governor as a trustee of Diabetes UK. He is the chair of Diabetes Working Group of well-recognized South Asian Health Foundation. He is a member of European Policy Forum on Diabetes advising EU. His involvement in NICE has been extensive, sitting on advisory NICE Health Technology Appraisal Committee between 2009 to 2015. He is involved on several international projects, which includes IDF, WHO Global Policy Forum on Diabetes, Strategy on Commonwealth to guide the minister on at UN Summit, Chair International Advisory Board for ORNET Project India of MRC, and member of UK Foreign and Commonwealth Office Scientific Trade Delegation, among others. So it's really an honor to welcome you, Professor Hanif, on this dais. Please, the dais is of you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Panchal, for your kind words. I'll probably just try and share my screen. I have got a meeting, so I will probably be leaving after my talk. So if there are any questions, I'll be happy to take them. First of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Diacon committee, including my good friend, Dr. Banshi Sabu, for the kind invite, among the other members as well. Now, what I'm going to be talking today is slightly a different field to what we normally talk on this on these conferences. But I think this is a very important issue, and in my various roles, I have started realizing that if we actually look at the population in whom the research is done in diabetes, is very different from the population that we are treating. Now, in my talk today, I'm going to take you through what the issues are, show you a good case and a not so good case, and then make some recommendations. So this is a very interesting, what you can call a heat map about the world total population. As we know that the bulk of the human population either resides in the Indian subcontinent or in China. That's where nearly half or more than half of the global population is. Now, if you look at the prevalence of people with diabetes, and again, as we know, diabetes is turning out to be more of a kind of an Asian pandemic, starting from Horn of Africa to the Southeast Asia. That is where most people with diabetes live. And if you look at the prevalence rates in the UK, currently we're talking about 5%, while in countries like India, we are really getting nearly to the 20% mark. And with these big populations, we need a better understanding of diabetes. Now, if you look at the world by the cohort of publications on diabetes that comes in, what you find is that the most of the research in terms of large landmark clinical trials that really shape our practice, shape our guidelines, the reasons why we do, either you do the ADASD guidelines or the cardiovascular outcome trials, most of these publications have either come from North America or Europe. So this is something which is a very important issue for us to acknowledge and see how we can tackle them. Now, this is a review paper that we did a few years ago with my good friend Professor Kunti. And what we basically looked at is 12 studies which really shaped the ADASD guidelines in terms of the cardiovascular outcomes with glucose-lowering therapies and type 2 diabetes. And what we found was, if you look at the South Asian population, where most of these studies or medications will be used, we're underrepresented in trials compared to a global population. So these trials did not have a representative South Asian populations. And then we actually concluded is that the clinicians should exercise caution when generalizing the results of trials to their own practice. And this is something very important. Now let us focus on what we call health inequalities and what they are, and see how we can deal with them. So health inequalities, I think this is probably the best definition I could find of the health inequalities. These are avoidable inequalities that are unfair or unjust. In the UK, we have got something called the Equality Act of 2010. And this basically tries to handle the issue around health inequalities in the NHS. And it lists about 8 conditions in which people could be discriminated, and efforts should be made for them not to be. So this includes like race and ethnicity, religion, age, etc., etc. So why is research important? And I think this is something very important. So this is a publication from NIHR CRN. And what it basically shows is research in a hospital setting. And this could also be true in a population setting. So in centers that do research or involved in research, the mortality rate is extremely low. So if you're high on research, the mortality is low. And in centers in which the research is low, the mortality is high. A very simple association showing the relationship between the research and quality of care. And this can not only be applied to the institutes, but can be applied to the populations as well. So in populations or in groups in which we do less research, we are going to get high mortality or poorer outcomes. And in communities in which more research is done, you're going to get lower mortality and better outcomes. So research is not an optional extra as a health practitioner, but it should be an integral part of the practice. So the NIHR CRN have come up with these things that research is very important, and NHS does a lot of research, and it cares for nearly 1 million patients every 36 hours. But even in this situation where research is a part of a healthcare system, certain communities underrepresented in all studies, and this includes ethnic minorities like Black and South Asians in the UK, women and elderly. Now I'm going to start off by saying, so whenever you talk about doing research in ethnic minorities or in South Asian communities in the UK, one of the things that is mentioned is that these communities are not interested in taking part in research, or they don't have the aptitude for research. Now let me rest that myth to a while. So this is one of the studies that we set it up about 20 years ago. This is the United Kingdom Asian Diabetes study. And the principle was very simple. In Birmingham, we've got a big South Asian population, and we wanted to see what is the effect of diabetes or improving diabetes care in this population. I'm not going to go into this, but this is some of the publications that came out. Still, it is one of the longest running cohort of patients. And some of the early studies or findings that we had from this study showed a clear differentiation between a South Asian and white population in terms of their profiles, age of diagnosis, duration of diabetes, ethnic difference in HbA1c, which is maintained over a 20-year cohort, more deaths in South Asians when compared to the white population, and a much higher prevalence of diabetes. We have also been doing a lot of work on Ramadan and diabetes, which is quite, again, a specific area and something very difficult to do in the UK setting. Since then, a lot of studies have been done at a global level. This is just to show you the hierarchy of evidence, as we all know. Now, sadly, the studies that are done in an ethnic minority population, and I'm going to use the example of Ramadan, are actually a bit low quality studies. So this is an update I presented at the South Asian Health Foundation conference. And we did a kind of a Medline search on Google Scholar, and we found nearly 230 publications on Ramadan. This was in 2021 and 2022. But the problem was there was increased number of studies, which is good, but these were mainly observational studies of low quality with very small sample sizes. And most of them were guidelines and consensus statements made on these small sample size. There were no RCTs or good quality RCTs. And there were very few mechanistic or lab-based studies. We've tried to address this by doing more of what we call real-world studies on validated databases. This was one of our studies led by Maria, one of our research fellows, and Krish. And this, we actually look at the THIN database, which is one of the largest validated database of nearly 12 million people, over a period of 10 years to find the rate of infections in Ramadan. So one of the challenges, as I'm going to be talking about later, is that if you're interested in doing studies in the population, you can develop a methodology that is not just based on funding, but by on other means to address that. Now let me turn to another issue, and just to illustrate why is research important in all populations. Now, one of the landmark studies that has been published from the UK by two very good colleagues of ours, Roy Taylor and Mike Lean, has been direct studies. I've seen direct being talked about globally, and I've attended a lot of conferences, virtual ones in India, where direct has been said that this is a study for remission of diabetes. And it's absolutely brilliant studies, which was done in a primary case setting in Scotland and Northern England. It had nearly 149 practices, looked at total diet replacement, and it had some amazing results. 50% of the population achieved diabetes remission. So depending upon the weight loss, if you lost 15 kilograms in weight, then 86% of patients, the diabetes disappeared or went into remission. So excellent study. And there was been a lot of excitement, both in the UK and globally, to translate this study. But this study had one issue, just one issue. And this was nearly 99.9% of the population in this study was white European. And most of the population came from what you would call the higher socioeconomic strata. So essentially, this was what we call a white suburban study. Now, as a part of the direct study, it was agreed nationally to translate it across the UK. And UK launched something called NHS Diabetes Remission Program. We had a pilot in Birmingham, and there have been pilots across. Now, the finding of these pilots has been published in Diabetes Care. And this basically looked at the incidence and characteristics of remission of type 2 diabetes in England. And what it showed is that nearly 2 million people with diabetes, the overall remission rates per 1,000 was 9.7, showing that it was only working in a very minuscule number of the population. But what was interesting is that if you actually go down and see that in people, the diabetes remission program was working, were white, ethnic, female, and with lower socioeconomic deprivation. So what this study is showing is that when you translate direct into a population level, it works, but it only works in the population in which the original study was done. And this is an important concept we all got to understand when we translate studies. So direct works, and it works brilliantly, but it works only in the population in which the original trial was done. Now let us look at a very good example about the study that works in all population, but it has been done in all population. This is the diabetes prevention program. So diabetes prevention program works, but we had the Dashing study, which was done in a Chinese population, the Finnish diabetes prevention program, which was done in the Finnish population, the diabetes prevention program done in the American population, and the Indian diabetes prevention program done in India. But what these studies actually show is that the way the diabetes prevention program works is different in different populations. And therefore, when you translate this into clinical practice, then different parameters should be used. So this is the diabetes prevention program and Finnish diabetes prevention program. Finnish was mainly in white European. DPP also was majorly in white Europeans. And what it showed was the lifestyle group actually works better than metformin in DPP. And the remission or the prevention of diabetes is close to about 50, 55, 58% in the lifestyle program. But if you look at the Indian diabetes prevention program, it shows that it works, but it works only in about 40% of the population, which is less. But interestingly, in the group that was given metformin is as effective as lifestyle. As if you look in DPP, metformin was much lower than the lifestyle. So what it shows is in an Indian population with prediabetes, metformin is perhaps as good as lifestyle. There could be a variety of reasons for that. It could be a different burden of disease, probably less beta cell, more beta cell dysfunction than insulin resistance, less obesity, and so on and so forth. So what I have illustrated here today is if you have a clinical trial program in a population, you can pick up the subtleties which are there in differences and then use in clinical practice. So what are the challenges? What are the challenges of achieving a representative global population in clinical trials? The biggest of it is funding. Now, when it comes to funding, most of the major funders of clinical trials, the MRC, the Wellcome, the Institute of Health in the United States, and NIC, these usually fund studies which are good, but it doesn't really look into the representative population. The second is, if you look at the industry, most of the industry now is much more focused on the Western Hemisphere. But as the things are changing, the pharmaceutical industry is realizing, and especially during the COVID times, especially with the vaccine programs, there was insistence by various governments that the studies should be done in the local populations. The second issue is study designs. When academics are designing studies, they're more looking for the results rather than the representative population. So this is something we need more adapted studies, reviewers. If you look at reviewers, both in terms of publications as well as the funders, they again look at the quality of these studies rather than the representative populations. Recruitment has been an issue, and the reason for the recruitment being an issue, and there's been a lot of work that has been done by us and others, is that the methods that we've used for recruitment, especially in the Western countries, is more based on a white population rather than an ethnic minority or a South Asian or a Black population. But if we adapt our recruitment paths, as we have shown with the UCATs and other studies, it is possible very much to recruit an ethnic population. There are lots of issues around what we call the perceived barriers. And these perceived barriers are, and this is probably true at a global level, that a lot of people in India and other countries in the UK somehow don't understand the importance of research and somehow have this conception that research may probably harm and they're being used as guinea pigs. But this is something that we all have to do to try and get rid of barriers. Language is an issue because most of these clinical trials are done in English and they're translated in English, so it's much more easier to recruit a kind of an English-speaking population. So the question now is that what we are talking about is not inclusion, but proportional representation. If type 2 diabetes, as in the UK and as in other countries, is 6 times more common in a South Asian population than a white population, then the South Asian population should be more representative in this study. And finally, we need good quality academic interest by academics globally to push for a representative population diabetic things. So these are some of the recommendations that I have made, and this is for the UK, but could be used globally. Is the first thing is that all clinical trials, this includes the pharmaceutical major outcome trials, should have ethnic coding. If you look some of the studies that have been done with the glucose lowering therapies in type 2 diabetes, the ethnic coding is not very good. They use the word Asian, that includes right from Japanese, Chinese to Malaya, to Indians, to Pakistanis, to Arabs. That is not right. We need a much more better ethnic coding in research. The second important thing, and this is something that we're pushing in the UK, and I urge my Indian colleagues to push it with the government of India as well, is that there should be a legal framework for representative population. The Japanese do this, that if the research study does not have a representative population for a therapy or for a technology, then it is not licensed. This single change will force the pharmaceutical industry to have a more inclusive, representative population. And this is what we are trying to do in the UK. The other thing is when funders are giving it, there should be a thing of doing what I call impact assessment of research on the whole population. Should be a mandatory requisitive. It cannot be on a group of population if it shows, but it should be in the whole representative population. We need a cultural competent language training for researchers, and this is true globally, where they can explain to their patients what is research, why is research done, and the importance of research. And finally, when it comes to funding, and this is more for the NHS, there should be schemes to be based on equitable outcomes in all populations. And this is my final slide in what I call equality versus equity debate. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for the nice elaboration and just highlighting importance and how we can have the trial population. Just keeping in interest of time, we will take the question answer later on, and we will move to the next.
Sorry, I will be having to leave because I've got an urgent thing. So thank you.
And if we have any question and answer, we shall take it brief. Dr. Manisha, do you have any question and answer over here? Dr. Kaumudi?
No, sir, there are no questions in the chat box, sir.
So final comment for this from Dr. Manisha sir, if any.
Thank you so much, Doctor. It was a wonderful session. I also work in a prevention and reversal part of diabetes in India, and thoroughly enjoyed the session, really understood the importance of the research and it is very, and also depending on the population, it varies. So thank you very much for the wonderful session, sir.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Here we shall move for the next session. Next session will be by Dr. Kashyap Patel. Is going to speak on HNF Modi. The Modi itself, one of the controversy for diagnosis dilemma for the physician, and would request my chairperson to introduce Dr. Kashyap Patel. Manisha Ben, will you please introduce, or should I?
Yeah, sure, I'll do that. I think
I can't share the screen.
So Dr. Kashyap Patel, sir, is a Wellcome Trust Career Development Fellow and Consultant Physician in Diabetes and Endocrine, with main area of research include genetic studies and clinical studies to improve the care of the people with monogenic diabetes. He was a Wellcome Trust PhD Fellow in prestigious MRC Protein Phosphorylation Unit in Dundee. After PhD, he obtained Wellcome Trust postdoctoral fellowship and studied monogenic diabetes in Exeter with Professor Andrew Hursley and Professor Sian Allard. He is a recipient of prestigious Young Investigator Award from Diabetes UK and EASD SGGD for his work in monogenic diabetes. He has published more than 40 papers on monogenic diabetes. And without taking much more time, I will hand over dais to you, Dr. Kashyap. Over to you.
Just one small comment. I think Dr. Panchal and Dr. Kashyap, you should clarify which Modi we are talking about. Sorry.
Yes, so that's fine. I will clarify. So you seeing, which one are you seeing? Are you seeing the presentation mode, or are you seeing the...
No, I meant was
but I'm just asking, sorry.
We are able to see both the slides. So I think,
which one is it?
Whole screen is, now it is okay. Yes, perfect.
This is fine. Yeah, okay, brilliant. So good afternoon, I guess, in Ahmedabad, everyone. And thank you so much for giving this opportunity to talk about one of the areas that I passionately worked for last 10 years. So I believe this is the diagnosis. If you make it, I think it's one of the most impactful diagnoses you can make. And although this is a genetic form of diabetes, and I'm particularly focusing today in one of the most common type of MODY, which is called HNF1A MODY, which is essentially happens due to mutation in this gene. I'm very confident that you all have a patient in your clinic without our knowledge of it. So let me start with Jay. So Jay is 34. He diagnosed with diabetes at 19. He was slim with BMI of 21, and he was treated as type 1 diabetes using basal bolus insulin therapy. He had HbA1c of 7.5. But one of the interesting fact about Jay was that he was actually missing a lot of his insulin, and it didn't really find to bother him at all. And he also had mom and his grandmom with diabetes. So although it sounds pretty standard history of type 1 diabetes, there was some clues here. The first clue was that he was missing insulin without much of a problem, and he had this dominant family history. So, of course, when you come across these sort of patients, the first thing you would say is that, oh, is it really type 1 diabetes? Am I correct? And actually, when we did test him, we found that he had islet autoantibodies were negative. And actually, when we checked his C-peptide, which is essentially allow you to measure amount of insulin you measure, the endogenous insulin, he had a 400 picomole, which was significantly higher compared to you would expect in someone with type 1 diabetes after nearly 10 years. And he also had this dominant history, as you can see on the right side. So obviously, this is not a type 1 diabetes and something else going on. And we then ended up doing genetic testing, which confirmed that J had a mutation in this gene called HNF1 alpha, and we call them HNF1 alpha MODY. So Why does it matter? Is it just a fanciful research thing Kash does, or is it something important for Jay and his families? And actually, it turns out this is a very important clinical diagnosis to make. Because of this diagnosis, we were able to stop his insulin treatment, and actually he was managed entirely with gliclazide, and that's a very small dose. Those of you familiar using this drug, and essentially, despite of using a small dose and stopping insulin, his HbA1c actually substantially improved. So it is a worth diagnosis to make, and not only for Jay, but it would also help in his children in the future as well. So let me just go back one step and talk about what is really MODI is. Now, I'm sure most of you know what MODI stands for. It is actually stands for maturity onset diabetes of the young. Now, it turns out this is a very phenotypic description of MODI. So it is simply means that it is a diabetes which started very early in life. So it's kind of young onset diabetes, but it has the features of maturity onset. So typically like type 2, that it was not requiring insulin, but it had this dominant inheritance, and they found to have a beta cell dysfunction. And it was first really described back in 1974 by Tattersall. So it is really a phenotypic description. But when you start, let me just have a pointer. Present, no, yeah, pointer visible. Yeah, okay. So when we actually then started doing a genetic studies, it turns out that it is far more heterogeneous than one would have expected. So these are very two recent data from us in Exeter. The left-hand side, we took everybody that we have with MODI and looked at what's the commonest causes. And as you can see, the HNF1 alpha is the second, sharing the podium with glucokinase MODI. And actually, the reason why the HNF1 alpha is the second is because we test lots of people with mild diabetes, which is a very typical feature of glucokinase. But if you only look at in people with diabetes, you find that actually 1 alpha is the first most common cause. Now, this is the data from the UK, and it's about 1/3 of patients would have 1 alpha mutation. But actually, in the Indian studies done by Mohan, as well as the groups also found that 1 alpha is the commonest cause there as well. So I think you're all wondering that, is it really worth an effort? You know, genetic testing is expensive. How common really these things are? How likely I'm going to come across these patients in my clinic? Well, there are lots of estimates. Pediatric estimates as well as suggest that it's about the upper mark of around 3%, and they are mainly coming from European studies as well as studies in Turkey that we recently did, as well as in UK. In the adults, there is actually only one population-based study which kind of says about 3.5% of diabetes are diagnosed under 30. Now, this is done in Southwest UK as well as in Scotland. But we don't have such a large-scale studies in Indian subpopulations. And I've listed these 4 studies, which are kind of the largest studies conducted in India, where they looked at the MODI in people who fit the clinical, very old phenotypic definitions, and they found the rate very ranging from 7% to 19%. So you can see that it's a wide range, and it's really driven by the way you select these patients. But despite of this really important clinical implication, we have now shown that about 77% are not really diagnosed in the UK. So we have, despite of our knowledge, made a lot of improvement, but we have a long way to go. And I suspect this is highly undiagnosed, even more in Southern Asia, due to lack of access to genetics lab, as well as the expense of doing genetic testing. So we have a lot more ground to cover on the MODI. So why there is a problem? So why we can't find a lot of MODI? Why we just simply just say, this person has a MODI, and why would not be able to? Why there is an issue here of finding this? Apart from having a lack of access to genetic testing, which is important, but one of the main reasons why we struggle to find patients with MODI is because their clinical features actually overlap with other common diabetes we come across in the same age range. So let me just take through these 4 important features. The first is the age of diagnosis. So here you can see in the blue is a 1 alpha as well as 4 alpha, which is another common cause of MODY. You can see that age of diagnosis overlaps with type 1 diabetes as well as type 2 diabetes. This is BMI, and you can see the 1 alpha overlaps with type 2 diabetes and is actually almost identical with type 1 diabetes. And this particular, the overlap between type 2 and type 1 alpha is probably even more in Indian subcontinent population due to having BMI, diabetes at a lower BMI. You can also see that HbA1c is highly overlapping between type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And finally, the parental diabetes, one of the cornerstones of autosomal dominant inheritance, are significantly high in 1 alpha and other forms of MODY, lower in type 1 diabetes, but then you also have a high rate of type 2 diabetes. And this is, again, significantly higher in the South Asian population. So because of these overlapping features, only half of the patients actually have a really classical phenotype. What that means is that if you really pursue this classical phenotype, you're going to miss a lot of patients, and we need some better things to do. And we just looked at some of the data in South Asians that this is actually even a harder climb for you all guys because of this lower BMI of type 2 diabetes and higher family history. And we actually see that effect here in the UK, that we took some people with a white European ethnicity and compare them South Asian, the people who referred to us in Exeter for genetic testing. And you can clearly see that we were able to find genetic cause in 1 in 3 white Europeans, but only about 12% in South Asians. And I think that's because we are not well prepared, and as well as lack of evidence of how better to select these patients to genetic testing. But one of the few things which picked up on this very small study was that actually the South Asian MODY were diagnosed earlier, and as well as they had a lower BMI. So it is possible that we would be able to modify some of the features in order to improve our ability to detect them. So, but how are we going to combine all of those complex features I just talked about? Age of diagnosis, HbA1c, family history, BMI, it's very hard for a human mind to put all of things together and say, yeah, that's a MODY, because it's not. Even I can't do it, despite of working on this field for a while. Well, that's where you need this calculator. So this is developed by Bear Shields in Exeter. And what it is really is a very simple statistical model, which gives you a probability of your patient based on those characteristics, that how likely this patient has a MODY. And I would highly recommend that you use this calculator, because it's virtually impossible for human minds to comprehend all those probability in your mind. And it uses very simple clinical features, which you have access right in your clinic, such as age of diagnosis, sex, what treatment they are on, BMI, HbA1c, and what age they are, and their parent are affected. Now, and we also have an app available, so you can use actually on your phone while you're chatting to patients when you come across something you don't want to know some information about. Now, the downside of this calculator, which is widely used, you can see more than 2,000 hits on our website, and it actually has been used in multiple ethnicities, including South Americans, Africans, and Arabic, as well as in some Indian population. They've applied this calculation. They do work well, but it is only validated in the European. But good news for you guys that BAV is actually just secured a large grant to develop this in the South Asian population. So we would have something very specific to use for it. So apart from using this calculator, there are 2 rule-out tests you must do when you kind of think about MODY. So the first rule-out test, and these are rule-out tests in a patient who are insulin treated, really, is that you need to do C-peptide. So if the patient has a low C-peptide, is virtually exclude the diagnosis of MODY. So and that's really because type 1 diabetes have severe beta cell dysfunction, which we beta cell destruction that we all know, and therefore, whereas Modi do not, and therefore it provides such an amazing discriminating power of using C-peptide. So the rule out test 1 is do C-peptide, and if they're lower, you would just forget about Modi. The second rule out test I would suggest is an islet autoantibody. So we've shown this here before, nearly 10 years ago, that Modi patients not being autoimmune don't have islet autoantibodies, whereas type 1 diabetes, around 90% have their autoantibodies. So you can simply just do autoantibodies in patients with insulin treated, and if they are positive, you can completely forget about Modi in that particular patient. So in summary, I'm going to propose a potential pathway which you guys can use in your clinic right now to identify some patients for genetic testing. So you would only think about Modi in a young onset diabetes because the rate of Modi goes down substantially after 30. So I would say focus on under 30. If the patient is insulin treated, I would suggest you, every patient is insulin treated actually, I would make sure that you exclude type 1 diabetes as a diagnosis. So you must do C-peptide and antibody positive, autoantibodies if they are positive at diagnosis, or they are long duration, then you just do C-peptide. And that way you'll be able to exclude type 1 diabetes quite clearly. And then you're going to find people who's got persistent C-peptide and they are antibody negative. Those are the ones where you need to put a Modi calculator on. If the probability is more than 10%, I think you need to consider genetic testing. Now, before we have this South Asian specific calculator, I think for the time being, you can consider adding a couple of BMI points on your patient to make it align with a European. And this is just a cop-out, but I think it would give you a reasonable estimate. The reason why to go with a lower probability is because it has a massive impact on your patient, because you're going to change the treatment and you don't want to miss a lot of people. If your patient is non-insulin treated, then I think in the young onset, and I think then all you have to do is to run their phenotype through the Modi calculator, which you can do it in sitting in a clinic. And really, again, if the probability, and just add a couple of BMI points to counteract the South Asian BMI, and then look at the probability. And you can pick one of those two thresholds. I would suggest that because of the constraint of the money, you can go with the 50%. If the probability is 50%, you can just really consider genetic testing on that individual. So this is really a simple pathway which just takes away all the thinking from your mind, but let the existing evidence that we already know takes over and identify patients for Modi. Okay, so once you find it, you've done this and you said, I found a patient, and you've done the genetic testing and it turns out, wow, it's got a HNF1 alpha Modi. So how are you going to manage them? Well, there is a randomized trial done by UN Pearson back in 2003 showed that actually these patients are super sensitive to sulfonylureas, and they are actually 4 times more sensitive to sulfonylurea than type 2 diabetes. So this is the only third randomized trial in Modi, and you can clearly see that the gliclazide had a massive effect in 1 alpha Modi, whereas metformin had no or little effect. So we do not recommend using metformin in this patient. And I would suggest you start with a really low dose of 20 milligram and then titrate up as you need. And if you get it right, there is 80% of people would be able to stop insulin. So it's really, really important diagnosis to make. But you have to do it early, because if we do not find these people early in the life, they are less likely to be managed by sulfonylurea alone. And achieve the better glucose control. So this is the study we did a few years ago. We've shown that if you have a shorter duration of diabetes and if you have a lower HbA1c when you identify or when you have a genetic testing, there is a very high chance you would be able to actually manage by sulfonylurea alone. You don't need any additional therapies. Whereas once the diagnosis gets later and later, the chances of you actually finding people with managing alone with sulfonylurea is substantially lower, and this is has to be, sorry, this is a mistake, this is more than 8.5, this is less than 8.5. So you can see that if you have a poor control at genetic testing and if you have long duration, you are unlikely able to manage with sulfonylurea alone, and you would need some additional therapy. So then the question then comes is that what are the additional therapies I can use if I come across these patients? Well, we have two drugs to choose from, and the both has this randomized crossover trial from Tina Wisbol from Steno Diabetes Center, and one is a DPP-4 inhibitor. If you are just above the target, I would recommend giving a second oral agent, DPP-4, of agent of your choice. And this crossover trial showed that if you combine with DPP-4, you would have a slightly better glucose control compared to SU. You can also consider GLP-1 receptor agonist. Although this is not as good as sulfonylurea, it is certainly useful, and particularly in a patient who are slightly obese with HNF1 alpha mode. So this is what I would recommend to try with this. If you struggle with this, then I think we often use just a basal insulin, which works fantastic because you got such a huge amount of endogenous insulin. Having a once a day or twice a day basal insulin, it just achieves the fantastic control. But you got these options. Is there anything else you need to know? Well, there are two important things you need to know about 1-alpha mode. Is that these people have a higher rate of cardiovascular risk. So this is the study done by Anna many years ago in Exeter, and showed that actually if you have 1-alpha mode, you die early compared to unaffected relative members. And actually, and same is male as well as females, and when you actually went back and looked at it, what the real cause, it turns out, is most of the people were dying because of cardiovascular disease. So we now recommend that you use statin early in this patient compared to any of your type 2 diabetes patients to prevent this excess risk of cardiovascular disease. And we actually right now don't know why these people have a higher risk, because they actually have a slightly favorable lipid profile. So we actually don't know why these people have higher risk. So the other thing which you might come across if you randomly investigate these people with ultrasound scan or they had an incidental scan is the liver adenoma. HNF1 alpha mode patient has been reported to have liver adenoma, but it's not really clear what they are doing there. Most of them are benign, and natural history is not particularly clear. And actually, there are more harm by putting a needle in the liver and trying to work out what it is. So I think we do not currently recommend you do any investigations of liver adenoma and just let it be, rather than actively pursue and scan through it. And the reason being is that no one knows how to manage them and what to do next. So at the moment, we are not doing anything with them, but it is a not common, but one of the rare features of it. And then finally, because 1-alpha's role in kidney, these people have unusually high glucose in their urine. Now, this is a fascinating feature, and a lot of patients come to us, particularly from Army and then the RAF, the Air Force, when they are actually been screened for diabetes. They are found to have this glucose in their urine. They're saying, this is impossible. I'm the fittest guy on the planet. How do I have a glucose in my urine? And those people actually turn out to have a HNF1 alpha mode, and you probably will come across something if you're working in that particular area. And actually, these people have a glycosuria despite of having base control. So it is not a feature of poor diabetes control, but it is just that the renal handling of glucose is not particularly great. And they are actually present also in people without diabetes. So it is inherent features of 1-alpha mutation. So I think what this means is that you can actually use this as a non-screening tool in children if they are doing a predictive testing. So if the GI has his children, is 2 years of age, you don't want to stab them with HbA1c for every year, but you can just simply take the urine and check the glucose as a non-invasive monitoring of onset of diabetes. So that's really handy. So in terms of the summary of the treatment, I would recommend that you would stop treatment with insulin straight away and start them on a low dose SU, particularly start with the gliclazide 20 milligram once a day. If they have a really long duration of diabetes at genetic testing and higher HbA1c, then I would suggest that you add the gliclazide, stop the short-acting insulin, but continue the basal insulin for that time being in that particular patient, and then really optimize the other therapies, either DPP-4 or GLP-1 receptor. There is a question is that whether can we use SGLT2, which is becoming really favorable right now due to the cardiovascular profile, and I think it is something to consider, but we are a bit worried about the glycosuria aspect of 1-alpha. They already have it, and what the combination might do to them. So we are a bit cautious about that currently at the moment. I would also recommend to start them on statins for primary prevention, and probably earlier than you would do in type 2 diabetes patients. In the UK, we would recommend to start them from age 40. I would suggest to not investigate liver adenoma, let them be. And finally, you can actually exploit the glycosuria to, particularly in children, to predict the onset of diabetes. If they are, once they hit at 10 years of age, you can use the yearly HbA1c to identify early onset. So here is my take-home message. The HNF 1-alpha mode is the most common cause of MODY that you're going to come across. The diagnosis make massive impact on the patient, particularly the one who are insulin treated. And majority of them are missing. So you would need to have very high vigilance when you come up sitting in the clinic. I would highly recommend to use biomarker and MODY calculator in all your young onset patients to systematically see through them to find patients who you can do genetic testings. And once you really find the diagnosis, you should treat them with a low dose sulfonylureas. So this is all from me, and I really like to thank a lot of funders who have been funding me for this work for over a long time, as well as the fantastic team that we have in Exeter, as well as patients and the physician who referred this patient to us. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Kashyap, for a well and insightful session on MODY. You had cleared many doubts and given a full insight. Just out of my curiosity, just asking one clinical approach question. Once, if the patient is diagnosed to have MODY, and irrespective of HbA1c, do we start on low dose gliclazide only, or just we can have, or we should start with the basal insulin and sulfonylurea or something like that? What's your comment on that regarding clinical approach?
Yeah, so I think the data would suggest that if you diagnose them sooner after diabetes onset, you would be able to get away with sulfonylurea alone. You don't need insulin, and you would be absolutely fine with it. These people do not get DKA, so you don't really need to worry about it. They have the sufficient endogenous insulin, so you're going to be absolutely fine with it. So I would suggest a short duration. You would start with SU. If they have a longer duration and very high HbA1c, at least 8.5 and above, then I would say if they are on insulin, I would carry on with the basal insulin, but add sulfonylurea on top of it. But I would definitely add sulfonylurea on every patient with 1-alpha MODY.
Thank you for your reply. And here we will move in just interest of time to the next session. Next session will be taken by Dr. Ashish Thakur, who is going to speak on diabetes coronary artery disease. Dr. Ashish Thakur, he is MD/DM FRCP FESC. Is a consultant cardiologist in Mid Yorkshire NHS Trust, Spire, Eland, Leeds, UK, Chairman and Chief Cardiologist of Rhythm Foundation, UK, Emeritus Professor Cardiology, IGIMS, Patna, India, Foundation Training Program Director of HIA, is an honorary senior lecturer of University of Leeds and ILM 5 certified executive coach and mentor. His special interest on complex coronary artery disease, sudden cardiac death, atrial fibrillation, elder cardiology. He is the author of many peer-reviewed studies, articles, textbook chapters, and regular speaker in international and national meetings. That's to you, Dr. Ashish Thakur, over to you.
much. Um, Good morning from West and South.
Sir, your voice is breaking.
Hello.
No, sir, you need to move closer to your mic.
I'm not sure if this is yeah. Am I audible? Can you hear me well? I guess.
Yes, sir. Better, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I must thank the organizers, Dr. Sabu and the whole team for organizing such a wonderful conference, which I had a opportunity to participate last year as well, and perhaps the year before, if I remember correctly. My core job is of a cardiologist, and I'm going to be sharing with you my work or my perspectives over two decades of 25 years or so of what I've learned so far in this ever-changing, fast-paced world, where currently we're having to come to terms with, accepting that, unless we treat people medically properly, we're not going to get there, actually. So let's move on. And we're already running a bit late. So I would like to start. It's a really difficult day for United Kingdom and the whole world. And I must start by paying my tributes to our Queen, who passed away yesterday, and a legendary figure who would continue to inspire us for the rest of our lives and generations. Why do we worry about diabetes and coronary artery disease? Well, the whole business is about atherothrombosis, atherosclerosis. This is a pretty self-explanatory graphic where you can see there's so many complex things going on at one point in time to a different point in time as you go along the line. And you only need to look at one end of the spectrum to the other to try and get to see what, personally, I do not believe in the term called pre-diabetes because, you're either a diabetic or you're not. So I think that should be going off pretty soon, in years to come, because the long-term outcome perhaps would be the same in terms of if you really have to worry about people. And that is actually the biggest iceberg, which is sitting behind the ocean with so many people carrying a risk but not knowing it. However, to put that in context, this is just a graphic showing you what sort of issues the body, the vessels have to go through with time in order to get to a point where something might go horribly wrong and somebody could have a non-fatal or a fatal cardiovascular event. It's a complex syndrome, like any chronic disease, cancer, for example, and these are pretty much well known to everyone. But why do we worry? Because we need to treat so many factors in a diabetic patient with coronary artery disease, because there's so much going on, ranging from not just glycemic control, to the lipid aspects, inflammatory aspects, the dysfunction of the endothelium and the microvasculature, the actual obstruction which may be there, along with spasm or microvascular symptoms. And of course, if you've exhausted all the options, then treating them differently. And that's true about, you'd have seen hundreds and hundreds of diabetic patients with coronary disease, sometimes coming back to you with recurrent symptoms and not happy with their quality of life. But we know more about things and how to handle all that, and the science around this is continuing to evolve as I speak. So this is perhaps just a summary. Now the goalposts keep changing, and this is the one from 2021 from European Society of Cardiology in terms of diabetes and cardiovascular risk. And you can see that, there's nothing called low risk. If you're diabetic, you at least have a moderate to high or very high risk. And I wouldn't dwell any further on this, but it just a snapshot of how, by simply having that label, even if you're under 10 years, with or without any target organ disease and no additional cardiovascular risk factors, you still have a moderate risk to be handled, let alone the duration, and let alone with established atherosclerotic disease. The key challenges, because I work on both sides of the continent, I've got people in care, under my care in India as well as here. I run a big charity for cardiac patients. So I keep learning interesting perspectives, and I'll show you a case from this morning about 2 hours ago. Every Friday I do a clinic, of course, virtually, and every few months in person for my charity. And what I've learned, which would perhaps resonate with the audience which is listening to this, that we see much younger ages. To the spread is quite broad. There's pretty much discrepancy in levels and type of care. Yes, we are able to reduce the mortality burden, provided the person can get timely intervention or timely treatment. We can't really define, we don't really know what's going on in rural, semi-urban, or sometimes urban areas where the morbidity mortality burden can be quite high. We don't have a national coronary artery disease register in India. If you diagnose somebody to have CAD, they don't go on a national database. We over and underuse medications, especially dual antiplatelets, dose of statins. We don't optimize the use of the modern medications for coronary disease in diabetes or at risk of diabetes, or so on and so forth. We over and underuse coronary vascularization, and you can have your own view about it. Maybe we may not be spending enough time with people about shared decision making and multiple opinions. That's you ask me. I mean, the patient I've consulted today has been through 4 different centers, and that adds to the delays in prognostic treatment, non-prognostic treatment, or non-guidance directed treatment, so on and so forth. So these are some of the, it's not a comprehensive list, but you can keep adding to it. This is a case, if you can see the screen on the left side, there is an electoral lead electrocardiogram. On the right side, there is a coronary angiogram. This is a 55-year-old male I consulted this morning who's been to 3 or 4 hospitals. About 2.5 months ago, he's a diabetic, wasn't or isn't properly managed. There aren't any other reversible factors. BMI seems to be reasonable. He had a classic anterior STEMI, delayed presentation, after about 2 days from one nursing home to another, where he could not be thrombolized. Of course, he didn't have primary angioplasty. Eventually, he landed in a government center where he had 7 or 8 days of stay, during which he had an elective cath, which revealed a tight LAD stenosis, as you can see perhaps on the right side of the screen. He was advised stent to LAD or a PCI to LAD with an LV ejection fraction of 30%, without any obvious consideration to the infarct-related territory and perhaps loss of viable myocardium in that territory. And he was eventually discharged on a small dose of beta blocker, a small dose of a statin, dual therapy, a small dose of ACE inhibitor, and a nitrate. And you can keep on guessing what all you could add to him for his prognosis, as well as perhaps quality of life. and symptoms going forwards. Eventually, you can think of and ask me the questions what I did to him, but I'm sure the answers are pretty much self-explanatory. The silent myocardial ischemia, I'd like to just briefly mention it because this has been dealt with in the past quite aggressively as to, about 2/3 of ischemic episodes in somebody would be asymptomatic. And it may or may not cause some symptoms. You might be able to find something on ECG. You might be able to find something if you do a thallium scan or a stress echocardiogram. But it was thought to be impacting prognosis. There was a proper classification, and initial studies, hinted that revascularization could be better. But then it's all been overtaken by the ischemia trials, as you would perhaps refer to. For those with interest in cardiology would know that the ischemia study completely kind of decimated this fact that if you offer them revascularization, they do better. No. Well, about 30% of the population of 5,000 people in the randomized setting were asymptomatic, and 40% of the total patients in ischemia trial were diabetics with no benefit whatsoever in terms of symptoms, or the symptoms wise there was some benefit in people with daily angina, but otherwise there was no prognostic benefits or hard endpoints in people who were offered initial invasive treatment. So in the elective setting, I think we need to see what symptoms they have, what is the grade of symptoms, what is the glycemic control, how are their other organs functioning as a holistic physician. And this is exactly what I said in the APICON. I was honored with the V. Parameshwara oration in Jaipur a few months ago. And my main emphasis and main learnings, which I shared, was that we just don't want to look at diabetes, CAD. We want to look at everything and then make a decision. We must know the functional aspects of the cardiac system. We should know a bit more about the anatomy, if not by one test, then maybe two tests, if possible. Whether they're unstable, what's been their timeline, where do they fall in the natural history. And we should keep in mind that females in particular, poorly controlled hypertensives, a lot of diabetics, the most common cause of angina is not obstructive coronary artery disease, but it is microvascular angina. And you can simply treat that medically. You don't have to really bring them to the cath lab. And also have a plan in place for refractory symptoms should they come back to you having had all sorts of treatments and still not happy with their effort tolerance. These are just the usual pictures you would have seen over your last couple of years. We have these fantastic imaging techniques available now at different centers all around, and we are using them, maybe overusing them, underusing them, depending on where we live, where we work, so on and so forth. This particular slide is about CT scan and how CT scan has transformed investigative cardiology from a coronary artery and anatomy, and also structural perspective. Also, we could do CT guided invasive angiography and make important decisions. I see that this CT scan shows you a lesion in the LAD here, which has been confirmed on this invasive angiogram, which was picked up on the non-invasive test here. And you can combine some stress protocols as well. You can do some advanced functional imaging combining with CT scans. But I think if you really have to think like a novice, a simple thallium scan done properly or a stress echocardiogram can give you as much information combined with some basic anatomy if you really had to assess somebody as to how far you really want to go with that. And that's the cardiac MRI. It's not universally available. We don't want to use it unless it's really necessary. And I don't want to dwell upon it too much in the context of diabetic coronary artery disease. This is not something we need in every single case. No, this is just this just sometimes affirms our position in where we want to really take complex decisions in a more like MDT setting when we would refer to it. So I wouldn't, this is a completely separate topic for discussion. Acute coronary syndromes, well, this is a pretty much summary slide from 2015 that if you have ACS patients and if you randomly went on checking sugars, you might find that up to 2/3 would have, abnormal glycemia, and that is no surprise. ACS considerations over our practice, or my practice over 2 continents, actually, that you could have, different symptoms. You might not have the classic chest pain. You may have a normal ECG. Of course, we know ECG can be normal in up to half patients. Your biomarkers may not be elevated. So don't just rely on everything. Just look at the patient properly. Focus on glycemic management. Try and intensify the statin. And where you think it's really relevant, go for an early invasive approach if it's available, if it's affordable for the patient, and make sure you use the pharmacology properly. And we have evidence to support that people who are high risk can be given up to 2 years extra beyond 12 months of a dual antiplatelet therapy, where there are exceptional reasons. Otherwise, there's pretty much no role of carrying on beyond. And this has been further dissected in the recently concluded ESC meeting, that in the future, we might be stopping things much sooner than 12 months, actually, maybe 3 months, 6 months, and just continuing with some monotherapy. And perhaps the clopidogrel might be better than aspirin, but the world, again, as I said, is changing as the science continues to evolve and give us more perspectives. Stop. There's nothing wrong with stopping if you're not sure what to do. And again, rehabilitation, preparing patients to go and have the right treatment, and then having the right rehab after what they have had. What to expect in the cath lab? If you bring somebody to the lab, this is just a list, but then colleagues with interest in cardiology would have seen everything and anything, to be honest. You can expect diffuse disease, you can expect access issues in vasculopathic profiles. You can have small vessel disease, branch disease. Often you want to stop and discuss, drug-eluting stents are the default. You always want to do ischemia-driven treatment rather than treatment based on angiographic appearances. And you want to minimize the contrast load and focus on hypoglycemic management. These are just some of the snapshots of what sort of things you can see in the cath lab, what sort of diffuseness of the nature of disease in diabetic patients, where you sometimes scratch your head and think, what do I do to try and get this person the best option? We often refer to MDT meetings, and this is a slide showing you occluded grafts in a patient with CABG quite a few years ago. No surprises. Now, I would like to spend just a few seconds on this ischemia trials, which the diabetes subset did not show any benefit with initial invasive treatment. It is important take-home message for the colleagues here who have not been familiar with these trials, because they have really changed the whole landscape of how we are offering revasc to elective patients with often triple vessel disease, with moderate to severe ischemia on functional testing, or no symptoms, so on and so forth, and having an MDT approach. So on the left side, you've got what was 2019, that is now. You can see that there's hardly anything green except for left main disease and a left ventricular systolic dysfunction to be labeled as significantly impaired. Those are the only class 1 indications where you would, in stable ischemic heart disease, you would try and offer something more than medical management. Otherwise, you'll try and medicate, and carry on optimizing risk factors until you feel it's no longer working. And this is where comes our heart team concept, where we you try and sit down with everyone who matters and make a concerted decision. I would like to end my talk with this, because this is what's kind of taken the world by storm, and we are not we are discharging every single patient from our hospital now as the default practice who has LV dysfunction on admission or new LV dysfunction diagnosed or pre-existing on an SGLT2 inhibitor by default, and then leaving them to be followed up in the community if they qualify for the treatment. Now, GLP-1 agonists, it's a completely separate area for discussion in a different forum, but I just thought I'll end up with slide because there's more evidence to come. We've got this very interesting combination studies coming out, and the general principles from 2020 are now taking a little backseat and trying to go more towards where we think we are now. And this is a paper from August, and exactly we had similar discussions in our ESC 2022 meeting just a few weeks ago that tailor the treatment. It's not just for everything else, plus an SGL2 or a GLP-1A, with or without combination. Well, time will tell. Perhaps very soon we'll know that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Yes.
It was a wonderful session, but so because we are running out of time, I don't think we'll be able to do the discussion. We'll move on to our next speaker. Dharmendra sir, can you take over?
Next speaker.
So our next speaker is Dr. Naresh Kanumili. He is a GP in South Manchester for the past 17 years and has a special interest in diabetes and cardiology. He is a diabetes UK clinical champion. He is a community consultant in diabetes at the Manchester University Foundation Trust. Very keen focus on management of chronic conditions in the community. He is actively involved with current integration agenda to provide patients with seamless care between primary and secondary sectors. And he is also very keen to ensure that the patients are seen at the right time, at right place, and by the right person. Over to you, sir, Dr. Naresh.
Thank you. Oh yeah. Hi, thanks again, and I kind of reiterate what Ashish said about the paying our respects to the Queen. I think it's been a sad day in this country and around the world, and I think all of us were taken by shock, but kind of expected. So today my talk is going to be a quick run through about chronic kidney disease, especially looking at it in primary care. I know a lot of it is done in the UK, but I think it's something that is easily translatable to work done in India as well. So diabetes, as we know, is the single most common cause of end-stage renal failure worldwide and represents a major public health burden. We know the incidence or prevalence of diabetes is very high in India as well, and so obviously this represents similar problems across the world. Early identification and evidence-based intervention are critical, and that's the same across the board, just like the other talks we heard before with regards to identification of MODY and also early identification and treatment of people with cardiac disease as well. So uncontrolled diabetes, we know, can cause life-threatening complications. The main thing I want you to focus on is that type 2 diabetes is not just about managing blood glucose and also should be focused on blood pressure and lipids, screening for and managing complications including renal problems, retinopathy and foot ulcers. So again, I think it's been reinforced by my previous speakers that it's important to look at all aspects of diabetes, not just the glycemia. But equally, about 40% of people with type 2 diabetes have some form of chronic kidney disease, and people with diabetes are 5 times more likely to need either kidney dialysis or a kidney transplant. But equally, what is chronic diabetic kidney disease? So we all know what chronic kidney disease is. It's abnormalities of kidney function or function lasting greater than 3 months with implication for health. diabetic kidney disease or diabetic nephropathy is a subtype of that. And you remember the diagnostic criteria again is actually changed a bit now. So it always talks about 2 EGFR results less than 60 mils per minute and or EGFR greater than 60 with markers of kidney damage. And remember, even just having a raised albumin creatinine ratio qualifies you as having chronic kidney disease. So I think that's an important marker to understand. So we know this slide just depicts the growing problems of type 2 diabetes and chronic kidney disease. There are 422 million people in the world living with diabetes, and 30 to 40% of those will develop chronic kidney disease. So improvement in renal and cardiovascular morbidity and mortality is an integral part of type 2 diabetes management. So like I said before, it's not just glycemia, you need to be looking at everything else. Even mild CKD increases the risk of serious health problems. So type 2 diabetes patients with chronic kidney disease are at a high risk of losing more kidney function and major adverse cardiovascular events. And like Ashish talked about before, the importance of using SGLT2 inhibitors early on actually can improve cardiovascular outcomes, even if it is related to chronic kidney disease. So many patients with diabetes and renal impairment die from a CV event before progressing to end-stage kidney disease. So again, you won't die of the kidney disease, you're going to more likely die of the cardiovascular event. In patients with stage 3 CKD, the risk of death is 10 times higher. So what are the risk factors? I think a lot of us know what these are. So there's increasing age, diabetes is one, hypertension, cardiovascular disease, nephrotoxic drugs, smoking, big one, obesity, multi-system disease, and ethnic origin plays a huge part as well, especially in our case, South Asian and Afro-Caribbean populations. And also if you have a positive family history of renal disease. So DKD predominantly accounts for the increased mortality in type 2 diabetes. So the increased mortality seen in type 2 diabetes patients has been mainly attributed to diabetic kidney disease. But as you can see, if you had type 2 diabetes, albuminuria, and impaired EGFR, your risk is 4.5 times higher than just having one of those things. So preventing diabetic kidney disease or reducing progression could reduce cardiovascular events in people with type 2 diabetes. There have been numerous trials that have come out recently as well, which talked about the importance of using therapies earlier on. But equally, don't forget the important bits that are around managing blood pressure and lipids as well. So diabetic kidney disease patients have a high risk of cardiovascular morbidity and mortality, and a higher risk of cardiovascular disease compared to people with diabetes and no kidney disease. So we talked about this. So 3 times higher risk of congestive heart failure, 85% higher risk of myocardial infarction, and 65% higher risk of stroke. So you can see the importance of managing kidney disease with a view to preventing heart failure, myocardial infarction, and stroke. So focusing on the detection of diabetic kidney disease and preventing or slowing its progression could substantially reduce rates of CV and non-CV events in patients with diabetes. This is the crux of the problem, and this is where I think primary care has an important role to play in identifying people with chronic kidney disease or diabetic kidney disease. And that can be done very simply because we know they're all linked together. So we talk about the cardiac, renal, and metabolic systems all connected together and causing various problems such as heart failure and chronic kidney disease and diabetic kidney disease. People with heart failure are high risk of cardiovascular death. This is UK data and just shows that heart failure is responsible for 50% mortality over 5 years and also leads to 65,000 unplanned hospital admissions. That's in the UK alone. And this is on the background of chronic kidney disease. And chronic kidney disease is responsible for 100,000 unplanned hospital admissions, and 45,000 people die each year, and more than 50% of them from cardiovascular disease. You can see how they're all interlinked, and that's why I think it's important to focus on the patient as a whole rather than looking at individual aspects of management. Like I said before, primary care plays a huge part in this, and what can we do to make things better? So one simple thing is doing a urine check for ACR. If you can just do that, it helps us identify patients much quicker. And you can see the rates at which they are detecting them, even in the UK, where there's a good primary care system, we're finding that the rates are very low. And you look at that diabetes patients, a lot of them get an EGFR result done, but sadly, not many of us ask them for a urine sample because, one, we as primary care physicians don't seem to understand the importance of your ACR, or we don't talk to the patients with diabetes enough about what the importance of having a urine test to identify early kidney disease. NICE has produced, NICE is our, as you all know, has produced a chronic disease management, and it gives you a list of things that we need to be doing, especially if you look at proteinuria. It says use urine ACR rather than protein creatinine ratio because of the greatest sensitivity for low levels of proteinuria. Check an ACR between 3 milligrams per mole and 70 milligrams per mole in a subsequent early morning sample. That's why we say any sample is good for the first test, but once it comes back positive, you need to get an early morning sample. A repeat sample is not needed if the initial test did show that the urine ACR was over 70 milligrams per mole. I think these are simple things you can put in play in primary care anywhere in the world. Get the patient to bring in a urine sample and check it for microalbuminuria. So a lot of you would have seen this KDIGO heat map, and it talks about what the diagnosis of thing and where the different classifications are. You can see that as your EGFR worsens, your increased risk, and similarly, if you increase proteinuria, also shows increased risk. And what it shows is all-cause mortality, cardiovascular mortality, end-stage renal disease, acute kidney, everything is increased as you go down towards the more red. And one of the things we do try and say is if you're in the red, you're more likely to be dead. But sadly, increasingly, with the therapies that we have available now, we can prevent that. So we're talking about prognosis worsens with decreasing EGFR or increasing albuminuria. People then ask, okay, how often should we be checking? Again, this is a really good heat map type thing, which is available from NICE, which is online. It just tells you what different criteria, but when to measure, how often to measure the EGFR and urine ACR. Another question, primary care is simple. I've just made this very simple just so that people can keep this in mind and at least speak to somebody about it. If the EGFR is less than 15, refer. EGFR between 15 and 29, discussion with the renal team. And what about EGFR between 30 and 59? Routine referral if sustained increase in EGFR greater than 25% or change in EGFR category in 12 months. That is important because you will find a lot of people in primary care have an EGFR within this range, which is considered normal, let's say. But if you don't click on it and look at the delta or the change, that is, you're going to miss people who are going to develop serious problems with regards to the kidneys. Other reasons you might want to refer are acute kidney injury, proteinuria, hematuria, hypertension, especially if it's malignant, or if they're on 4 therapies and they need further treatment, systemic illness, renal outflow obstruction, one cause of acute drops in EGFR. I think it's important to examine the patient and make sure that you're not missing something like that. And last couple of slides, just talking about diabetic kidney disease management. So main thing, ACE inhibitor, angiotensin receptor blockade if they're intolerant of ACE. Target the BP, make sure you get it down to an appropriate level. Look at cardiovascular risk reduction. Well, by that I mean looking at lifestyle and also looking at statins, etc. Diabetes management, glycemia and kidney protective agents. Ashish did show a slide about the various management protocols that have been devised with regards to cardiovascular risk management, reducing glycemia, etc., and looking at other aspects of which is the best therapy for people with diabetes and chronic kidney disease or cardiovascular disease. So I'll just quickly finish now. In summary, what I would like you to do, when you see a person with diabetes or chronic kidney disease, think about blood pressure. Think about the ACE or the ARBs. Think about a statin. And finally, don't forget the SGLT2 inhibitors. More important than ever is sick day guidance rules. This is something we tend to forget when we initiate therapies about what the drugs that should be stopped, especially to prevent them from getting acute kidney injury. Close monitoring for hypoglycemia if on insulin and or glycoside, especially if the kidney function is poor. And remember, adjust the medications according to the renal doses, because with increasing therapies, the change in the EGFRs and where you should halve the dose is important, especially if your people are on metformin. Remember, you need to halve the doses, the EGFR is below 45, and you need to stop it if it's below 30. I will stop there and take any questions that you might have to keep it short and sweet.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh Kanumilli, for the nice session. And if we have questions further, we can take it. Dr. Kaumudi.
Dharmender, only question is my video is not starting. I don't know how EV is going to do it, but I must congratulate here. Now, yes, they have asked me to start my video. So thank you, Naresh, for very wonderful talk. And would like to see you in Chennai as you are coming in Chennai during RSS Day. Would like to meet you personally also. If any question, Dharmender or Kaumudi, anyone, please take. Otherwise, the next session we can start.
No, so there are no questions, and we are already running out of time. So we'll move to the next session. Sir.
It's an Indo-UK symposium. So all three close friends of mine are there. Naresh is there, Ashish Kapoor is there, and Kashyap Patel from Gujarat only is staying. Good.
Thank you, sir. Thank you to all the wonderful speakers. And with this, we'll move on to the next symposium. For that, I would like to invite Dr. Tarjini to speak over.
Thank you, Dr. Kaumudi. I'm the rapporteur for this symposium on hypoglycemia. And for that, we have the chairperson, Dr. Rutul Goklani, who today received the award for releasing his book on hypoglycemia, and Dr. Raghu Satyanarayan, who is a senior consultant physician practicing for more than 33 years and received the Times Award for Best Physician. Over to you, Rutul, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tarjini, for kind introduction. As Dr. Raghu is just joining in 2-3 minutes or 5 minutes maximum, till that we'll start our first session, which is the comparing interventions to treat hypoglycemia unawareness, what wins. And for that, we have Dr. Simon Heller. He is professor of clinical diabetes at University of Sheffield, director of research and development and honorary consultant physician at Sheffield Teaching Hospital Foundation Trust, UK. He trained at Queen's Medical Centre, Nottingham, and undertook his research training at the University of Nottingham from 2000 to 2005. He was editor of Diabetic Medicine, and Professor Hiller's research interests include pathophysiology response to hypoglycemia and hypoglycemia unawareness. He also conducts research concerned with developing interventions to encourage more effective diabetes self-management. And right now he is heading EASD group of International Hypoglycemia Society. So for that, I invite Dr. Simon Heller for his talk.
Hello, everybody. My name is Simon Heller from Sheffield. I want to thank the organizers for inviting me to participate in the meeting, and I'm only sorry that I can't be there in person. The title of my talk is Comparing Interventions to Treat Hypoglycemia Unawareness, What Wins? These are my disclosures, and this is the outline. I want to talk a little bit about what impaired awareness is and why it's important, how we measure it, and then I will consider the different interventions which address impaired awareness and come to some conclusions. It seems appropriate 100 years after insulin was first used to treat diabetes to consider who was the first person to identify hypoglycemia as a side effect of treatment. And it was indeed Frederick Banting who, in the BMJ paper, described the hypoglycemic reactions. And he also realized, along with his colleagues, that they constitute a real source of danger. And another individual whose life was saved by insulin, R.D. Lawrence, who went on to work at King's College Hospital in London, that in 1941, he was the first one to describe impaired awareness. He identified this on himself and concluded that only after 5 to 10 years, he found it the rule that insulin reactions change the autonomic symptoms, which are missed out. And then the patient proceeds to more serious CNS manifestations. And he's absolutely right. And so he realized many, many years ago how important that impaired awareness was in terms of hypoglycemic risk. And you might consider that with all the developments in diabetes treatment that we've seen, particularly over the last 20 years, that hypoglycemia is no longer becoming a problem. But these data, which were presented at the ESD scientific meeting in 2020, shows that hypoglycemia remains a huge problem. If we look at the incidence in terms of events per patients per year, and we're talking severe hypoglycemia defined as needing the help of another person to recover, you can see that hypoglycemia is very common, not only in type 1 diabetes, as shown in dark, but in the gray, you can see that in the US, with a very modern healthcare system, the incidence is 2 episodes per person year, and that is very recent data. And if you look at the proportion of those who've experienced one event, looking at a population-based study, 33% of all patients on insulin with type 2 diabetes are experiencing severe hypoglycemia.
Excuse me, the slides are not visible.
And impaired awareness of hypoglycemia increases risk. As you can see on this slide, the prevalence of impaired awareness overall in type 1 diabetes is around 20%. Compared to people with normal awareness, those with impaired awareness are significantly older, have had diabetes for longer, but 14 years versus 23 years is not as much as we might expect. But perhaps most important of all, if you have impaired awareness of hypoglycemia, you can see that the frequency is much higher in those who are affected, a 6 times higher frequency of severe hypoglycemia. And if you look at the graph on the right, you can see that with increasing duration, the percentage of patients affected are indeed much greater. Now, we can define impaired awareness in various ways, but the most common clinical way is to use different questionnaires. And I show you 3 here: the Clark method, which is developed in the US, the Gold method, which is developed in Scotland, the University of Edinburgh, and in various ways. But the most common clinical way is to use different questionnaires. And I show you 3 here: the Clark method, which is developed in the US, the Gold method, which is developed in Scotland, the University of Edinburgh, and a more recent questionnaire, the HypoAQ, which we've used, is obviously longer, but arguably is a bit more accurate. And all of these are a way of defining severe hypoglycemia, with the higher score, as you can see, showing impaired awareness for Clark and Gold. There's a reasonable correlation between these measures of awareness, which you can ascertain clinically, and autonomic symptoms during hypoglycemia. So questioning patients during a hypoglycemic clamp, for example, shows a reasonable correlation. But importantly, it's a lot less likely to do so when you measure counter-regulatory hormones, particularly catecholamines, epinephrine or adrenaline, and glucose production. So the relationship between impaired awareness as measured by scales and defects in counter-regulation are not as close as one would like. Nevertheless, they serve the purpose. Now, we know that one episode of hypoglycemia from work that we did way back in the early 1990s will cause a defect in both symptoms and counter-regulatory hormones. In this study, which was done in normal subjects, medical students, but it's been repeated in both people with type 2 and type 1 diabetes, what we did was to measure the catecholamine and symptom score on day 1. In the afternoon, we lowered the glucose to around 50 milligrams per deciliter for 2 hours. And the morning after, we invited the subjects back. And you can see that just 24 hours later, they had a marked impairment in their catecholamine response at around 2.5, 45 milligrams per deciliter, and their symptom score was reduced. So we had induced impaired awareness of hypoglycemia with 1 2-hour episode of hypoglycemia. Now, this having been demonstrated, other groups, this is a study from Stephanie Amiels, showed that if we could avoid all hypoglycemia for a few weeks, then we could restore, at least in part, some of these defects and improve awareness. So here you can see a group of 12 individuals, type 1 patients with impaired awareness, 3 weeks absence of hypoglycemia, a symptom threshold for symptoms around 40 milligrams per deciliter, cognitive function becoming impaired around 50, and having avoided all hypoglycemia, you can see that the symptom threshold had risen to just around 55. Cognitive function was unchanged, so it shows how you can restore awareness by avoiding hypoglycemia. So if we conclude about impaired awareness of hypoglycemia, it affects around a quarter of adults with type 1, up to 10% of insulin-treated type 2 patients. It's inducible by exposure to hypoglycemia and long duration. It can be reversed by avoiding a glucose less than 54, and importantly, it increases the risk of severe hypoglycemia in type 2 diabetes 17-fold in one study. So how do we address the issues? Let's think about what treatments might be useful. Well, the first is what about new insulins? And this is a nice crossover study. It went on for 2 years. It was a 1 year, the HypoANA study, in which they treated patients either with human insulin or analog insulin. And they showed in this randomized crossover study with a long duration of treatment that when patients were treated with analog insulin, then there was a 30% risk reduction in severe hypoglycemia, absolute risk reduction of 0.5 severe episodes per patient per year. And you can see very clearly that the benefit is reducing nocturnal hypoglycemia. And so that was the benefit. So now let's look at other treatments. All the benefit at night. What about new technology? Well, I'm going to show you just 3 studies which have looked at treating people with impaired awareness at risk of severe hypoglycemia. Here's one in which you can see that the patients are crossed over to either blood glucose monitoring or CGM. It's a randomized crossover study. If we look at the biochemical hypoglycemia, in those patients, when they're on CGM, they have less low glucose values below 3.5, 55 milligrams per deciliter. They have less severe hypoglycemia below 50 milligrams per deciliter. So undoubted benefit in duration of low glucose. They reduce severe hypoglycemic episodes dramatically, needing third-party assistance, less effect and coma or seizure. But importantly, there was no change in impaired awareness of hypoglycemia. Here's another study, the SMILE trial, in where they looked at hybrid closed loop, the most modern technology in type 1 diabetes, 6 months, 153 participants using suspend before low glucose. And you can see, again, quite a big reduction in their primary endpoint, which was the number of hypoglycemic events below 55 milligrams per deciliter. So undoubtedly, suspend insulin pumps work, but there was no significant change in impaired awareness. So what we see is a pattern that reducing hypoglycemia is, of course, of considerable benefit, but it's not affecting impaired awareness. Here's another study that we were involved in. This was a 2x2 factorial study in 100 adults with impaired awareness. And here you can see the percentage time spent below 3.0 millimoles per liter, 55 milligrams per deciliter during the trial. So quite a marked reduction in period spent low, a marked reduction in severe episodes as shown on the right, and the treatments were education alone, pumps, CGM, or pumps and CDM. Brief education at the start, then they went on to the technology in those who were randomized to do so, but actually there was an improvement in awareness. So here's a study which shows no difference between technology, education, and yet an improvement in awareness. So it kind of stands out as an unusual study. Finally, let's look about education. This is evidence from Germany where they use instrument training and treatment program of education. In the year before, they were having a lot of hypoglycemia, particularly those with a lower A1C. And yet, after the training program, inpatient for 7 days, you can see that relationship has gone. In other words, the lower the A1C, didn't make any difference to the risk of severe hypoglycemia. We've used a similar program called Daphne in the UK, and you can see after the education program, the year after, a marked improvement in awareness of hypoglycemia, and more patients who were aware. And so awareness is improving in education, which we don't seem to see in technology, which I think is of interest. This meta-analysis looked at educational, technology, and pharmacological interventions, and they show that educational interventions overall did indeed improve both severe hypoglycemia and some improved awareness. Technology improved glycemic control, particularly in combination with structured education, but most did not improve awareness, and pharmacology studies showed no difference, although as you can see, the number of studies were far less, and patients, importantly, with hypoglycemia were often excluded. Since this publication, there's been one crossover trial, impaired awareness, recently published. It failed to restore counter-regulatory hormones and impaired awareness as measured by scales, although hypoglycemia was reduced. So nothing has changed. So what explains these inconsistent results? I think it's naive to expect a single therapeutic intervention to correct a maladaptive stress response. Impaired awareness is heterogeneous. It consists of defective counter-regulation, not only due to repeated hypoglycemia, but a long duration of diabetes. And so I think we need to do our research much better. We need a range of measurements, clinical, biochemical, and others to define the phenotype more accurately if we're going to learn from clinical trials. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, after 100 years of insulin, hypoglycemia remains a major barrier preventing people with insulin-treated diabetes, including type 2, from achieving targets. Large trials are required, enabling us to define the phenotype and measure counter-regulatory hormone responses to improve clinical approaches. And in the meantime, technology clearly offers great promise, at least in countries where it can be afforded, particularly in those who've participated in structured education. And I should emphasize that structured education is cheap and can be delivered globally. And finally, what's the only thing that will restore counter-regulatory hormones? Well, this study from Mike Rickles and colleagues shows islet transplantation is very successful, not only in restoring epinephrine responses, but glucagon as well. So until we can use cellular therapy to treat both type 1 and possibly type 2, patients will continue to have a problem. And with that, I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll stop sharing.
Do we have any question, or anyone can address the question, as we don't have Dr. Simon Heller here?
Rutul, you are expert in hypoglycemia. Today only we launched the booklet on a hypoglycemia, a series of hypoglycemia and real life cases which we have taken from all across the country. We have with us Raghu also, our eminent physician and diabetologist, English speaking, UK English speaking doctor from Ahmedabad.
True.
So the next you can take, who is the next speaker, and then at the end we can have.
So I'll hand over it to Dr. Raghu Satyanarayan sir for the next session.
Thank you, Dr. Bansi, for making me a chair in this session. I would sincerely thank Bansi for all. He's a dear friend of mine, and we have been together at so many national and international conferences. ADA 2019 also, we were together at San Francisco. I'd also like to thank Dr. Rutul Goklani. And I'm here to introduce Dr. Antonio Cerello. And he's a professor. Cerello has published widely in the area of diabetes with over 500 original papers and with an H index of 117. Currently, he is the president of the European Association for the Study of Diabetes Study Group on Diabetes and Cardiovascular Diseases. He also served as a board member of the 2019 European Society of Cardiology Guidelines on Diabetes, Pre-Diabetes, and Cardiovascular Diseases, developed in collaboration with the EASD. From July 1st, 2016, he has been appointed as the editor-in-chief of the Diabetes Research and Clinical Practice, the official IDF journal. Professor Cerello is the winner of the 2004 Camillo Golgi Prize. Camillo Golgi Prize is awarded at the EASD for extensive contribution for people who have done in the treatment and prevention of the complications of diabetes. So it's a prestigious prize. He has got this prize in 2004, and of the 2017 Helmut Mehernet Award during the IDF 2017 meeting. And he's going to speak on management of hyperglycemia today, old and new approaches. So actually, diabetes management has changed drastically over the past decade. Earlier, it used to be an A1C-centric approach, but now it is no longer so. So our focus is on prevention of complications of diabetes, particularly the diabetic kidney disease, the cardiovascular complications of diabetes. Over to Dr. Antonio Cerello, please.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for the kind invitation. And unfortunately, again, it's impossible to be live in your wonderful country, but I hope to be able soon the opportunity to be back. My topic today is a quite advanced topic, and it's a focus on the meaning of management of hyperglycemia today. These are my conflict of interest. So, you know, from all the study, the DCCT followed by EDIC study, meaning from the long-term survey of the DCCT, that intensive glycemic control can impact not only in the prevention of microvascular complications, but also of macrovascular cardiovascular complications in type 1. This requires time. You see in the DCCT study, almost 20 years were needed in order to demonstrate this correlation. Similarly, In type 2 diabetes, the effect of intensive glycemic control, also cardiovascular event, was shown in the UK PTS. Again, many years were required to confirm this hypothesis, but the data are there. So glycemic control can contribute to prevent cardiovascular complications in both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. And all this, the aspect of type 2 diabetes and the glycemic control and cardiovascular disease have been confirmed by several meta-analyses. This is one of them. You showed that clearly an intensive glycemic control at any stage of the disease was able to increase the chance to avoid new cardiovascular events, not influencing the overall total mortality, which you know was an issue in the ACCORD study. So at the end of the day, all these studies were focused on A1C as gold standard in order to evaluate the glycemic control. And clearly, you know that there is, has been reported, a very good correlation between fasting plasma glucose and the level of A1C in type 2 diabetes. So, if A1C represents the overall glycemic control and is a very good standard to assess the glycemic control over time, if somebody, particularly with the type 1 diabetes, why type 1? Because type 1 diabetes usually is not accompanied by other comorbidities like, for example, obesity, hypertension, dyslipidemia, particularly these people are generally young. You know, if A1C is enough, if somebody with type 1 diabetes has a good A1C control over the lifetime, the risk of complications, particularly of cardiovascular complications, should be zero related to glycemic control. But this is not the case. The Swedish Diabetes Registry, which is one of the best registries in the world, including almost all the population of Sweden, reported some years ago that even in people with type 1 diabetes, having an A1C level of 6.9 all over during their life, even these people, the risk for death or for cardiovascular complication was twice as high as the risk for matched controls. So meaning that there is something else which is not fully explained by A1C. You know that one of the first new aspect of glycemia was the postprandial hyperglycemia. Several studies reported that after the meal, what happens in postprandial state is very different in people, in normal people and people with diabetes. And usually you have a peak of hyperglycemia after the meal. And the IDF in 2018 and then in 2011 updated guidelines on the specific topic of managing postprandial hyperglycemia to avoid complications and to improve the overall glycemic control. And the most important recommendation, a very high level, 1+, was that targeting both postprandial plasma glucose and fasting plasma glucose is an important strategy for achieving optimal glycemic control. And there is no doubt about this today. However, usually in clinical practice, we test postprandial hyperglycemia after 2 hours after the start of the meal. Why? There is evidence that probably what happens after 1 hour could be even more relevant than what happens after 2 hours. Why? The most easy explanation is that after 1 hour, usually after a meal or during an OGTT, the level of hyperglycemia is higher than that at 2 hours. And being higher the level of glycemia, clearly you have more damage related to hyperglycemia. And so the concept is that at the peak level of hyperglycemia, which usually is seen after 1 hour after the meal, is the most dangerous situation. But the paradox is that while in clinical practice, usually postprandial hyperglycemia is checked after 2 hours, in the guidelines, you already find the recommendation to measure postprandial hyperglycemia between an hour and an hour and a half. It is included in all the guidelines, so meaning the ADA, the guidelines, AAC, or even, of course, the IDF guidelines. So something which seems to be new, but is not already new because already recommended in the most relevant international guidelines. Another aspect of glycemia is what happens during the day in terms of fluctuation of glycemia. This is an old all our personal data showing that in 9 people with type 1 diabetes, in the apparent good glycemic control, the mean A1C of 6.7%, when you have when you make a CGM, the situation is not good. You see how widely is going up and down the glycemia. And we have evidences underlying this review we published a few years ago, that today we have a strong evidence that glucose variability is an independent risk factor for complications, including cardiovascular complications. The first evidence was coming from Verona. This is a study, the first study showing that the variability in 10 years of fasting plasma glucose was accompanied by a high risk of cardiovascular mortality in type 2 diabetes. An evidence supported by several other epidemiological studies, but particularly by post-hoc analysis of very well-recognized trials like the ADVANCE, the DEVOTE, the BATT, PAREG, ALLHEAD, and ACCORD. So, in all these trials, there is a post-hoc analysis confirming that glucose variability, A1C variability, fasting glucose variability is associated to high risk of complications, particularly cardiovascular complications. And we recently confirmed, using the Swedish diabetes registry, that glucose variability in terms of A1C variability is associated with almost all kinds of cardiovascular complications. But the most intriguing evidence was to find out that this is particularly true for people in good glycemic control. It seems a paradox. People showing an A1C at target, having high level of glucose variability, they are more exposed to the risk of cardiovascular complications than people in worse glycemic control. This must be taken into account, of course, considering that when we see just an A1C at target, we could be, let's say, reassured about the risk, but this is not true. On the contrary, in these people, the risk for complication is higher than in people in worse glycemic control, at least for what is related to glucose variability. And we have some measures in order to understand where we are in terms of glucose variability. This consensus published 5 years ago, you see that the coefficient of variation of 33-36% is considered a good coefficient of variation in terms that is acceptable. Higher is not acceptable. What we are still missing is a coefficient of variation for long-term variability, meaning in terms of A1C variability over time. But the evidence is there. So anyhow, we should do all the best in order to avoid glucose variability. But also is emerging another important target for glycemic control, the time in range. I think the concept is quite immediate. Time in range means how much time somebody spends in the normal range of glycemia. But in terms of glycemic control, the concept is a little bit different. This simple approach, simplified approach, because clearly in diabetes there is a wide variation, and this is why the time in range is not considered just as the normal value of glycemia as seen in normal people, but you see the normal range is considered the time spent between 3.9 and 7.8 millimole liter as standard acceptable range of glycemic control. And the impact of this concept is clearly shown in this slide. You see that the three people with the same A1C, but with a different amount of time in range during a 24-hour glucose monitoring, continuous glucose monitoring, describes completely different situation. According to the amount spent in the time in range, we can consider people in poor, acceptable, or optimal glycemic control. Another aspect is that using just SMBG cannot be enough to catch all the aspects of glycemia over the day, while you see that in the same patient, according to the CGM, you see some aspect which you do not catch if you just use SMBG. And also, we are starting to have evidence that time in range is related to the risk of a complication. So, which is immediately understandable, meaning better is the time spent in normal glycemia, higher is the chance to avoid the complications, is already there in terms of evidence. But when we speak about glucose variability, we do not speak only about peaks of glycemia, but also in terms of nadir, meaning the risk of hypoglycemia. And it's really worth of interest to underline that high glucose variability is linked to high risk of hypoglycemia. And we know very well that hypoglycemia is strongly related to increased risk for complications, particularly for cardiovascular complications. Probably what is less recognized is that hypoglycemia is also a pro-atherosclerotic factor. So anytime there is an hypoglycemic episode, all the pathways activated by hyperglycemia, the same pathways, are activated, so leading to high risk for atherosclerosis and occurs for cardiovascular complications. So hypoglycemia must be avoided. But this seems not enough, because when you have hypoglycemia, usually what is the effort is to increase glycemia as soon as possible. But it seems that this approach is not the best. In this in vitro study performed in cells, but also in animals, you see that when the neurons as cells or in animals, hypoglycemia was induced. And then the hypoglycemia was recovered by hyperglycemia or by normoglycemia. The recovery with the hyperglycemia was accompanied by an increase of oxidative stress generation. It seems that a phenomenon like ischemia reperfusion happens, and free radicals and oxidative stress are generated, and we know that oxidative stress is very important for the pathogenesis of diabetic complications. But this, unfortunately, is not true only for cells and animals, but also for human beings. You see here that in this study, induced hypoglycemia was induced by the appearance of endothelial dysfunction, oxidative stress and inflammation, and When this hypoglycemia was recovered producing hyperglycemia, the situation was worse, meaning that even recovering the hypoglycemia, the effect on the cardiovascular risk was increased when we produce a hyperglycemia post. In terms of a mechanism, already I anticipated that oxidative stress is the key player and is very well recognized, accepted, that the hyperglycemia produces at the mitochondrial level an overgeneration of free radicals, superoxide anion particularly, which activates several pathways leading to the risk of complications. But what is worth of mentioning is that the same pathways are activated by all the different kind of hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia or post-hypoglycemia effect I have described. There is evidence coming from in vitro and in human studies that the same pathways activated by hyperglycemia are also activated in all these situations. So this reason really can contribute to explain why all these aspects of hyperglycemia or hypoglycemia are related to increase the risk for complications. Over here, we have an important change in the concept of managing glycemic diabetes. You see here, for a very long time, A1C was just the best and the only good standard gold marker we had to assess the level of glycemic control. But in time, you see that all these new aspects were emerging, and so contributing to, in one side, to complicate the story, but in other side, to give more explanation of what should be the best approach for the management of hyperglycemia today in people with diabetes. And the perfect management of hyperglycemia today, according to this picture published in Diabetes Care just a couple of years ago, you see here that the perfect management using the drawing of Leonardo da Vinci, which is the expression of perfection in terms of measures, you see that it's important not only the control of A1C and fasting glucose, but also the timing range, the short and long-term glucose variability, 1 hour and 2 hour PPG, hypoglycemia, and how you recover from hypoglycemia. It's a very complex, I understand, approach, particularly from a clinical point of view. But we have a lot of new tools to fight against this complex situation. We have new drugs, particularly, fast-acting insulin, GLP-1, SGLT2 are very effective in controlling this new aspect of hyperglycemia. But also there are important technical new tools which can also improve the control of the complexity of hyperglycemia today. So, in conclusion, I see that we have this is a well-known ESD algorithm for the management of diabetes, which suggests that according to the presence of cardiovascular complication, kidney disease, or heart failure, we can choose the best option for the treatment. But also, not only in such situation, but even when these situations are not present, the glycemic control is still mandatory. My recommendation is that today, glycemic control is something more complex and cannot be focused only on A1C, but on all these new aspects and parameters which should be taken into consideration for a real modern approach for the management of hyperglycemia today. Thank you very much for the attention.
Thank
you, Dr. Antonio Cerelio, for your brilliant presentation on the management of hyperglycemia. I would hand over to Rutul for introducing the next speaker.
Yes. Next speaker, we have Dr. Sujoy Majumdar. He is Honorary Head, Department of Diabetology, GD Hospital and Diabetes Institute, Kolkata. He's Senior Visiting Consultant and Endocrinologist at PLS Hospital, Kolkata, and Examiner for MRCP, Clinical Examinations in India. He's Vice Chairman of Indian Chapter of Royal College of Physicians of Ireland and Vice President for Diabetes Awareness and You Day Chapter. He is President of Rotary Club of Kolkata Pointers. He has 25 publications in national and international peer-reviewed journals and one chapter on acromegaly and diabetes in Diapedia, the online textbook of diabetes of European Association for Study, that is EASD, and he has 7 book chapters. And for next talk, over to you, sir. Sir, please unmute yourself.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. And I believe I'm audible and visible.
Yeah. Perfectly. All right.
Yeah, I'm sharing my screen. So okay. So I would like to start with a big word of thanks to Dr. Banshi Sabu for inviting me to be present for this meeting again another time. And in fact, I've been a part of DICAT several times in the past, and I've always enjoyed the hospitality of Dr. Sabu and his team. So no special thanks for them. Now, the topic for today's discussion is somewhat very interesting. And when Banshi asked me for my opinion, I thought this is something which needs a bit of discussion. Because our background thought process is always like this, that whenever we are thinking in terms of hypoglycemia, the only thing that comes to mind is as a part of management or as a complication of diabetes. But unfortunately, or I should say surprisingly, hypoglycemia can occur in a lot of other non-diabetic conditions. And this is something which I'm going to discuss today. And for that, I'm going to take you through several real-life case scenarios, one after another. So this is the first case. Mr. Sen, a megalomaniac 45-year-old accountant, he awoke one morning with uneasy dreams. He was non-diabetic, hypertensive, and a heavy alcoholic and smoker. He found himself transferred into the bed into a giant cockroach. That's what he felt, or feeling very weird. He had recurrent episodes. These were sporadic, but occurred frequently in the mornings and were relieved by breakfast. And the most recent visit occurred 2 days prior to his clinic visit when Mrs. Sen found her husband happily taking the morning shower in his pajamas and shirt. So he was behaving in an absolutely irrelevant manner. So this was what his presentation was like. So is this hypoglycemia? Well, if you look up at the workup for Mr. Sen, what we can find out that his fasting plasma glucose done on a subsequent day was 45. And the other workup included the liver function test, the urea and electrolytes, and the chest x-ray and the hemogram. Everything was essentially unremarkable. So essentially, we're dealing with a case of spontaneous hypoglycemia. Now, what exactly do we mean by the spontaneous hypoglycemia? So this is basically the definition of a spontaneous hypoglycemia. It's a clinically relevant hypoglycemia that is characterized by this Whipple's triad. And I'm pretty sure in this audience, we are all familiar with this Whipple's triad. So basically, the patient has got characteristic neuroglycopenic symptoms. What these are, we're going to discuss later on. Patient has got a low blood glucose. Usually, it's less than 70 milligrams per deciliter. And the symptoms are usually resolved with oral glucose treatment or by any treatment which brings the glucose back to normal. So it is very important that this low blood glucose with symptoms must be present to define spontaneous hypoglycemia. Now, is this hypoglycemia fasting or postprandial? There's always a question that comes to your mind. A fasting hypoglycemia is something which usually occurs more than 5 hours after the intake of the last food and indicates an underlying disease. So this is exactly what we're talking about by the non-diabetic hypoglycemia. Now, this does not mean that hypoglycemia doesn't occur in a fasting state in a diabetic patient. Certainly does. But if the patient doesn't have any such underlying disease, at least apparently, and the patient presents with a fasting hypoglycemia, we have to think of some other secondary cause other than diabetes. Usually, diabetes doesn't present per se as a fasting hypoglycemia. And also there's another issue known as postprandial or reactive hypoglycemia, which occurs usually 2 to 5 hours after the intake of food. And it usually occurs due to an exaggerated insulin response, as for example, and this is typically given the name a dumping syndrome, which happens because of a rapid transit of food through the gastrointestinal tract, so that there is an insulin release which occurs earlier than the blood glucose gets a chance to go up. Now, what is a clinically significant hypoglycemia? Why not just a low blood glucose? Now, this was a study which is actually nearly 40 years old today. So this was a study where people looked at the plasma glucose in men and women, normal men and women, during a 72-hour fast. And what did they find out? That the lowest average blood glucose demonstrated in men was something around 67.5 milligrams per deciliter. And in women, it dropped even further, 41.3. So as you can well appreciate, both these values, 67.5 and 41.3, are well below 70. And by normal definition of hypoglycemia, both these will classify as hypoglycemia. But this was not clinically significant. Why? Because the patients did not have any symptoms. And these were all normal human beings. So you could not think about something like these patients are having a hypoglycemia-associated autonomic failure. That's why they're not having symptoms. No, these were all normal men and women. So that's why what was the conclusion of the study is that the average blood glucose of a normal individual can vary greatly between the different individuals. Some of them could end up having a very low blood glucose, but that does not define a hypoglycemia. So what is the take? Spontaneous hypoglycemia. What is the first take-home message? A blood glucose concentration less than 70 milligrams does not necessarily signify disease. And the second take-home message is that there should be presence of neuroglycopenia symptoms. So what are these neuroglycopenia symptoms? They include things like fatigue, headache, disorientation, slurred speech, a confusional state, and ultimately leading to a loss of consciousness. And disorders involving life-threatening hypoglycemia may be present in purely neuroglycopenic symptoms, such as bizarre behavior. In other words, what happened in Mr. Sen's case could be a typical presentation of a spontaneous hypoglycemia with neuroglycopenic symptoms. So the second take-home message from this is that not all bizarre behavior may be explained by hypoglycemia. Yes, here we have got a documented hypoglycemia, but that does not mean that anybody presenting with a bizarre behavior is having hypoglycemia. Why? Because before you come to rule out spontaneous hypoglycemia, these are things which need to be ruled out. Whether the patient is taking any specific drugs or any toxins, whether the patient has got any organ failure, whether the patient has got any infections or chronic malnutrition, or whether the patient is suffering from any hormonal disorders. It is last bit which will need a little bit of discussions, but other things, other bits I think all of you know. So basically the commonest glucose lowering therapy that produces hypoglycemia in a non-diabetic patient are insulin and sulfonylureas. Often insulin and sulfonylureas have been used for suicidal intent by family members of diabetic patient. So if such a patient presents with a hypoglycemia, this is something which needs to be ruled out. This is a known fact that insulin and sulfonylurea does produce hypoglycemia. What about the rest? Now, this is actually a big list. I'll not bother you by taking through this big list. But what is interesting to know that certain drugs like the quinolones, quinines, and indomethacin have been known to produce significant amount of hypoglycemia. Also, alcohol is something which has been known to precipitate hypoglycemia. Drugs like lithium, dextropropoxifen, and rarely some conditions like mifepristone, disopyramide, and others, they have been seen to be associated with spontaneous hypoglycemia. What about critical organ system failure? In fact, the commonest one that we talk about is renal failure. It is a #1 cause of hypoglycemia in hospitalized patients with or without diabetes. And this happens because of the decreased clearance of insulin. And this decreased clearance of insulin can happen because of a deteriorating renal function and also a decreased gluconeogenesis because of a decreased delivery of alanine from the muscle, which is responsible for this insulin synthesis. The other one is a fulminant hepatic failure, which happens usually in setting of an acute fulminant hepatitis, paracetamol toxicity, Ray's syndrome, but this is not usually seen with cirrhosis, chronic hepatitis or liver metastasis. In other words, for a hypoglycemia to result from hepatic failure, that hepatic failure has to be acute. It does not usually happen in a chronic hepatic failure. And in severe hepatic heart failure, this has also been noticed, but the exact etiology is unknown. Other infections which can cause hypoglycemia, malaria, particularly in association with quinine therapy, but we must remember that overwhelming sepsis with severe infections usually causes hyperglycemia and not hypoglycemia. There have been reports of chronic malnutrition leading to hypoglycemia. Again, the mechanism is not very clear. It could be increased glucose utilization by muscle following a vigorous exercise. So these are the different causes of spontaneous hypoglycemia which can happen in non-diabetic individuals. Now let us move on to the endocrine cause of hypoglycemia. So if there is a deficiency of these two different sets of hormones like the cortisol or the glucagon and the epinephrine, these sort of condition hormones can produce what is known as a hypoglycemia in our non-diabetic individuals. The other one, relatively unusual one, is a non-islet cell tumor. But endogenous hyperinsulinism is probably one of the commonest causes, and the commonest cause of that is insulinoma. But there are other conditions, relatively rare ones, like the functional beta cell disorders, like nesidioblastosis, autoimmune hypoglycemia, and so on and so forth. So is the next question that we have to ask when dealing with such a patient is fasting hypoglycemia present? If you have ruled out all the other factors that I've discussed so far, and the patient is presenting with a spontaneous fasting hypoglycemia, think about insulinoma, insulinoma, insulinoma. So this is the first diagnosis that you have to think about. When you've ruled out all the other factors, what next? This non-islet cell tumor hypoglycemia can happen. This is something which we'll discuss later on. Happens as a paraneoplastic phenomena, and also autoimmune hypoglycemia. So these are the other endocrine causes of fasting hypoglycemia. Now, what is insulinoma? It's basically the bad boy of spontaneous hypoglycemia. It's a relatively rare 1 in a million case annual incidence. It's usually spontaneous hypoglycemia. It's usually localized in one focus, but around 10% of insulinoma can be multifocal, usually in association with multiple endocrine neoplasia type 1. Usually it's a benign adenoma, very rarely malignant. It's rarely seen outside the pancreas, but in around 1% patient, we have cyclomacross insulinoma, or there is of this insulinoma outside the pancreas. And most of these insulinoma are very small. In fact, 30% are less than 1 centimeter. And this is classically associated with a fasting hypoglycemia. Now, one may wonder, why really bother about something so rare? The answer is because miss it, it can kill your patient. Not from anything else, because as I told you, the tumor is usually benign, but from a persistent hypoglycemia, which can have all the deadly complications and sequelae of hypoglycemia. So insulinoma, the clinical presentation is again primarily with the symptoms of neuroglycopenia and, sorry. I'm sorry. So basically, if you go back again to the case of Mr. Sen, who was taking a shower in his pajamas and short. So if you now analyze all his symptoms, he has got all the typical neuroglycopenic symptoms like confusion and bizarre behavior. And it's provoked by fasting, and it's relieved with orange juice and breakfast. So it fulfills all the typical criteria for Whipple's triad. So obviously this gentleman was suffering from spontaneous hypoglycemia. So what do we do from there? How do you diagnose? The gold standard for the diagnosis is a 72-hour fast. Now, how do you do that? So basically the basis is demonstration of an inappropriate endogenous insulin production in the presence of a clinically relevant hypoglycemia. That is Whipple's triad. And what is the protocol for doing a 72-hour fast? Basically, you have to hospitalize the patient. This is a test you cannot do at home, and fast the patient up to 72 hours. The patient can have just pure water and nothing else. Ensure that the patient is not being smuggled in to have any food from outside, because often the patient will feel hungry. You check the blood glucose every 2 to 4 hours and monitor for the hypoglycemic symptoms. And in the presence of symptoms of hypoglycemic symptoms, or in the presence of a documented low blood glucose, as you can find out from capillary blood glucose, draw at least 2 sets of bloods for blood glucose, serum insulin, and C-peptide, and subsequently give the glucose and check for the resolution of symptoms, that is confirming the Whipple's triad. Some of these patients you may have to stop early if there's more than 3% of body weight loss following the 72-hour fast. And the sensitivity of this test in picking up insulinoma is more than 95%. So basically, how do you distinguish between insulinoma and surreptitious insulin use? What about somebody who is using insulin surreptitiously to produce hypoglycemia? So when an insulinoma, the glucose is low, the insulin is high, the C-peptide is high. When it's a surreptitious insulin use, the glucose is low, the insulin is high, and the C-peptide is low. And this is because with exogenous insulin administration, endogenous insulin production and production of C-peptide and proinsulin is suppressed. So the C-peptide levels are low. What about if it's a sulfonylurea? What happens when it's a sulfonylurea-induced spontaneous hypoglycemia? The glucose is low, insulin is high because of the stimulation by sulfonylurea, and the C-peptide is also high. So this is essentially the difference between insulin-induced hypoglycemia and sulfonylurea-induced hypoglycemia, where the C-peptide level is high. But then the issue comes regarding the distinction between insulinoma and sulfonylurea, because in both these conditions, the glucose is low, the insulin is high, and the C-peptide is high. So how do you diagnose? So you tell them apart by doing a serum or urine sulfonylurea screen and find out whether the urine contains a sulfonylurea metabolite. The final localization of an insulinoma comes from the CT scan of abdomen. This was the CT scan of abdomen of Mr. Sen, which showed the presence, as you can see here, the area of insulinoma. And basically, these patients, as I mentioned, have got very high insulin levels, and anything like a spiral CT or an arteriography can pick up this area. Ultrasonography was used in the olden days, but not a very good treatment of choice. And once you have localized the tumor, the next treatment is enucleation, and recurrence at 10 years is enucleation. However, this is not, in most of the cases, it does cure the patient, but there is actually a risk of recurrence at 10 years. And this is around 6% at 10 years and around 10% at 20 years. So once the patient had an insulinoma, this patient should be kept under follow-up with periodic regular reviews. Now, Mr. Sen underwent an enucleation and the symptoms resolved completely. And this patient, as I told you, he has been free from symptoms for the last 14 years. As I shown in the CT, he had the symptoms in 2008, and now he's perfectly all right. Even after 14 years, he's doing perfectly all right. Let's move on to case number 2. So this is a 55-year-old male gentleman, known hypertension, which was poorly controlled. He was admitted to our National Neuroscience Center, that is NNC, which is one of the intensive neurocare units of the PLS hospital, with a right middle cerebral artery infarct. He was a heavy smoker, and he presented with recurrent hypos, and he was extremely lethargic and listless. Case number 3, a similar patient admitted with a left middle cerebral artery infarct, known hypertension. He developed a CVA after an episode of diarrhea and was admitted with a gross dyselectrolytemia, sodium of 115, potassium of 2.9. And during his stay in the hospital, he was troubled by recurrent hypos. He was extremely lethargic and was unable to communicate despite having no speech difficulty. Case number 3, Mr. Gosal, a 78-year-old widowed male, lived with his nephew, hypertensive for 20 years and dyslipidemic for 10 years on adequate treatment. He had 2 CVAs in 2005-2006. In 2006, he was admitted with hypoglycemia, and again was noted to have an extensive left internal capsule and basal ganglia infarct. Several hypoglycemic episodes in patient, alert but vaguely responsive even when clinically stabilized. He looked depressed. So one common factor about all these 3 cases was that they had presented with an infarct. They did not have diabetes. They had background hypertension. One of them had dyslipidemia as well. Now, during an episode of hypoglycemia, when the lab glucose was less than 4, this was the result of the different pituitary hormone profiles, the growth hormone and the cortisol. And as we can see in all 3 of them, both the growth hormone and the cortisol levels were suppressed. So obviously these patients were suffering from some degree of hypopituitarism. Now, just a bit of a statistics, the average annual incidence of hypopituitarism is 4 per 1 lakh, and hypopituitarism usually develops predictably, with growth hormone deficiency characteristically preceding the gonadotropin deficiencies and subsequently followed by a depletion of the TSH and acetate reserves. So both growth hormone deficiency and the ACTH deficiency can cause spontaneous hypoglycemia. These are the causes of hypopituitarism which can happen. Important to note that a cerebral infarction, like what happened here, also causes hypopituitarism. Now remember something, all these patients had cerebral infarcts in the middle cerebral artery trajectory. As we all know, the anterior cerebral artery drains into the circle of Willis and supplies the middle cerebral artery. So if the circulation of the circle of Willis is compromised due to any reason whatsoever, that can also lead to what is known as a subclinical pituitary hypoperfusion, pituitary ischemia, and in the long run, pituitary infarction. And it is seen from this particular study that isolated growth hormone deficiency can happen with multiple pituitary hormone deficiencies. So all these hormone deficiencies, particularly ACTH deficiency and growth hormone deficiency, are well known to produce hypoglycemias. So basically, these are the ways by which you can diagnose it in such patients, going for insulin tolerance tests or the growth hormone receptor hormone, arginine or glucagon, clonidine tests. And this is how you do go for a growth hormone assessment. And some of the biochemical markers which might help here is the IGF-1 and the IGF-BP3. The gold standard is ITT, but again, this requires a very intensive setup and a properly trained technicians to do it, and should be avoided in patients who have undergone a cerebral infarct or a myocardial infarct. It basically distinguishes the growth hormone deficiency from that due to aging and obesity. And as I mentioned, should be performed in units adequately experienced. It's contraindicated in non-ischemic heart disease and seizure disorders. And this is what an insulin hypoglycemia test, this is how it differs. Basically, if a patient is normal, this is what, I'm sorry. If the insulin, as you can see on the left-hand side of the panel, we have got the normal response of the plasma glucose, cortisol, and growth hormone with following hypoglycemia. In a hypopituitary state, with both the cortisol as well as the serum growth hormone, there is a flat response. So this is one of the ways by which you can find out whether the patient is really having a hypopituitary-induced hypoglycemia. So what happened finally in these 3 patients? So case 2 and case 3 were started on growth hormone and cortisol replacement. Case 4 could not afford a growth hormone replacement. It marked improvement in alertness, and for at least 2 to 3 years follow-up, these patients were on the growth hormone and cortisol replacement. There was reduced incidence of hypoglycemia. The alertness improved, but the neurological status, including the neurodeficits resulting from the stroke, it was unaltered. But despite that, the patients looked much better, and there was an increase in the muscle bulk in these patients. There was reduced hypos, and generally the patients were doing fine, and they were followed up for the next 5 years, and reasonably they're doing pretty fine. Another condition which can lead to spontaneous hypoglycemia in a non-diabetic patient is adrenal insufficiency. It usually produces mild hypoglycemia in adults, but in children it can be severe. Primary adrenal insufficiencies can occur in conjunction with type 1 diabetes, and it can be present with a decreased insulin requirement and frequent hypoglycemia. And the mechanism is usually the decreased delivery of the gluconeogenic precursors to liver and or decreased synthesis of epinephrine or decreased induction of the N-methyltransferase. So adrenal insufficiency in children may present as spontaneous hypoglycemia, particularly in conjunction with type 1 diabetes. And the important point is that hypothyroidism and early diabetes mellitus usually does not cause a spontaneous hypoglycemia. Early diabetes mellitus can present with a reactive hypoglycemia, but not with the spontaneous fasting hypoglycemia. Then we have got other non-beta cell tumors. Again, that list is not a huge, the list is big, but the incidence is much less. Large mesenchymal tumors like retroperitoneal sarcoma, intraabdominal and intrathoracic sarcoma, mesothelioma, these can all present with hypoglycemia. Hepatocellular carcinoma, adrenal carcinoma, malignant carcinoid tumors, pheochromocytoma, and some certain lymphomas, myeloma, and leukemia. They can all present with hypoglycemia. But as I mentioned, the incidence of this last, the hematological malignant disorders are relatively extremely rare. This leaves us with a really, truly weird cases of fasting hypoglycemia. One of them is the nesidioblastosis, or the islet cell hyperplasia. It represents a hyperplastic process of budding islet cells from ducts, or this is known as nesidioblastosis. And nowadays, this is interpreted as a precursor to MEN, or multiple endocrine neoplasia type 1. And heterozygous knockout of the MEN1 gene in the mouse show multiple giant hyperplastic islets that precede the insulinoma. So this actually could be one of the precursors of an insulinoma. And persistent hyperinsulinemic hypoglycemia of infancy is, in these infants have an identifiable genetic mutations in the sulfonylurea receptor 1, that is SUR1, and also in the KIR6.2 or in the glucokinase gene. So these patients are, because of this genetic mutations, they can present with increased tendency of hyperinsulinemic hypoglycemia in infants. Then we have got this autoimmune hypoglycemic syndromes. It is usually because of the anti-insulin receptor antibodies. It was first described in individuals with extreme insulin resistance. However, they can be seen in association with type 1 diabetes. And these are characterized by extreme hyperglycemia, alternating with refractory hypoglycemia. The hyperglycemia can shoot the blood glucose more than 500 milligrams per deciliter. On the hypoglycemia, this refractory hypoglycemia can shoot it down to below 20. It's extremely rare, as I told you. Less than 100 cases have been reported in literature, and it typically causes fasting hypoglycemia. So the final take-home message is that evaluation of hypoglycemia in a non-diabetic individual is a serious brainstorming session. It's easy to diagnose hypoglycemia in a diabetic patient, but when you are dealt with, when you're coming across a non-diabetic patient, this hypoglycemia management becomes an extremely tough and brainstorming job. It becomes almost like a detective story, like what happened in the case of Mr. Sen. We have to think about non-endocrine causes first, like renal and fulminant hepatic failure, also sepsis. This can produce, these are more commoner causes of non-diabetic hypoglycemia. And adrenal diabetes, adrenal insufficiency, and hypopituitarism with growth hormone deficiency usually causes less severe hypoglycemia. But as I showed in those three cases, these are rare, uncommon, but not unknown. And do not forget insulinoma as a curative cause of spontaneous, severe, non-diabetic hypoglycemia. So with that, I end my presentation, and if there's any question, I'll be happy to take them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Sujoy Majumdar, for your brilliant presentation. It was very, very brilliant, honest confessions. And I have a question that why did those stroke patients, case number 2 and 3, develop hypopituitarism and hypoadrenalism, cortisolism? I was wondering why post-stroke they had developed that. Was it just if you can elaborate?
I was expecting this question. In fact, there has been a beautiful case series done by, I'm forgetting the name, the gentleman from Wales in Cardiff. They actually did one case series of around 15 patients, where they found out basically if you go by the simple anatomy, the circle of Willis has got a supply from both the anterior cerebral artery as well as from the posterior cerebral artery. Okay. Now, somebody who is having a middle cerebral artery territory infarct, that patient is also having a compromised circulation of the circle of Willis. So whenever that is happening, and we should not forget the fact that the pituitary and the hypothalamus primarily get the blood supply from the circle of Willis. So obviously, if there is a hypoperfusion in the circle of Willis, what happens is that the pituitaries also get hypoperfused, and this leads ultimately to what is known as a pituitary, I should say, I would not use the word atrophy, but definitely there is a hypoplasia of this ACTH and the growth hormone producing cells. So the net result is that these patients gradually and slowly, they go on to develop hypopituitarism, and that is the cause of this hypoglycemia. Having said that, hypoglycemia in a hypopituitarism, and let this message be very clear, it is known to occur, but it's not very common. It's one of the relatively rare things that we talk about when we
Thank you once again, and it was really brilliant. And so we should think of hypopituitarism in patients with stroke in case they are developing non-diabetic hypoglycemia. Wonderfully presented. Thank you. Thank you once again.
You're welcome. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sujoy. And we can move further to the next session as we are running out of time. So over to you, Dr. Tarjani.
Great discussion, chairpersons, great lecture, sir. Now we are handing over to Dr. Jaina for another symposium.
Thank you, Dr. Tarjani. I am here the reporter for the today's session of Learning from the Legends. Let me introduce to the chairpersons of the today's session, Dr. Deepak Chudasama sir, who is a PGDM, PhD scholar, consultant diabetologist in diabetes clinic and the research center Hope from the Junagadh, and the Dr. Saurabh Srivastava sir, who is MD, FRCP, Fellow of the Royal College of the Physician, Fellow of the Royal FACP, FICP, Head of the Department of the Medicine, and the Chief Medical Superintendent, Government Institute of the Medical Scientists at the Greater Noida. I am handing over to Dr. Deepak sir.
Dr. Saurabh Srivastava may proceed. Not problem.
Okay. So we are here to start the session, Learning the Legends, and our first speaker is none other than Professor Dr. Anup Mishra. He needs no introduction. He is Executive Chairman of Fortis CDOC Hospital at Diabetes and Dialysis Center. He is Director of National Diabetes, Obesity and Cholesterol Foundation. He is President at Diabetes Foundation of India, and he is former Professor of Medicine of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. The major achievements are he has more than 300 published research papers, and he has been analyzed by Stanford University to be among the top 2% scientists in diabetes from India, ranked globally. He is Editor-in-Chief of Diabetes and Metabolic Syndrome, Clinical Research and Review, and Clinical Keys. He is Associate Editor of Journal of Diabetes, USA, European Journal of Clinical Nutrition, member of Academic Board of British Medical Journal, member of the Lancet Commission on Obesity 2023. He has got Padma Shri Award by President of India in 2007 and VC Roy Award in 2006. He has authored a book on diabetes with delights, English and Hindi. He will be talking about non-obese lean patients with diabetes heterogeneity and phenotype, implications on management. Over to you, Professor Dr. Anup Mishra.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh. It's my honor to present this particular topic here in front of you and the audience. Can you see my slides, please? Are my slides visible?
Yes, sir, your slides are visible.
Okay, just give me a moment. I'll just have a pointer option. Okay. So in next 20 minutes, I'll illustrate this important topic, which is actually very, very important as far as the Indian population is concerned, non-obese lean patients with diabetes. Now, there's something which people outside the country, Western countries, don't see very often. So here on the left side, you see two mice. One is the obese one and one is the lean one, and this will remain as the backdrop of my presentation. A little bit of background, definition, and questions. In several parts of India and in clinical practice, many Indian patients with diabetes are non-obese or lean. We are going to focus on non-type 1 and non-elderly patients here. A number of confusing names have been introduced: malnutrition-related diabetes, protein-deficient pancreatic diabetes, Jamaica type diabetes, J-type diabetes, M-type DM, type 3 DM. But overlapping categories were first lumped together by MMS Ahuja, and experimental evidence was provided by J.S. Bajaj. And so the name given at that particular point of time around 4 decades back was ketosis-resistant diabetes of the young. These patients had a very high fasting blood glucose, onset of diabetes less than 30 years, the BMI, which was very low. They belonged to poor socioeconomic strata, had childhood malnutrition, and insulin requirement was very high. This was initial presentation of this type of diabetes. Now there are confusion reigns as far as terminology for non-obese, as far as lean is concerned, who's lean, who's non-obese. So here are the definitions. Lean is BMI less than 18.5 or 19 kg per meter square, and non-obese is between 19 to 24.9 kg per meter square. And we shall refer to this lean and non-obese throughout our presentation. Now, etiopathogenesis of such non-obese patients with diabetes is ill understood and possibly heterogeneous, as I shall illustrate in the presentation. And it is widely believed that non-obese patients with type 2 diabetes have greater insulin secretory defect or some other pathophysiology. Now, there are lingering questions and doubt. Non-obese patients, are they actually non-obese, or they have high body fat and ectopic fat, liver fat, for example? Are they, though non-obese, have insulin resistance? What about the glucagon? Lean patient, do they have decreased insulin secretion or beta cell function? Why? And is there a hepatic metabolic dysfunction? Other causes: fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes, lipodystrophies, LADA being missed in our patient, the masquerading as type 2 diabetes, and how to diagnose genetically determined diabetes. And how to approach such patients: same approach as obese patient, use of metformin, use of sulfonylurea, early insulinization. Now, I shall cover briefly these topics in my presentation. Now, let's look at prevalence of lean, non-obese patient with diabetes. And this is one of the best studies by Dr. Mohan. They classified lean as less than 18.5 kg per meter square BMI, which I showed you earlier. In the cohort of patients that they studied, only 3.5, look at this, 3.57% of the patients were lean. But lean patient had more severe hyperglycemia, more retinopathy, neuropathy, nephropathy, and 50% of them were controlled on OHA and 50% on insulin therapy. Subsequently, we published in 2003 a hospital-based study where we studied the body composition of patient with type 2 diabetes coming to All India Institute of Medical Sciences. And look at that. Even there in the hospital-based study, we had 30% of the patient who had a BMI of less than 23, 48% had BMI less than 25, and we studied their body fat. Around 22% had normal body fat. So even 2 decades back, even hospital-based patients, there were plenty of patients who were non-obese and some were lean. In a well-characterized cohort of patients, 75 patients with a mean age of 28.9, so they were fairly young patients. And a BMI, look at the BMI, they were lower spectrum of BMI of non-obese and some were lean. 69% had type 2 diabetes. So even in these non-obese and lean patients, 69% had type 2 diabetes, 31% had autoantibody positive or presented with ketoacidosis. And in those patients who had type 2 diabetes, HOMA-IR were high. So meaning thereby that in this cohort of patients, non-obese patient, lean patient, the insulin resistance was high. Let's look at the differential diagnosis. This lists the differential diagnosis. So a non-obese or lean patient could be having a true type 2 diabetes. So BMI could be 19 to 24.9, or lean, they may be lean. So both of categories may belong to type 2 diabetes, or they may be having autoimmunity. Now, we are not going to talk about type 1 diabetes, but LADA, late onset autoimmune diabetes, may be present. And genetically modulated diabetes, among them, the foremost is maturity onset diabetes of young, then mitochondrial mutation, lipodystrophy, and some unknown mutation. And the entity which I initially described, which was described by Professor M.M.S. Ahuja and Dr. J.S. Bajaj, malnutrition modulated diabetes mellitus, which actually was listed in the diagnostic criteria for diabetes earlier, is possibly not well characterized anymore, and the research is not very proper on this particular entity. Now, this is one of the first studies on heterogeneous etiologies of apparent type 2 diabetes in young people. Now, the patients here belong to 18 to 45 years of age, 268 patients. And look at this, what they found. They found familial partial lipodystrophy. It was just one patient, rare. 26 patients with LADA. So it is less rare, but maybe overlooked in adults. No patient with Modi here in general investigation. And 2 patients with mitochondrial variant of diabetes. And when they looked at the Modi carefully in patients who lacked insulin-resistant features, then they found 2 patients with Modi. Very interestingly, the average BMI of genetically based diabetes was less than 25, and antibody positive diabetes, they were slightly obese in this particular study. So this is a UK study, and let's see the study from India. This is again a well-characterized cohort from Lucknow, Dr. Ish Bhatia's group. They looked at 105 patients, age of onset of diabetes, fairly young, 18 to 35 years of age. And what they found was 40% each of type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes. And rest, 20%, 15% is fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes, and 5% belong to heterogeneous other etiologies like Modi, mitochondrial diabetes, and Flatbush diabetes. Let's look at each entity separately. This is LADA. This is onset at around 30 to 35 years of age with initial insulin independence. And they have presence of antibodies, BMI less than 25, and personal or family history of autoimmune disease. So, though the factors which may incite remain the same as for type 2 diabetes, excessive weight, smoking, physical activity, inactivity, etc. But most important is the genetic susceptibility, islet cell autoimmunity, and then subsequently insulin deficiency, and they slowly progress to insulin dependence. The fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes, which if you remember, was found in 15% of the cohort of patients from North India. These patients have recurrent abdominal pain, and you can see the calculi right here, pancreatic calculi. They are present in the lean adolescent or young males. They have pain abdomen and steatorrhea, and there's a possible genetic link. SPINK1 is the gene which has been investigated. Their diabetes is brittle. They require insulin. Though they may have low C-peptide, there is no ketosis. And rarely on the right side, you see the pancreatic cancer being reported from India in one of the patients with fibrocalculous pancreatic diabetes. So you must have the plain X-ray done in any patient with abdominal pain and diabetes and look at the pancreatic calcification. Modi is a huge subject by itself, but briefly, it is genetically and clinically heterogeneous subgroup of diabetes characterized by early onset of diabetes, usually before 25 years. Obesity and ketoacidosis are uncommon. Autosomal dominant, this is most important, inheritance, and primary defect is in beta cell function. 14 monogenic mutations have been identified, amongst them HNF and HNF1 alpha is the most common, and HNF alpha subtype and HNF4A subtype are very sensitive to effect of sulfonylurea. So this is something which needs to be looked into, and some of our patients which we actually treat as type 2 diabetes may belong to this particular diagnostic category. Now, this is a particularly interesting subject and very close to my heart because we have investigated this when I was in USA, familial partial lipodystrophy, which is again an autosomal dominant syndrome. And if you see here, the excess fat deposition around the neck. And if you see the MRI of neck of this patient, full of fat versus MRI neck of a normal person. And there is the lipoatrophy of the limb and abdomen. So there's hardly any fat here in this particular area and excess fat in the neck. Onset of diabetes is before 20 years of age, and associated multi-system dystrophy and mutation is that of LMNA. And there are multiple variants of this particular syndrome. For example, this is one such study which shows that in 5,221 patients, one patient was found with mutation in PPR gamma. Now, this is another variant of familial partial lipodystrophy. This combination, these authors said that combination of BMI of less than 27 and high insulin requirement, if such a combination is occurring, the chances of finding lipodystrophy is high. Now, a rare syndrome, mitochondrial mutation, maternally inherited diabetes with deafness. Now, look at this. This is the locus here. And if the mother carries one gene, then the children may carry. Early onset of diabetes with impaired hearing before diabetes, lower the BMI, more severe disease with a rapid progression of insulin dependence, and phenotypic heterogeneity with a mutation in this particular locus. This is the mutation. This is something which I was talking about. This is not very well characterized and probably less talked about recently. There is a history of malnutrition. Patient may require high doses of insulin, and even then, their leanness may not be corrected, and they may have infections, skin, soft tissue, pulmonary tuberculosis, and micro and macro vascular complications are rare. So you see, this publication is from 2002, and subsequently, recently, it has not been well investigated. Now, phenotype of lean patient with type 2 diabetes. So we have till now talked about various other phenotypes and syndromes of apparent type 2 diabetes, but their etiology lies elsewhere. Here are the patients with type 2 diabetes. Now, they may be truly lean patient with type 2 diabetes. The phenotype is only partially characterized. They don't have protein deficiency or low socioeconomic strata, do not have autoimmunity. They have hyperglycemia with normal C-peptide levels and low insulin levels. And the authors have said that possibly hepatic extraction of insulin. They present with infections, peripheral neuropathy, macrovascular disease, less common, and sulfonylurea usually lead to good response. So again, this is something which needs further research. Now, non-obese patient, Asian Indians with and without diabetes, this is a phenotype which is commonly encountered. This phenotype can be seen in non-diabetic people. This is one such study where Asian Indians, which were young Asian Indians with a non-obese BMI, they were investigated and compared with Caucasians. And look at this, their phenotype showed markedly high fatty acid, free fatty acid, low adiponectin, inflammatory markers, high liver and muscle triglyceride. So this is the typical phenotype of a young Asian Indian which develops into diabetes. And we have compared the young patients, non-obese patients, which are recently diagnosed to be having type 2 diabetes with non-diabetic control, and found a high amount of total abdominal fat. Look at this fat versus this. And also liver span is high, indicating high liver fat. This we published some time back. So in such patients who have BMI less than 25, further weight loss is required, although their BMI may be in normal or upper limit of normal. Now, the same phenotype was further characterized by us, and we found that these non-obese patients, as compared to non-diabetic controls, had a marked insulin resistance and high C-peptide levels. And also, apart from high insulin levels, high OMA-IR, their fasting glucagon levels were high and correlated with multiple measures of abdominal obesity. So, non-obese patient, high body fat, high abdominal fat, high liver fat, high glucagon, high insulin, and high HOMA-IR. In the same cohort of patients, the circulating DPP-4 levels were also higher than controls. And we all know that the circulating DPP-4 levels are injurious to multiple organ system, cause inflammation, insulin resistance, and also injurious to liver. There may be other pathways to diabetes in lean and non-obese individuals, especially Indian population. One pathway is through endocannabinoid receptor. Now, endocannabinoid receptors reside in the hypothalamus, and cannabis acts on these receptors, and they are blocked by rimonabant. And the obesity and nicotine cause overactivity of endocannabinoid receptor, which may lead to increase in the food intake, obesity, insulin resistance, and this is blocked by rimonabant. Now, rimonabant has been banned due to various reasons, but this is a pathway to insulin resistance which may occur in lean patients. And there is one evidence which exists that there is a high activity of endocannabinoid system in healthy lean Asian Indians. And look at this, as compared to Caucasians, and such patients may respond well to any ACS blocker, which may lead to less of insulin resistance. Similarly, if you look at brown adipose tissue, which is linked to obesity, insulin resistance, the higher the brown adipose tissue, the less is the insulin resistance and obesity. Look at this on the left side is the image of the brown adipose tissue on FDG PET on cold stressed mice. So this is a very small bit of adipose tissue. Not much is found in human beings. When South Asians were compared to white Caucasians, the white Caucasians had more of total BAT volume, meaning that thereby they have more of energy expenditure and they be more lean or insulin sensitive as compared to Asian Indians. So endocannabinoid system and brown adipose tissue needs more investigation as far as Indian population is concerned. Now, final two slides, very briefly, the management approach to diagnosis. So when you encounter a non-obese young adult patient with diabetes, if patient is lean, less than or equal to 19 BMI, then it could be young type 1 diabetes. And a star indicates family history may be or genetically determined or family history is present. Or patient may be truly lean type 2 diabetes or type 2 diabetes who has malnutrition or chronic disease of some type, or chronic calcific pancreatitis or SCPD with malabsorption. So these people can be truly lean. And what the patient is having a BMI between 19 to 25, it could be type 2 diabetes, it could be LADA. Again, the black stars indicate either genetic determination or family history. Lipodystrophies or genetically modulated diabetes like MODY or maternal diabetes with deafness. Now, general approach to treatment, I cannot be more detailed because of lack of time, but again, similar diagram, patient who's lean or has a BMI 19 or less, young type 1, obviously insulin, lean type 2 or type 2 with malnutrition, either sulfonylurea, insulin, pioglitazone, or DPP-4 inhibitors, chronic calcific pancreatitis or FCPD with malabsorption, insulin is the something which should be given. Otherwise, some people may respond to metformin, pioglitazone, but certainly because of pancreatitis, DPP-4 inhibitors should not be given. And a patient who has a BMI between 19 and 25, a typical type 2 diabetes, which will respond to multiple drugs, including SGLT2 inhibitors. And I would request all of you to put any patient who has a BMI of 23, 24 upper limit on SGLT2 inhibitor for them to benefit as far as their liver fat and total fat is concerned. LADA, metformin, DPP-4, and insulin. MODY, some may respond to sulfonylurea diet and some to insulin. lipodystrophy, pioglitazone, metformin, metrolleptin, high-dose insulin, and SGLT2 inhibitors recently have been tried, and GLP-1 receptor agonist. So with that, I finish my presentation. I thank Dr. Bansi Chabu and his team for inviting me to present these data in front of you. Thank you.
Excellent topic, Dr. Anup. We have got a very good insight about what are lean diabetics, what are non-obese diabetic, and how to manage those cases, and what can be the differential diagnosis of those cases. So I think the question answer session is the last, so we can take up with the second session. So Dr. Deepak,
no, Dr. Saurabh, there are questions we can take with Dr. Anup Mishra. Otherwise,
okay, sir, okay, sir. So if there are any questions?
Sir, I would like one question which I want to ask. In one of the cohort which you talked about, there are almost 15% for a lean diabetes in North India.
This is the paper from Dr. Ish Bhatia's group, and in conjunction with multiple other investigators throughout the India, and the paper is labeled as patients from North India. They were, as I told you, around 100 patients, out of which 40%, these were young patients, they were non-obese patients, and the phenotype was type 2 diabetes in 40%, type 1 diabetes in 40%, 15% had chronic calcific pancreatitis or FCBD, and rest 5% had other types of diabetes. So this was the very well investigated cohort, perhaps the best one from India.
But
there
are
others
in clinical practice you don't see so often in North and West India. I mean, in East India,
the FCPD.
Yes.
You're right, absolutely. If you ask me how much I see, so I will probably respond to you by saying that less than 5%. If I say 100% of non-obese or lean diabetic, then 5% may have the FCPD. But this particular the study showed that it was 15%. I also showed you another study from UK where there was none. There was zero FCPD. So it may be more in certain part of India. It may be more once we are looking for it, and some may be missed also.
Sir, what about the subtypes of type 2 diabetes? I mean, we also classify these patients diabetes in young or severe insulin deficient diabetes if somebody is not investigating them for FCPD. And then we have a different class which is obesity induced MOD or with SIRD. I was just, I want to ask you one question because Dr. Mohan had classified type 2 diabetes in the subtypes. One variety he had shown with a combined insulin deficient along with combined insulin resistance. I mean, both are in one group, while in a Sweden original paper, they had only 4 varieties where severe insulin deficient, severe insulin resistance, obesity induced, and age related, while in an Indian subtype, we had one more unique variety with a combined insulin deficient along with combined insulin resistant diabetes.
See, Bansi, I am aware of those data. For me, whenever I teach people or lecture people, I am very practical about what can be done, what should be done, and how we classify. If we say there are 5 types of diabetes, 7 types of diabetes, type 2 diabetes, the GPs will be very, very confused. So for me, there are 2 or 3 types. That's all. And we are developing some more data to tell you more about it, but there are some data which are available that I think the classifiers are only 2, BMI and liver. These are the 2 classifiers. By BMI, you can classify that the patient has insulin resistance or not, so BMI with acanthosis and so on. And by liver, you can further classify that this patient has more insulin resistance than others. So let's say one patient who's a lean patient, who's a BMI of 21, or say 20, and you palpate there is no liver, likely without any further investigation, you can say that there may be some insulin secretory defect here. And so you may treat him as such and be successful in your treatment 95% of the time. 5% you can be wrong. Now, if you look at another patient with a 27 BMI and you put a hand in the abdomen and you see 5 centimeter of firm liver, which I see every day, without even looking at ultrasound or a fibroscan, you can say that this patient is highly insulin resistant patient and that you need to throw him everything at him which will benefit his insulin resistance. A third type of patient which also can be identified very well, and unfortunately any of these studies have not taken that in consideration and looked at the various parameters, is acanthosis nigricans. If a person has acanthosis nigricans, there is no question that this patient will not be insulin resistant. And 99.9%. Unfortunately, in most of the currently treated patients, people do not even look at the neck. So by looking at phenotype and not looking at your insulin level, not looking at C-peptide, not further looking at any other investigation, you can very well characterize what you should do. So in a lean patient with insulin secretory defects, sulfonylurea or early insulin, in a patient who has a liver and insulin resistant, you can choose SGLT2, pioglitazone, metformin, all these combinations, and you will be successful. So, Banshi, I think we have to be very practical in what we do in India, and that without going into any algorithm, just by looking at all these, you can decide very well and you will be successful in most of the time. Unfortunately, people don't characterize. That is the problem. That is the problem. They don't look at the neck and look at acanthosis. They don't feel the liver and characterize that.
So this could be very great clinical approach wise fine. But sir, what you say about those advanced centers? Should they get the C-peptide? I mean, how clinically relevant to get the C-peptide in a clinical practice? I mean, it is not required, or unless you just want to consider or classify someone as a pakka case of type 1 diabetes, except that does it have any clinical relevance to measure C-peptide fasting? And
no, it does have a clinical relevance. I'm not saying that C-peptide should not be done, but for example, say a person is very lean and with have marked hyperglycemia, it doesn't have ketoacidosis. You may do a C-peptide. Say C-peptide is not very low, but low enough, and you may give early insulin in this patient. The second patient is, for example, let's say chronic calcific pancreatitis or FCPD, where we often say what to do. A patient has a slightly high sugar. Some people say, well, give insulin. I will probably give metformin, some pioglitazone, not DPP4, not GLP-1. And most of the time, initially, I can succeed. But some patient may escape. And in such patient, a C-peptide may be done. And if C-peptide is low, you may say, well, we have failed with the oral therapy. Please, let's switch to insulin. In patients who, the third, which is a relevant point, is a patient with type 2 diabetes who has gone into ketoacidosis. And so there can be 2-3 ways to look at it. One is flat push type of diabetes, where they go into ketoacidosis, they come out of it, and they respond to oral, and then they go into ketoacidosis, then again come back. And the second one is patient with SGLT2 inhibitor have ketoacidosis. In such cases also, C-peptide is going to be used. So any more questions?
Sir.
Yes, sir. Thank you. No, Saurabh, you can continue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks, Banshi. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you, sir. Missing you in Ahmedabad, sir.
Yeah, I'll come next time, surely.
Next time. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Sir, Dr. Deepak, are you there? To introduce the next speaker?
Dr. V. Mohan recorded lecture, sir, is
Okay, sir.
not able to come live. So he's
so the next lecture is Precision Care in Diabetes. It is being delivered by none other than Dr. V. Mohan, who needs no introduction. He is Chairman and Chief Diabetology at Mohan's Diabetes Specialty Center in Chennai in South India, which is an IDF center of excellence in diabetes care. Dr. Mohan oversees chain of 50 diabetes centers across India, across 8 states in India, and have over 5,60,000 registered diabetes patients in his centers. He is also president and director of Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, which is Asia's largest standalone diabetes research center. His main research interests are epidemiology of diabetes and its complications, genomics of diabetes, including monogenic diabetes and type 1 diabetes, fibrocritinous pancreatic diabetes, and Christian diabetes. So, I hand over the mic to the organizers for the recorded lecture of Dr. V. Mohan.
Hello, everyone. It's a great pleasure for me to participate in this conference and to give you a talk on precision care in diabetes. I'll now present my slides. I'd like to start by expressing my heartfelt thanks to my very good friend, Dr. Banshi Sabu, who is the organizing chairman of DiaCare Con 2022. It's a very prestigious conference and very humbled to present in this meeting. The topic of my presentation is precision care in diabetes. I have no conflict of interest to declare. All the funding comes from government agencies, either from ICMR or from the National Institute of Health Research or the NIHR in the UK. The subject of precision medicine is rapidly developing, and I'm very happy to say that the, the American Diabetic Association and the European Association Study of Diabetes has brought out a precision medicine in diabetes initiative. And in this initiative, I'm very happy that they have thought of including a representation from India and from China. So Professor Linong Ji from China and myself from India have been included in this expert group to report on precision medicine in diabetes. Now, talking about precision medicine in diabetes or precision diabetes, I would like to split it into two. The polygenic forms of diabetes, where both type 2 diabetes and type 1 diabetes are there, but I'm not going to talk about type 1 diabetes in this meeting. So with regard to type 2 diabetes, I'll have the first part of my talk and then spend most of the time on monogenic diabetes, focusing on maturity onset diabetes of the young and neonatal diabetes. The field of precision medicine and type 2 diabetes really took off after this seminal paper from Leaf Group and colleagues from Sweden. Using machine learning and a data-driven cluster analysis and 6 variables, Leaf Group and colleagues identified that there are 5 subtypes of diabetes, of which I would submit that the first one, the severe autoimmune diabetes or SAID, is actually a variety of type 1 diabetes because GAD antibodies are positive. This is not truly speaking type 2 diabetes. However, if you take type 2 diabetes itself in adults, there are 4 subtypes identified by them. The first is a severe insulin deficient diabetes, which occurs in young people, thin people. They have insulin deficiency as a main defect. The second one is opposite, that you have severe insulin resistant diabetes. They call it as SIRD. The third variety is mild obesity related diabetes, where you have obesity but there's no insulin resistance, which we don't see very commonly in India. And I'll come to that. The last is the age-related one, the mild age-related diabetes or MARD. When this paper was published, there was interest all over the world to see whether the same subgroups are present in all populations. So the question we asked is, can this be applied to Indians? Not just because India also has to do it, but because type 2 diabetes in Indians is very different from what is reported in the white Caucasian population, European of European ancestry. For example, the age at onset of type 2 diabetes is much lower in Indians. We have a lower BMI threshold, so you don't have to be very obese to get type 2 diabetes. In fact, you get even thin diabetes. I'll come to that. There's a very high degree of insulin resistance and a very prominent reduction in the beta cell function, which occurs very rapidly, so that pre-diabetes to diabetes transition occurs much more faster in our population. One of the most characteristic features of the Indian type 2 diabetes is a very low HDL concentration. The good cholesterol is very low in our population, perhaps lowest in the whole world. And the triglycerides are also very high. There are a number of other features. For lack of time, I will not go into those. So this is a collaborative study between the Madras Diabetes Research Foundation, MDRF in Chennai, and the University of Dundee in Scotland, and it's called as INSPIRED project. INSPIRED stands for India-Scotland Partnership for Precision Medicine in Diabetes. This paper was published in 2020 in BMJ Open Diabetes, and it's called Novel Subgroups of Type 2 Diabetes and their Association with Microvascular Complications in Asian Indians, a data-driven cluster analysis. Where did the study participants come from? Initially, in the first part of the study, we took all the participants from our own electronic records. As you know, we have centers all over the country. So we took patients from all over the country following the same criteria that Leaf Group and colleagues had used, that is newly diagnosed type 2 patients. But we had very large numbers as compared to their 8,000 patients. We had almost 20,000 people who were included in this study. We also did validation using the INDIAB study. The INDIAB study, as you know, is a representative study of the whole country. Every state in the country has been studied. And there, we also used for validation the ICMR INDIAB data to see whether we are getting the same clusters in the clinic as well as in the population. And when we did that, we used only 6 variables: age, BMI, waist, HbA1c, HDL cholesterol, and triglycerides. Now, these are the 4 subtypes that we identified in our population, both in the clinic population as well as in the India population, which is representative of India. The first variety is similar to what the Scandinavian group had described, the severe insulin deficient diabetes. These are thin people, young people, they have less of insulin, very little insulin resistance. The opposite is the insulin resistant obese diabetic. But this IROD, or insulin resistant obese diabetic, is slightly different from the SIRD, which they have described. We have described it in the literature. The third variety, what they had described was MOD, or mild obesity diabetes. We didn't find that type of diabetes. Instead, we had a new group of combined insulin resistant and deficient diabetes, CIRDD. And what is very interesting is that this particular group is unique to India and to South Asia, and they had the lowest HDL cholesterol and the highest triglyceride among all the 4 groups, and I'll show you that. And the last is the mild age-related diabetes, or the MARD. Now again, in Scandinavia, when you say age-related, it's after 60, 65. For us, age-related is 50 years or 55 years. So it is quite different from what Scandinavia had reported. You may ask, what is the clinical relevance of this clustering? It has been shown by the Scandinavian group, and we also confirm that the SID variety, the insulin deficient variety, is more prone to retinopathy and not so much prone to nephropathy. On the other hand, if you look at the IROD variety, the insulin resistant obese diabetic, they are more prone to kidney disease or diabetic kidney disease or nephropathy. We are able to confirm that. But there is one additional point which, if you see in our series, you remember this variety called CIRDD, the combined insulin deficient and resistant variety. Because they have both the defects, not surprisingly, they are more prone to both retinopathy as well as to kidney disease. So this is a very interesting finding. One more point that we saw was how much time did they take, the various groups, to get to the HbA1c of 7%. As one can imagine, the mild age-related diabetes being very mild, we were able to get maximum number of people into HbA1c less than 7%. Whereas the blue, showing the severe insulin deficient variety, it was very difficult to get them under control. Remember, it's a retrospective study, so everybody is treated in the same way, whether you're thin or old or fat, everybody is given metformin first. And therefore, this group did not respond as well as the other groups. We have now developed a software called as the DIANA software, Diabetes Novel Subgroup Assessment, using just the clinical parameters, we just put it into the computer. The software will tell you, the app will tell you that this particular individual has SID variety, that the risk of developing retinopathy and nephropathy is also given, and it even suggests which medicines may be suitable for this particular patient. To our knowledge, it's the first time that such an app has been developed, and this takes precision medicine to the next level. I'm happy to inform you that this clustering has now been replicated in South Asians in the UK, in Pakistanis and Bangladeshis. This paper in PLOS Medicine, just published a few weeks ago, confirms that the CIRDD variety, which we described, the combined insulin deficient and resistant and deficient variety, is present in the Pakistanis and the Bangladeshis in the UK. And they specifically say we are able to reproduce previously described diabetes subgroups, and they quote a paper. So this seems to be a true South Asian subtype of diabetes. Having dealt with type 2 diabetes, let me now move on to the monogenic forms of diabetes. I'll first take up maturity onset diabetes of the young. Now, MODY is a type of diabetes that was described in the 1970s, but it's only 1990s that the genetics was discovered. Soon, almost 14 different types of MODY were described, and all the clinical features are given here. I won't go into all these details, but many of the MODY subtypes respond better to tablets, to sulfonylureas, than they do to insulin. And we have had several publications on MODY 3, MODY 1, MODY 2, MODY 5, etc. And here are two more reviews on MODY that we have published. But you may ask, as a clinician, why should we bother about MODY? Why don't we just give some tablet and be done with it? I'll show you an illustrative case which will be very revealing to you. A 16-year-old girl came to me many years ago, over 20 years ago. She was thin and she had HbA1c of 10%. And she had met an endocrinologist who told her this is type 1 diabetes and you need lifelong insulin, and 3 times insulin was given. She came to us for a second opinion. The first thing that we saw when we took her family history, this is a proband. We saw that her mother had diabetes, her aunts had diabetes, all is shown in red, and one of the aunt's sons also had diabetes. So there's a lot of diabetes in the mother's family. Now you can see there's a 3-generation transmission of diabetes in this family, probably even 4 generation, which is typical of MODY. So what we did was, we did the next step of measuring her insulin level. We found a C-peptide is very good. We then looked to rule out type 1 diabetes, GAD antibodies and zinc transporter came negative. Because of 3-generation transmission, we did the MODY genetic testing. And as you can see, the star shows that they have MODY, MODY 3 in this case. So the mother had, the daughter had, and then all the people who had diabetes in the family had. By this time, her younger sister also developed diabetes, and we tested for her. She also had MODY 3. So you can see this is a whole family of MODY 3. On the father's side, there's no diabetes at all. So it is very easy. Now we took her off insulin, started her on glibenclamide, sulfonylurea. Blood sugars came down very well, and she and her sister are still responding to sulfonylurea after several years. And this is how a classical example of precision diabetes, and how from the genomic lab, we were able to use the results of our genetic studies to change the treatment and to take this girl off insulin. I'm happy to share with you that this girl came to see me recently after more than 20 years. And she's very happy that we were able to make the right diagnosis for her and take her off the insulin injections. Now let me pass on to the last part of my talk, which is on neonatal diabetes, defined as diabetes below 6 months of age. Now, neonatal diabetes is of 2 types. The transient variety, which occurs before 6 months of age, but then before the first birthday, it goes away. And then we have the permanent neonatal diabetes, where it occurs before 6 months, but is permanent. Now, let me again show you a case study. This is a 3-month-old female baby from Calcutta. She was diagnosed to have diabetes 2 weeks after she was born, and she was started on insulin injections. But even with 3 times insulin, 4 times injections given per day, her blood sugars remain at 300 and 400, and therefore she is referred to our centers. Now, it's a rule now that anybody below 6 months of age has to undergo genetic testing, because you may have neonatal diabetes. So we sent this girl for genetic testing, and we found a mutation in the KCNJ11, which is shown here. Now, children with this particular mutation can stop insulin and be changed to sulfonylurea. So what we did was, gradually we increased the dose of the sulfonylurea shown here in green, and shown in red is the insulin dose. Insulin dose came down, and in blue is the blood sugars. You can see after starting the sulfonylurea only, the blood sugars have become normal, whereas with insulin, it was not getting under control. So by day 5, the insulin is completely stopped. Today it's 8 years since this child came to us, and she's still responding to sulfonylureas. And this, of course, makes very big news, because it's almost like a miracle if you're able to take a child off insulin and treat them with tablets. We have had several reports on neonatal diabetes and monogenic syndromic forms of diabetes. This is the first report on 33 cases that we published. Subsequently, we have much larger series. But what you can see here is if you have the KCNJ11 mutation or the ABCC8 mutation, these are the shown here are the A1C levels when insulin was given. And on the right here is the A1C levels when sulfonylurea was given. You can see from 11 to 7, 10 to 7, from 16 to 6, dramatic reductions in the A1C because the child responds better to sulfonylureas. We have also some syndromic forms of diabetes. I'm not going to go into that, but when you do the genetic study, what you thought was type 1 diabetes may actually turn out to be Walcott-Rodison syndrome or Wolfram syndrome or maternally inherited diabetes deafness, MID, and so on. Each one has a different prognosis, different treatment, and therefore genetic testing should be done whenever necessary. This is our registry showing you that we now have 1,562 cases referred to our monogenic diabetes registry of India, and the largest number, of course, is MODI, but neonatal diabetes, syndromic forms of diabetes, and even congenital hypoglycemia, getting low sugar just after birth, that is also a genetic syndrome. We at MDRF Chennai are a nodal center for monogenic diabetes in India, and you can see from virtually every state now, we have started getting blood samples for genetic testing for monogenic diabetes. We also have a registry. It's called www.monogenicdiabetes.in, and any of you who have such blood samples, you can send it to us. So in conclusion, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to tell you that precision diabetes is now slowly coming of age. It can be applied to all forms of diabetes. With respect to type 2 diabetes, I told you that 4 subtypes are seen in Indians. 2 are the same as Scandinavian cluster, the severe insulin deficient variety and the mild age-related variety. 2 are unique, the insulin resistant obese diabetic and the combined insulin resistant and deficient variety. These clusters have now been replicated in South Asians in the UK also. Study of monogenic forms of diabetes may help children with neonatal diabetes and youth with MODI to go off insulin. And precision diagnosis is today possible in India, and it helps us to offer precision treatment and thereby improve the quality of life. All children with diabetes diagnosed before 6 months of age must undergo genetic testing. And if you have neonatal diabetes with ABCC8 or KCNJ11 mutation, you can completely stop the insulin and change them to sulfonylurea, which is a miracle for the child and the family. And I'd like to end by thanking my genetics team, the genomics team at MDRF, led by Dr. Radha Venkateshan, who's here in the middle, and her entire team. This department alone has 139 publications on genomics of diabetes, and 15 PhDs have come out from this department. And with that, I would like to once again thank Dr. Banshi Sabu and the organizers of this very important meeting. And thank you for allowing me to present in this conference. Wishing you all the very best.
Thank you, sir. It was an excellent presentation for how to go about the diabetes patients, and precision diabetes has its day, and it will be the future for starting the treatment. And as sir has already said, that if a patient is having, if a child is having diabetes or a neonate is having diabetes, it is must to have a genetic testing done so that we can give a proper treatment to that patient. I think as sir is on, it was a recorded lecture, so we don't have any questions right now. So I thank Dr. Bansi Sabu and the organizers for being with us, and I hand over the mic to Dr. Jana.
Thank you, Dr. Saurabh Srivastav, sir. That was a wonderful lecture on the precision diabetes. So now onwards, let me move next. And I'm handing over this to Dr. Rikin Shah.
Hello.
Yes, sir, we can hear you. You can start, sir.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm inviting chairpersons. Today is a international symposium. I'm inviting Dr. Ashish Jindal, MD in Internal Medicine, CCDM from UK, Assistant Professor at AIMS Mohali, Punjab. Welcome, Dr. Ashish Jindal.
Thank you, sir.
And another chairperson, Dr. Sushil Patel, MD, FA, IIDR, PGCD, Consultant Diabetologist, Oxford Diabetes Center, Vadodara. Please welcome Dr. Sushil Patel to chair the session.
Thank you, Rikin bhai. I would like to thank Dr. Bansi Sabu sir and entire Diacon team for inviting us over here. We are having the wonderful discussion by the national and international renowned speakers. So to start this session of mixed bag, I invite my co-chair to introduce our first speaker. Dr. Ashish, can you do that thing?
Yes, sir. I would like to first thank Dr. Bansi Sabu and all the organizers of DiaCareCon 2022 to give us the opportunity to chair this session with such esteemed international speakers. First, we have Dr. Binayak Sinha. He is from Calcutta and he has done his MBBS from Calcutta. Later on, he did his MRCP from UK and got his membership of Royal College of Physicians of United Kingdom in 2015. He went on to do his clinical specialty training in endocrinology and diabetes from UK and later on worked as a consultant in diabetes and endocrinology in University Hospital Birmingham. Later on, he returned to his roots and started working in Emory and Fortis Hospital, Kolkata. He is a distinguished faculty and has done several research on PCOS and gestational diabetes, which fetched him high impact publications in the International Journal, along with Young Investigators Award at the International Conference of Endocrinology in 2002. He is also a co-author on a few handbooks in diabetes and endocrinology. He teaches on various courses all over the country. I welcome Dr. Binayak Sinha.
Thank you very much for your kind introduction. I'm here to speak on a topic which is essentially, I need to get this sorted once more. Why am I not being able to share?
Sir, you can share your screen.
Is my screen visible? No, it's saying Dropbox.
So first you open your presentation.
My presentation is open.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Now you can start sharing the screen and select your presentation in the backend.
Is it visible?
Yes, sir. Make it in the slideshow mode.
Yes, sir. It's visible right now.
Okay, thank you. So I've been asked to speak about on a topic by my good friend Dr. Bansi Sabu on metabolic control before elective surgery. So we are not talking of the patient who's having intravenous insulin while in as an inpatient or in ICU or anything like that. This is all before. This is not when the patient is having surgery or is in hospital. So there's a lot of confusion, because you see a lot of people feel that blood sugar has to be controlled before any surgery takes place. And therefore, it is imperative that we know what targets are, why we have to control, and how we control. Now, diabetes in surgery are interlinked. Most patients, I think 1 in 3 people who have surgery in Indian hospitals have diabetes. And most of them are type 2 diabetes, and very few are type 1 diabetes. Patients with diabetes are known to have an increased perioperative morbidity and mortality. Morbidity in the form of increased risk of postoperative infection. They're at risk of arrhythmia, kidney disease, paralytic ileus, stroke, myocardial ischemia, and increased length of hospital stay, and even death. On average, diabetes patients will require more hospitalization, longer duration of stay, and will cost more to manage than patients who do not have diabetes. So why is this? Because there's a massive metabolic response to surgery. The trauma associated with surgery leads to increased stress hormones like catecholamines and cortisol, which increase insulin, reduce insulin sensitivity. And this depends on the severity of the operation or any postoperative complications or any preoperative comorbidity that the patient might be having. In addition, if you have heightened sympathetic activity, which you would expect when somebody is having surgery, there is reduction of insulin secretion, while there is also additionally increased growth hormone and glucagon secretion, which further worsens the plasma glucose levels. Further, when patient has surgery, there is catabolism. We know that patients who have surgery, in general, abdominal surgery leads to about 5 kilos of weight loss, and this loss is mainly muscle and bone loss that people have when they have surgery. And this abnormal situation leads to increased gluconeogenesis, increased glycogenolysis, breakdown of proteins and fat, and ketogenesis, which can lead to hyperglycemia and ketosis. So this is what happens during surgery. This is what we are up against, and therefore we have to be very careful about how we prepare a patient for surgery. Most anesthetic agents cause hyperglycemia, but remember, anesthesia is a quick on, quick off process. So this does not affect glucose metabolism tremendously. Epidural anesthesia does not increase catecholamine release or cortisol release, and therefore blood sugar levels are not affected in epidural anesthesia. Now, it's very interesting to look at perioperative hyperglycemia. This is before the event has taken place, and risk of adverse events. And this is surgical patients. This is a retrospective study by Dr. Inzuchi's group. Sorry, I did a lie, Dr. Umpirez's group. And this is the surgical patients, about 40,000 patients, 33,000 without diabetes, 7,000 with diabetes. And they go through this process where they have blood glucose performed or not performed. And if they have a blood glucose performed and their blood glucose is more than 180, they either receive insulin or they do not receive insulin, whether they are diabetic or non-diabetic. Now, this is what the left-hand side, the flow diagram shows you. But if you look at the right-hand side, you'll be surprised to note that where my pointer is at this point of time, the composite adverse events, cardiac events, non-cardiac adverse events, and death is far higher in patients without diabetes who have hyperglycemia than in patients who have diabetes and have hyperglycemia. So it seems that hyperglycemia is worse when detected in non-diabetic patients than when patients with diabetes. This might be various reasons why. The primary reasons that springs to mind is that the stress levels obviously are so high in the non-diabetic patients that they are causing a hypoglycemia, and therefore this is one of the reasons why there are far more adverse events in the patients without diabetes. And therefore, for non-diabetic patients, but not diabetes patients, the risk of adverse events is linked to hyperglycemia. This underlies the paradoxical effect may be due to underuse of insulin, but also that hyperglycemia indicates higher levels of stress, as I was just telling you, in patients with no diabetes than in patients with diabetes. Now, with this in mind, this is the background information. I will take you through a few cases. These are a few cases which I have seen in the last couple of weeks, and these are all related to surgery. And this is not a commentary on anybody. This is not a commentary on any surgical specialty. This is not a comment on any doctor in particular. But I'm sure all of you who are participating in this discussion, who are watching, who are chairpersons, who are actually being a part of clinical medicine, you will all agree that this is something that we see very commonly in our day-to-day practice. And you will also wonder whether this is fair or not, and I will show you evidence to suggest whether it is fair or not. So this is a 56-year-old male. He's got a busy corporate jobs, but he's having problems with his vision. So he's taken 2 weeks off for planned cataract surgery. He's on metformin 1 gram OD, all stable, A1C 7%, which was done 15 days ago. He arrives at the hospital for fecoemulsification. He has a random blood glucose test because he's already had tea and biscuits in the house in the morning. His random CBG is 194. The ophthalmologist and people there in the department announced that because he has a CBG of more than 160, his operation is cancelled. Fact. This is not an exaggeration. This happens every day in our day-to-day practice. I'll take you to another patient. This is a 78-year-old lady. This lady has been under my care for a long time. She takes Bias 30, 22, and 10. I have never been able to increase her morning dose of insulin much because she is prone to hypos before lunch. And for me, it is of paramount importance that she does not get any hypoglycemia before lunch. Now, she has bad osteoarthritis and she's planned for a bilateral TKR. Just because she's going to have a TKR and she lives alone, her son who works in the United States comes with 3 weeks leave, short time present, that she needs to be having some kind of help at home and in hospital prior to when she has the surgery. She has some pre-op tests 2 days prior to the surgery, fasting 103, PP 232, A1C 8.1%. I get a letter from the anesthetist who has done a pre-op check saying that this patient's PP sugar needs to be below 180 and HbA1c needs to be less than 6.5% before they can be taken up for surgery. As needless to say, the operation is cancelled again. And this gentleman has come down from the United States with a 3-week leave, and he will have to go back without having his mother operated. Now, the mother is left in a situation where she can go for surgery on her own. Imagine she's 78 years of age, or she has to wait for 1 year when the son will get a leave again, or the son has to really risk his job and career and try and take leave again when the HbA1c is down and come down for surgery. We move to case 3. This is a 55-year-old woman. She has menorrhagia and she's got a large uterine fibroid. She's well controlled, I think, on Dapamet and Citamet. But then when her blood test results come back, her HbA1c is 9.6% and her hemoglobin is 7.5. That again, she's referred to me. This is the first time I'm seeing her, that she should return when her A1c is 6.5 because her operation is being cancelled because of poor glycemic control. Is this right? Is this wrong? We need to look at the evidence. Whenever we are faced with a clinical conundrum, the way to go forward is to find out what the evidence, what the guidelines are telling us. So this is from a book by the ADA published in June 2022. This is an ADA publication, and let us see what that tells us. Many studies have looked at the association with HbA1c and surgical outcomes, and whether elevated HbA1c is linked to poor postoperative outcomes is not known, but what it does show is just a marker of poor perioperative glucose control. Besides, there is no evidence proving better outcomes by deferring the surgery for better control. This is American Diabetic Association. And though there is no fixed HbA1c, there's only reason to cancel an elective surgery only if the HbA1c is more than 10%. Procedures that are of emergent or time-sensitive nature, as in all the three patients that I showed you, the focus should be to get the patient in, have the operation, and provide good inpatient glycemic control. Even the anesthetists, the Anesthetic College, this is from the British Journal of Anesthesia, says that adverse outcomes, but there is lack of data to show any kind of benefit by delaying the surgery to correct the A1C. This is from joint Royal College of Physicians, Royal College of Surgery, Royal College of Anesthesia, Royal College of Ophthalmologists, Royal College of Gynecology and Obstetrics. And though there is very good reason to actually refer the patients and make sure that there's a plan of surgery, again, the most important thing is the place that I have circled out for you. Their HbA1c is only if the HbA1c is 8.5%, refer to a diabetologist, otherwise proceed to surgery. Again, if you look at places where HbA1c is not readily available, again, when a patient comes to the hospital, like the patient did, with a random blood glucose of 194 awaiting a cataract surgery, what does the Royal College of Surgeons and the American College of Surgeons, this is of course from the American College of Surgery, what do they say? Consider cancelling non-emergency procedures if patient presents with metabolic abnormalities like diabetic ketoacidosis or HONC, or blood glucose readings above 400 to 500 milligrams per deciliter. So all these patients who've had their surgery cancelled had no reason to have their surgery cancelled because it would not affect the outcomes. And in fact, particular to cataract surgery, we have data from India that if people who have gone through surgery for cataract, most about 200 patients with poor glycemic control on admission who underwent cataract surgery did not show any vision-threatening complications, and there was no influence of pre-operative serum glucose levels and final visual outcomes. Now, it is a tendency for us Indian doctors to say that, this is Western data, so there is no Indian data. Indians would fare in a miserable way if their blood glucose is elevated. This is data from India published by Penke et al. Showing that it has no effect on surgery. In fact, the Cochrane review, which is a completely unbiased review, says that preoperative medical testing, including plasma glucose check, did not reduce the risk of medical adverse events during or after cataract surgery when compared to selective or no testing. And as you can see, this is high certainty evidence. So there is no reason to cancel or worry about glycemic control unless the blood sugars are really, really high in patients who are due to go for surgery. So the goals, on the other hand, should be to reduce the patient's morbidity and mortality by making sure that their other conditions are dealt with, avoiding hyper or hypoglycemia, maintaining proper balance of acid, base, electrolyte, providing adequate fluids. And once the patient is admitted, try and get the patient's blood glucose levels less than 180 milligrams per deciliter. The general principles preoperative are not to cancel surgery, but to optimize OAD, start insulin if necessary, add a basal insulin with OAD. There is emerging evidence with very good results, particularly with DPP-4 inhibitors, metformin, SGLT2 inhibitors, and metformin, and basal addition will provide excellent control in these patients. You go for basal bolus if there is too much of a concern, regular SMBG for all these people who are being prepared for surgery, avoidance of hypoglycemia, monitoring of renal function and electrolytes, and blood pressure control are of paramount importance. But if I have managed to make one point throughout this presentation, I would like to put it to you, ladies and gentlemen. The important thing is, do not cancel surgery on flippant and callous reasons, as the patient has a random sugar which is slightly elevated or a HbA1c of 8 to 9%. Thank you very much for listening to me. Thank you. If there's any questions, I'll take them.
Dr. Sushil Patel, please proceed to invite next speaker.
No questions?
Can we have discussion?
No, sir, there is no any
at the end of
question.
the session?
We have discussion at the end.
Okay. So thank you very much. Thank you, sir, for this wonderful lecture. Now we are moving to another lecture that is by Dr. Itmar Raz. Dr. Itmar Raz is from the Israel. He's a professor and received his medical degree from the Hadash Hebrew University Medical School in Jerusalem in 1980. He's a board director, board certified in the internal medicine. He's a full professor of internal medicine and was the head of the diabetes unit at the Hadash University Hospital from the 2000 to 2015. He is currently serving as the head of the Israeli National Council of Diabetes and is the initiator and leader of the National Diabetes Prevention Care Plan in the Israel. In addition, he is the president of DCure, a non-profit organization that promotes and funds scientific research in the Israel for finding a cure and better treatment for diabetes. In the past, he has served as the president of the Israel Diabetic Association from 1992 to 2004, and he has holds various editorial positions in the 8 diabetes-related international journals and over more than 4,400 publications. So not taking much of your time, I invite sir for his lecture on the need for new guidelines on the diabetes management. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Fatal. Thank you very much. I also want to thank Professor Banshi for inviting me to this very important meeting. And I want to discuss together with you today, the question is whether we need new guidelines in diabetes. And this is my disclosure. This is a wonderful review that was written by the best people in the United States, 34 people, that discussing the need for new guidelines in diabetes. It was published in not a very famous journal, but I suggest each one of you to read this wonderful review. But I still have questions regarding this review. The review talks about nutrition and physical activity, treatment of obesity, cardiovascular risk factor, hypoglycemia, treatment to prevent and treat diabetes complication. However, the guidelines do not look directly at the very old people, at those who are 65 or 75 years old or even more. And I want to remind you that 70 to 80% of our patients are patients who are older than 65 years old. So we have to ask ourselves whether these new guidelines are enough and whether they are good also for the very old diabetic patient. So let's talk about nutrition. We all know that Mediterranean nutrition is a very...
Sorry to interrupt, sir.
Yes?
Can you make it in the slideshow mode?
Can I?
Yeah, your presentation is not in the slideshow mode, sir. Can you make it in the full screen?
It's not a full screen?
Not yet, sir.
Okay, I'll try to do it. 1 minute. about a healthy lifestyle. So we're well aware about the need for Mediterranean or Mediterranean-like food. However, very important in the old people is food high in protein that was shown to be also a very healthy food when you increase the percent of protein from 18% to 20%. These are new data. New data also show that eating in breaks can reduce the risk for cardiovascular events, and most probably also increase life expectancy. Recently, also sugars and sweeteners have shown to be deleterious in patients with type 2 diabetes, increasing insulin resistance and increasing the risk of the patient, and also high protein intake. When we talk about exercise, recently several studies have demonstrated that in people older than 60, you don't need necessarily to do 150 minutes of aerobics, which is the best. What's important is to do every day strength exercise of about 10 to 15 minutes. That will be the best way to keep your muscles. So these are the sources that I brought it from. The importance of protein source for muscle health, mainly in elderly type 2 diabetic patients, because in type 2 diabetic patients, hyperglycemia causes reduction in the amount and reduction in the effect of the mitochondria, and this can be overcome by exercise, and this can be overcome by good blood glucose control. Just to show you the issue of fasting that will mimic a diet in prevention of diabetes and cardiovascular disease, as I mentioned. And this study recently published in Cell demonstrating that sweeteners can be as deleterious as glucose when it comes to insulin resistance in human beings. Now, what about obesity? In obesity, we talk about prevention in the youth, but when we talk about old people, the question is, should we aim at the healthy weight, which is 25 to 27 BMI in the Caucasian and even a little bit less in Indian people? What about weight maintenance? And what about the issue of gastric bypass? Now, it's very important to remember that when you get older, at the age of 60, you already lost about 40% of your muscle, and you already increased about 30% in your abdominal fat. So we need to do cardio fitness, but we need to treat patients in a way that will increase their muscle and decrease their body fat. However, in the last 10 years, the issue of obesity paradox came out, because it was shown that people at the age of 65 or more who weigh or whose BMI is more than 30 are in a way seem to be healthier than those with a healthy weight of 25 to 27 or 27 to 30, which is overweight. So the big question is, if we have a patient with BMI 30 to 35, or in India, it can be 27 to 30, should we aim to reduce his weight? And different studies have demonstrated that it is, that actually there are 16 studies to show that in the old patient with BMI above 30 in the Caucasian, there will still be a positive effect in reducing weight. And what you can see here, that young patient, 35 to 50, when you reduce when they're overweight, when they have a very high, when their BMI is 40, their cardiovascular and longevity is shorter. Similarly, in patients up to the age of 69, however, even patients who are above the age of 69 will still benefit from reduction in the weight to BMI of about 27 in the Caucasian. But the big question is, these studies actually show that the lower your weight is, the better. But the question is, what about treating patients who are obese with a drug that reduce weight? And here I want to show you the study that I have actually led it together with a TIMI group in Harvard, and this is the DECLARE study. And what we have demonstrated is that when we reduce weight at any age, let's look at 75 or more, and you can see that with dapagliflozin, we reduce weight similarly to what we reduce in those 65 or less. And let's see what happened. What happened was that at the very old people, you can see that the beneficial effect on the kidney and on the heart are actually similar to those that you can see in younger patients. However, the big question is, what about deleterious effect? What about side effects? And what you can see is that if you look at side effects, for example, major hypoglycemia, you can see that there are less major hypoglycemia and the dapagliflozin in those 75 or more, or those of 65 or more, even better than those that less than 65. If you look at diabetic ketoacidosis, you can see that the risk is similar when you are 65 to 75, or even those who are above 75, you don't actually see a difference in the risk of ketoacidosis in those patients. And all the other risk factors that comes with reduction of weight do not seem to be more deleterious in the very old than they are in the very young. So since I missed time and I don't want to go over it, pre-diabetes is a very important issue to discuss. However, I will leave it. I will not go to the drugs on pre-diabetes, but we have to remember that pre-diabetes put you to cardiovascular risk and renal risk, and it's not only diabetes that enhance this thing. Now, another thing is, what should be the aim of A1C? And you can see here that they talk about normalizing blood glucose, but trying to be up to 7.5. And here I want to say that as long as it's not deleterious, I think we should aim to hemoglobin A1C less than 7 and even normalize hemoglobin A1C at any age of the patient, mainly if you use those drugs that are not drugs that will cause hypoglycemia. Now, what about hyperglycemia? Why is it so important to aim to normal glycemia also at the very old? Sure, the target is depending on the treatment. If you give insulin, if you give hypoglycemic drug, you should be more careful at the age, and you should aim to less than 8. But in general, when you use the usual drug, you should aim to normalize blood glucose level as much as possible, even in the old population, using these 3 drugs, metformin, SGLT2, and GLP-1 RA, or any other drug that will not cause hypoglycemia. And this is because it was shown recently that in the old people, the older they are, you need to be normal glycemic in order to keep their muscles and to keep their brain. Both of them need a great effect of the mitochondria that could be reduced even when your blood glucose level or when your A1C is above 7. What about hypercholesterolemia? Statin treatment seems to be the goal at any age. Many times combined treatment will be very, very important. The PCSK9 inhibitor, very important. And the target should be, if possible, less than 70. And the other thing is that the lower, the better. And this we learned mainly from the PCSK9 that have demonstrated a great reduction when it's added to statin. And you can see the effect of this drug on the level of cholesterol, as you're well aware. And as you know, this was shown to reduce MACE. And not only this was shown to reduce mainly cardiovascular events. And recently, there was another paper demonstrating that reduction cholesterol, LDL cholesterol, from 49 to 22 still gave a beneficial effect. So I would tend to agree with the guidelines that I just mentioned to you at the beginning, that we should aim to LDL of below 50 at every diabetic patient when this is easy to use. Although here they talk about going to less than 50, mainly in those who have what they call extreme disease, which means diabetes and atherosclerotic disease, or can be even and very extreme, those with short life expectancy because of it. And you should go and learn. But what you should learn, when you have an LDL in a patient, which is 25, 30, don't reduce drug. This is the best LDL. And the way today is to say that lower is always the better, what Brownwell used to say in the past. Moreover, statins have advantage, and I just bring you one, known to be an anti-inflammatory drug. And recently it was shown that if you look at patients who are under statin, you will find that about 70 to 80% less of those people will have high anti-nuclear antibody, demonstrating that statin can also prevent autoimmune events in patients. What about hypertension? The goal in the study that in the paper I just mentioned, talk about lower than 120 to 80, because it was shown, not only in diabetic, but also in diabetic, that 120 under 80 are better than 130 under 80. And this is in spite of the finding in Accord. A very important thing in the old patient is the issue of preventing cognitive dysfunction. And the question is, how do we treat them? Or how do we know that a patient has cognitive deterioration? Because it was found recently that the earlier you treat, the better. And you can see here what is suggested to do at every clinic: a mini mental state, the clock drawing test, and different physical tests to show that your patient is still with a good cognitive. Now, what happened in those patients who do not have, or who seems to have, deterioration in cognition? So there are several studies to demonstrate that you can do something, mainly if you improve oxygenation of the brain. And one of them is hyperbaric oxygen therapy. This was done in Israel, and it was demonstrated that using hyperbaric way, you can actually improve patients who have early cognitive deterioration, who on a daily basis do not seem to have deterioration. It was demonstrated that you improve their cognitive function, and not only this, you improve or increase the telomere size, which is very, very important for patient longevity. Now, I'm not going to go over all the complications because I already took my time. But what I want to tell you is, when you go to this guideline, you will find several suggestions for new guidelines in the treatment of different complications, including Enfield and Nash. But I will not go into it. The issue is that today we need new guidelines. Now, when we talk about new guidelines, we want to talk about digital therapy. And part of this digital therapy, the way to follow patients, the way to treat patients from way above. And those are already here. There are quite many that are now being developed. And today, actually, when we talk about artificial pancreas, there are ways that were being done by patients to have artificial pancreas in nearly every patient with a very minimal expenses. This is not yet assured by the FDA, but it works wonderfully. I can tell you that in my country, we have now about 4,000 type 1 diabetic patients who are using their own artificial pancreas using the data that we have with us today. So with this, I want to summarize. I want to say a big thank you. The most important thing today is to try and think, what can we do, mainly in the elderly, which are 70 to 80% of our diabetic patients, to improve their cardiovascular outcome, to improve their microvascular outcome, to improve their brain, their muscle, and everything which is of great importance for their everyday life. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hikmat Das, for a great elaboration on diabetes and also pre-diabetes. For a great information on this developing, we can have new guidelines. We'll have discussion at the end of this session. So please, sir, be seated till that.
Yes, sure.
Speakers, please invite our chairpersons. Please invite our next speaker.
Yes. So we are really fortunate to have with us Professor Rakesh Sahai, who is professor and head of endocrinology at Osmania Medical College. And also, sir is consultant endocrinologist at Sahai's Endocrine and Diabetes Center, Amarpet, Hyderabad. Sir is currently president of Endocrine Society of India and also vice president of South Asian Federation of Endocrine Societies. Sir has been section editor, Tropical Endocrinology and Endotext, which is an online textbook of endocrinology. Sir is also an editorial board member of IJEM, and Sir is National Executive Committee member of RSSDI and has organized RSSDI National Conference in 2016. Sir have also received several awards, including National Academy Fellowship Award of Medical Sciences in 2021, Fellowship of American College of Endocrinology in 2009, Fellow of RSSDI in 2015, and FICP in 2006, FIACM in 2008, and Sir has been awarded as Best Teacher in Medicine by Government of Telangana for 2018 on the Teachers' Day. Sir has 150 publications in various national and international journals, and he has also authored chapters in various textbooks and monograms on diabetes and endocrinology. We welcome you, sir. We are really fortunate to have you, and the stage is all yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ashish, for the kind words of introduction. Thanks to the organizers, particularly Dr. Bansi Sabu and his entire team at Diacon for inviting me, and a big congratulations to him for organizing such a wonderful program. So I'll be speaking in the next 15 minutes or so about steroid-induced diabetes and the management of steroid-induced diabetes. So let me share my screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes, sir, it's visible.
Yeah, thank you. So what I'll try to do in the next few minutes or so is discuss about the physiological role of steroids, the various steroid preparations, and the magnitude of the problem of steroid-induced hyperglycemia, the mechanisms that are involved, and particularly and the management algorithms and how we should go about with the management. So steroids basically were introduced in about more than 70 years back, and in 1950 the Nobel Prize in Physiology was jointly awarded to Edward Calvin Kendall, Richardson, and Philip Schwarzer, and they were they were credited with discovering the steroids, and that has actually brought about a revolutionary change in the management of many disorders. As we know, steroids are used not only for replacement in adrenal insufficiency, but also for mainly for the anti-inflammatory effects and also for hemodynamic stability. So a lot of conditions, as you can see the list, whether you look at any sort of organ disorder, or any specialist will be using steroids for management of many conditions. And so therefore it's important that we understand that steroids, what they do to hyperglycemia, and how they bring about hyperglycemia, and what we should do about managing such a problem. So if you look at the mainly how the steroids work, they bind to receptors present in the cytoplasm, and then this steroid receptor complex goes into the nucleus, and there they bring about through various mechanisms, they activate the production of the synthesis of various proteins, which may have effects on inflammation and many other processes in the body. And this actually lists out that the various proteins which are regulated by steroids have an effect on the immune functions and metabolic functions also. As you can see, PPAR gamma, tyrosine, aminotransferase, and PPCK, glucose 6 phosphatase. These are the ones which actually have an impact on glucose metabolism. Then there are other effects on bone and other endocrine conditions. And in the net effect that we see clinically, what we see is that steroids cause increase in blood sugar, they reduce inflammation, retain sodium in the body, regulate metabolism through various of these processes that we have seen. They reduce calcium absorption and also reduce immunity. So the myriad effects of steroids are seen, and therefore there are a lot of side effects which became quite obvious right from the time steroids are introduced. The side effects became very soon known, and despite the side effects, the steroids remain crucial and life-saving medications, and because they have several anti-inflammatory effects. Coming to the role of steroids in causing dysglycemia, if you look at the overall use of steroids, we can say 0.9% of general population may be using corticosteroids for some reason or the other, and we see that the highest usage is in older ages, and nearly 1/4 of those who consume steroids do it for more than 6 months. This is data from the usage of medications, and what we see is that steroid-induced hyperglycemia may precipitate the appearance of they cause a lot of effects, precipitating the diabetes, or it may be and non-diabetic individuals may normalize the blood glucose levels once steroids are stopped, but there are many individuals in whom it may precipitate the development of diabetes. And if you look at the incidence of hyperglycemia after the use of steroids, it's said that it is seen that more than 50% of those who use steroids develop blood glucose levels more than 200 milligram per dl, and up to 40% of patients with pre-diabetes. I mean, the condition they use is neuropathy without a glycemic disorder. This is probably a pre-diabetes or dysglycemia. Almost 40% of them developed diabetes after taking steroids. Patients with respiratory disorders also have a high occurrence of dysglycemia after steroid use, and also particularly those undergoing organ transplantation. So steroid induced hyperglycemia can be, those patients who have aggravation of hyperglycemia with pre-existing diabetes, those in whom diabetes is unmasked by the steroids, that is, they were having some pre-diabetes or some other dysglycemia earlier, and the use of steroids unmasked their diabetes. And then there could be another category of patients where the appearance of they have the glucose corticoid induced diabetes is precipitated by the use of steroids. So these are the three broad categories we could say of people who use steroids. And so we can see that it can precipitate the new onset of diabetes. More than 2/3 of patients who develop hyperglycemia develop it within 1 to 2 days of using steroids. So very soon after starting steroids, this happens. So we should be vigilant of monitoring glucose levels right from the time the steroids are started, so that we can identify the hyperglycemia which occurs. Otherwise, many times this is not done, and people identify hyperglycemia many days after starting steroids, and during that period the person is at high risk of problems because of the hyperglycemia. So, and the predominant problem that is there is postprandial hyperglycemia. So majority of people have postprandial hyperglycemia. So just doing the fasting may underestimate the incidence of hyperglycemia. So, and then the pattern of excursion, however, depends upon the type of glucocorticoid that is used, its dose and regime. and replacement doses when steroids are used in small doses, like replacement doses 7.5 to milligrams or lower, it may not cause so much of hyperglycemia. Those with moderate doses like 7.5 to 30 milligrams may have higher incidence, and those with more than 30 milligrams per day very certainly very often go on to develop hyperglycemia. So the predictors of new onset diabetes with steroid use could be listed as the dose and duration of steroid treatment, the age of the patient. Older ages more likely higher, those who are obese are more likely, previous glucose intolerance, and those who have demonstrated some degree of insulin resistance, those who had a family history, and particularly some leukocyte antigens are HLA types, particularly those who undergo transplant, who have HLA typing. Some of the HLA typings are predisposing to the development of steroid induced diabetes. Gender may not play important role, and early withdrawal of corticosteroids, whatever the reason for which we use, early withdrawal is good in terms of preventing the or bringing down the glucose levels to normal. So this again lists out the risk factors: presence of hypertension, presence of those who are smoking, those are more likely, those who have got impaired renal function, and those who have got specific single nucleotide polymorphisms are also at risk. So these are all the risk factors that are there, and the important issue is that if you why do we need to screen patients for steroid induced hyperglycemia? It's important because the problem of hyperglycemia itself, because of the problem, the high prevalence of hyperglycemia itself, which may prolong the hospital stay, which may worsen the outcomes. Secondly, steroids increase the risk of infections, and so these are the major effects. And control of hyperglycemia in any situation, because we have got studies which have shown that when you look at patients hospitalized for various reasons and look at hyperglycemia, those with transient hyperglycemia, even new onset hyperglycemia or transient hyperglycemia, the correction of hyperglycemia is very important in such situations. So even for steroid induced hyperglycemia, correction of hyperglycemia is more important than worrying about whether they are going to develop diabetes or not. It is important that we correct the hyperglycemia, manage the hyperglycemia effectively, and that is going to improve the outcomes. So just to show you the mechanisms, what is happening, steroids have multiple reasons. They through their actions at the on the protein synthesis, they decrease protein synthesis, increase protein degradation, and they also decrease the glycogen synthesis. And in the liver, what happens is they increase the activity of this PCP, phosphoenol pyruvate kinase, carboxy kinase, which is an important enzyme regulating gluconeogenesis, that is upregulated in the liver, increasing gluconeogenesis. It is downregulated.
Is it network issue?
In the adipocyte. Excuse me, am I audible? Yeah. So I think this is the contrast that happens in the liver. There is an increase in activity of this gluconeogenesis. In the muscle, in the adipocyte, the PCP kinase is reduced, and because of this, what happens is that there is increased free fatty acid available, which is going into gluconeogenesis in the liver. So the various mechanisms are listed here, but suffices to say that there is increased insulin resistance and decreased insulin secretion from the beta cells in the pancreas through different mechanisms, which are causing the hyperglycemia in people who are on steroids. Now it's important to understand what is the type of steroids they're taking. Short acting steroids have a different effect. Intermediate acting steroids have different effects. So these are the intermediate acting steroids, and long acting steroids like dexamethasone and all that have a different pattern of hyperglycemia, which is shown here. So the short acting ones, like they have an onset of hyperglycemia within 1 hour, peaks at 3 hours, and resolves in 6 hours. So just like as you can see, we are familiar to seeing the insulin profiles, the action profiles of insulin. So similarly, you see with short acting steroids, this is the type of hyperglycemia that is produced, type of glucose profile that is produced. With intermediate acting steroids like prednisolone and methylprednisolone, this is the type of glucose profile produced, peak in glucose levels at 8 hours, and a resolution in 12 to 16 hours. And long acting steroids have a longer duration of action, like this, longer duration of hyperglycemia. So it's important, as you can see, all of us can understand that for this type of steroid, a short acting insulin would be very good. For this type of steroid, insulin like NPH will be very good, which has a 12 to 14 hour action, while for these a longer acting basal analog like glargine or degludec would be good for this type of steroid use. So clearly understanding this is important, because we can understand what type of insulin is going to be particularly useful for managing such hyperglycemia. Now, important that when a patient is admitted and started on steroids, you need to monitor the CBG levels, the capillary blood glucose levels consistently. If they are consistently below 180, you may stop testing. But if they are going beyond 200, then you need to start treatment. In known cases of diabetes, if the CBG is more than 200, then testing should be increased to more than 3 times per day, and treatment should be intensified accordingly. For those who are not having, those who are on a single dose of prednisolone, as we've seen, that's an intermediate acting steroid, and it best is treated with NPH, which could be given in the morning, and intermediate acting NPH at the same time as a steroid injection may be the best form to manage hyperglycemia in people who are on prednisolone. And this is the commonest type of steroid that is used in most of our patients. Most of patients who are using it for anti-inflammatory purposes. For those who are on, so you can actually calculate the dose also. For those who are on prednisolone or methylprednisolone, as I said, once a day, use NPH 0.5 units per milligram of glucocorticoid that is used, and give it along with the glucocorticoid in the morning. For those who are using more than 2 times per day, maybe you require a little higher dose, but you may need to give it twice daily again. You may need to give it twice daily, same dose, 0.5 unit per milligram of glucocorticoid. It may range from 0.25 to 1 unit, but average is this is what you can start with. When you're using longer acting steroids like dexamethasone, if you're using NPH, then you require larger doses of NPH, or you may prefer to use any of the the newer basal analogs which have a longer duration of action. When you're looking at hydrocortisone, if you're trying to use NPH, you require smaller doses of NPH. Whether you use it OD or BT, you require smaller doses of NPH given along with the steroid. Now, when you are looking at patients who are on multiple dose hydrocortisone, which you need to use appropriate therapy with MDI regime, maybe the treatment of choice, or you may be given, you can sometimes use premixed also, but most important is most suitable is a basal bolus regimen in such patients. Now, if a patient is on basal insulin, consider switching to the morning administration and increasing dose of by 2 to 4 units increments every 24 to 48 hours, particularly in those who are getting this methyl pulse therapy. In such patients, it may be good to give this basal insulin in the morning. And sometimes when there is persistent hyperglycemia, you may switch to IV insulin infusion for a short duration of time. Then once you have an estimation of the total daily dose, then you can switch back to basal bolus therapy. Now, this is again this is the chart showing all the different insulins and where they're particularly useful. They're particularly useful. You can use NPH particularly for a short-acting, intermediate-acting glucocorticoid, prandial bolus insulins for short-acting glucocorticoids. Basal bolus therapy is used in very severe hyperglycemia, not particularly for any particular type of glucocorticoid, but when there is severe hyperglycemia. So this is how you could decide what type of insulin to be used depending on the type of steroid that is being used. But important thing is that don't use sliding scale, because this is going to cause confusion. You need to use basal insulin and appropriate doses of bolus insulin depending on the steroid that is being used, and that is going to the dose of steroid that is being used, and for the duration of time that it is being used. Once it is being tapered, we'll just discuss about that a little later. Now, coming to the management with OADs, sometimes you may be able to manage with OADs also when you have a patient who has been quite stable, who doesn't have very significant hyperglycemia, who are not on non-insulin therapy earlier also. There you can see that short-acting sulfonylurea like glyclazide is a very good agent which matches the action profile of this prednisolone. Just like we were speaking about NPH, glyclazide here matches that action profile, and you can say that for every 5 milligram of prednisolone, you may use 40 milligram of glyclazide could be matching the requirement for about 5 milligrams of prednisolone. If patients are So this is how you would do it. Maximum is one time dosing is good enough. You can go up to a maximum of 240 milligrams before breakfast. So that's the usual tendency that you may use for controlling oral anti-diabetic agents. Intermediate acting insulins may be added in addition if required, if they are not controlled on OADs. And hyperglycemia, if it continues in the late evening or overnight, adding insulin may be particularly useful. Now, current evidence, there's not much of evidence. This is the RSSJ guideline which I'm quoting here. This was brought out in 2016-17. So there was not much of evidence available on GLP-1 RA or SGLT2 inhibitors. So they did not speak about these agents. But if you look at the recent evidence, recent data that has come out from the COVID time, when a lot of steroid-induced hyperglycemia was being managed, people have used different agents like SGLT2 inhibitors have been used in some scenarios in patients who are stable. Some of the studies we have seen where dapagliflozin was used, the DARE-19 study and other studies have shown that there was no problem with the use of these agents, but they had their limitations, and they could be used in some of the stable patients. Metformin was also found to be a good agent in some of these patients. So I think and particularly the DPP-4 inhibitors were particularly found to be particularly effective in some of these studies. The target glucose level should be maintained between 140 to 180 for majority of the patients. Even in the ICU, you would look at maintaining between 140 to 180 being the ideal. In the wards, you may look at a preprandial level of less than 140 and a postprandial level of less than 180. So this should be the target. And when you're tapering the steroids, you should see that the dose of anti-hyperglycemic agents need to be tapered accordingly. A weekly reduction of dose of 5 milligrams of prednisolone requires a reduction in the total dose of insulin by about 20 to 25% reduction, or a dose reduction of glycoside. If you have been using glycoside, you can reduce it by 40 milligrams every time you bring down the dose. And normoglycemia can be observed in many patients after stopping the steroids, but however we should follow them up and see that we retest after 12 weeks to see that the patient is back to normal, because they could still continue to have hyperglycemia. Important thing is to reassure and reinforce to the patients, educate them, and see that they screen again, because this chart shows that, tells us how we should go about with in terms of people who have known diabetics. You look at titrating the dose of drugs or insulin rapidly once you are reducing the dose of steroids and stopping them. Encourage, see that they are educated about this and they are monitoring frequently. For those who are not diabetics, who become normal, whose blood glucose levels become normal after stopping steroids, you should still test them after 12 weeks to assess whether their hyperglycemia is persisting or not, and they should be educated about subsequent testing. Maybe every 6 months they could be testing so as to ensure that they're maintaining normoglycemia. So it's important. I would like to conclude by saying that it's very important when we're using steroids to see that we follow use it for a clear indication, use the appropriate dose for the appropriate period of time, because there are several adverse effects of steroids, hyperglycemia being one of them. And it is important that we as diabetologists, endocrinologists and physicians who are managing people with hyperglycemia should understand the type of steroid that is used and match it with the appropriate therapy, and see that we are effectively maintaining the glucose levels of our patients in the normal range. Thank you all for the patient hearing. I would be happy to answer any questions later. Over to the chairperson.
Sir, we will have discussion at the end of this session.
Sure.
Thank you so much, Dr. Rakesh Bhai, for a great explanation on steroids induced diabetes. The whole world has seen in this COVID era the same thing. Now, please invite our next speaker. Please invite chairperson.
Thank you, sir, for this wonderful lecture. We have another very eminent international speaker with us. He is Dr. Leszek Srupinek. Pardon me, excuse me if I pronounce it wrong. He is a specialist in the internal medicine and diabetology, head of the Department of Diabetology and Internal Diseases at the Medical University of Warsaw. He graduated from the Medical University of Lords in 1994 and held foreign training and scientific internship at the Oxford, London and the Wakefield, Great Britain, in Massachusetts, Netherlands and the Miami, USA. In his clinical practice, he is focused on the diagnosis of carbohydrate tolerance disorders and the treatment of type 1 diabetes, type 2 diabetes, diabetes accompanying with other diseases and the complications of diabetes. And he was the director of ASD postgraduate course also. So he's talking on the how you would like to initiate with the management of diabetes, whether 1 drug, 2 drug, or the 3 drug at the initiation of the therapy. So over to you, sir.
Hello, good evening. I'm, as always, delighted to be part of an Indian conference. I've just returned from Delhi from EASD and EASD course conference organized by Dr. Bridge McCarr. I could not come this time again in person, but thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to present this topic online. I hope without much technical problems, I will be able to do so. So, I hope you can see my screen in a presentation mode. Okay, so I would like to very briefly, it's a complex issue, but I will try to be brief on the phenomenon of the changing paradigm, another changing paradigm of type 2 diabetes treatment, namely intensifying treatment from the very beginning. This should be of no surprise. This is, by the way, hospital where I work. I work in the second big building. This is where internal medicine departments are. Diabetes 1 is on the 3rd floor. But going back to the subject, talking about multiple medications in type 2 diabetes should be no surprise for anyone. This is one of the concepts what constitutes type 2 diabetes. The main denominator, common denominator, as the authors of this article from 2016 suggested, is lack of insulin. It's a relative failure of insulin secretion by beta cells, but there are a number of other pathways and they all count up to 11. De Franza was writing about 8, about octet. Here we have 11 players, which eventually lead to hyperglycemia. It's then obvious, I guess, to anyone that we cannot control glucose with a single agent, perhaps at the very beginning, and we have accumulation of data showing that the more agents in a safe way are used from the very beginning, that is only for the benefit of the patients. As a comparison, I'm using the current rules for treating hypertension. This is not questioned by anyone. There are also multiple evidence here. But the current recommendations for treating hypertension is to start with 2 agents in 1 pill, then 3 agents in 1 pill, and only when spironolactone is being added, we come to using 2 pills. And India is a world leader in using fixed dose combinations. Wherever I come to your country, I'm thrilled with the options which are available to the patients, and it also, of course, happens in diabetes. In Europe, it's much more complicated, and fixed dose combinations are usually, hard to say why, more expensive than using single pills. So if hypertension uses a combined treatment from the beginning, and this is the disease of a much simpler and less complex pathology, pathophysiology than type 2 diabetes, why we are not using it? Let's look at some samples of some evidence. Where is the benefit of using combined therapy from the very beginning with at least 2 agents? First of all, there is a great power to reduce blood glucose. This is the study, 2007, not a new one, where sitagliptin was used together with metformin, and we have the largest reduction in HbA1c from baseline in comparison to a single agent used. If we look at a more modern combination, SGLT2 inhibitor and linagliptin, also here, this is on the left-hand side, we have the largest reduction, largest drop in HbA1c. That is also pretty obvious. Using 2 agents gives better result than using just a single one, although the results are not additive. So it's not that we add EMPA plus LINA 122 plus 1, and we will be well over 2% of reduction. No, but both are still more than a single agent. Another benefit of using combination therapy from the very beginning is delay in adding another agent. This is the study showing what percentage of patients exceeded target or got over the treatment target, and patients on metformin used as a single pill. They simply greater number of these patients failed with the therapy. While they were using sitagliptin and metformin, this increase was significantly slower. So giving two agents from the very beginning also let us maintain patients on better treatment and avoid the delay in intensifying the treatment. Nowadays, we know it's very important. But the study which really made us think about using two agents from the very beginning was a VERIFY study. And this, I guess, this study is well known to many of you. It is a very important paper where patients were treated from the beginning of diabetes diagnosis, only 6 months before the enrolling to the study. They could have diabetes for just half a year. They were either randomized to a group treated with metformin only or metformin plus DPP-4 inhibitor vilagliptin. And what is seen clearly here in this figure is that using two drugs from the very beginning as the initial pharmacotherapy delayed the need to initiate insulin by about 2 years. If we compare 36 months and 62 months, this is the efficacy of the treatment for half of patients. The difference is about 2 years. So it's pretty effective. It gives the patients what the patients want. Very few patients are enthusiastic about insulin therapy. It is also the treatment which is free from hypoglycemia risk. And that's another point. Arrival of the drugs which are free from hypo makes this early combination possible. We cannot use sulfonylurea and metformin early because thus we would run a very high risk of hypoglycemia. Sulfonylurea used in newly diagnosed patients, whatever low dose and whatever mild sulfonylurea we would use will lead to hypoglycemia in many of them. But somehow, if we look at the data which are the recommendations which are still valid, this is not a very old recommendations from American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists from 7 years back. Very clearly at that time, we were at the stage of stepwise treatment. So monotherapy, then dual therapy, then triple therapy. And the clear indications where we should go higher, and this threshold for intensifying treatment in these guidelines was 7.5. If we look at the current recommendations from ADA, we can see that this rule of using metformin first and then second and third agent is somehow becoming more relaxed, because just a year ago, what it said here, first-line therapy is lifestyle modification and metformin, and this was without any doubt. Here it says, and generally includes metformin. So we are more allowed here to use metformin or not, or other drugs, or metformin with another drug as well. In Poland, that's one of the reasons I'm presenting this topic. In Poland, this is the cover of our journal, Current Topics in Diabetes, where we publish in January our guidelines for the management of patients with diabetes that are available free online. What we suggested 2 years ago is that patients who are drug naive and are of very high cardiovascular risk, have many cardiovascular risk factors, or cardiovascular disease, or systolic heart failure, or chronic kidney disease, they, at the initiation of pharmacotherapy, should be getting SGLT2 inhibitor plus metformin, or GLP-1 receptor agonist plus metformin. So we are brave enough to suggest this treatment from the very beginning in high-risk patients. And that's what we actually are doing now. We're trying to adopt this policy in Poland for the last 2 years. It's a step or two ahead of our main ADA-ESD guidelines consensus, but the evidence is here, and we believe this is for the best benefit for the patient. Why it makes sense to combine metformin with SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 receptor agonist, I don't think I have to convince you that's a very natural combination, but also a nice combination is to combining SGLT2 inhibitor and GLP-1 receptor agonist. The problem is usually the price. Even if these drugs are reimbursed, in most of European countries, they are still pretty expensive. And this dilemma, why we are not using these two agents from cardiovascular point of view, is very clear. Look at the editorial published just a year and a half ago by Alice Cheng. She's one of the leading Canadian, but very well known in US as well in the world, diabetologists. She published it in Circulation, and she made the point why we choose between SGLT2 and GLP-1. This is what we do in our recommendations at the very beginning, when we can actually use both. Their mechanism of action is totally different, but one exception. Both drugs increase natriuresis. Of course, SGLT2 inhibitor at a greater extent, and GLP-1 receptor agonist at a slightly lower extent, but still, this is the only pathway they cover together. Otherwise, the mechanisms are totally different, and cardiovascular risk protection, which is now the main target for treating type 2 diabetes patients, will be even more effective if we use it. So just presenting with this brief argument, I think I will finish before my time, which always makes the chairpersons happy. I would summarize with this, again, an excerpt, the final paragraph, in fact, of the paper I showed at the very beginning about this multiple pathophysiology of type 2 diabetes. The authors, and among them were the former presidents of the ADA, they say here, look at this sentence. We advocate the introduction of combination therapy early, and it was in 2016, early in the pharmacological management of the disease. And how we should look at the drugs, they use the word, all the medications should be viewed as complementary, not as a competitive agents or as a failure rescuing patients, like we salvage therapy after inevitable treatment failure. This point of view is not original, what I'm presenting you here. We have the evidence, as I said, and more voices supporting this type of approach can be heard. The bottom line here is that we have drugs free from hypos practically, and these are DP4 inhibitors, SGLT2 inhibitors, and GLP-1 receptor agonists. These three agents, plus metformin, any combination of those, of course, it depends on the patient, on his clinical profile, risk profile, and so on, can be used at the very beginning. And we have this at hand. These are the fixed dose combinations of DPP4 inhibitors and metformin, which have been around in Europe for about a decade. Every DPP4 inhibitor can be combined with metformin. Eucras was the earliest one with vildagliptin. We have also combinations of SGLT2 inhibitors like ertugliflozin plus metformin, or the most exciting one, ertugliflozin with sitagliptin. However, MSD with ertugliflozin, they are not really promoting this drug. It's not very popular. But the concept is here, combining SGLT2 inhibitor, DP4 inhibitor, also a very nice solution. Metformin as a third agent of this fixed dose combination would be ideal. So just to conclude, I would argue I would say combination therapy, yes, absolutely. Why? Because our favorite disease has complex pathogenesis. The disease progression in type 2 diabetes is inevitable. Early combination therapy, as we can see in many more studies than I just showed you, are effective, and they are tested in chronic diseases. Here, hypertension should be our pattern and the way we should go forward. Combining metformin with any incretin agent or SGLT2 inhibitor yields no hypoglycemia, and in addition offers weight reduction to many of the patients. And that's the spelling error I made on purpose. This the nightmarish, this awful insulin therapy is actually and quite effectively delayed. We also offer, and that's probably the most important, early cardio and nephroprotection using these drugs from the very beginning. But how we should do it? And this is my almost final slide with suggestions, or just I'm sharing with you our practice for which patients we combine what drugs. So, for example, metformin with DP4 inhibitor could be for all, but especially for those who are not very obese, without complications, and for the elderly. That's a very good solution for the elderly because DP4 inhibitors are exceptionally well tolerated. Metformin and SGLT2 inhibitors, again for all, but especially for those with heart failure, cardiovascular disease, chronic kidney disease, and or NASH with liver steatosis. Any SGLT2 inhibitor has been shown to decrease it. Metformin and GLP-1 receptor agonists, again for all, but especially number one, the more obese the patient is, the more likely he or she should be to be treated with GLP-1 receptor agonists. Triple combination, even better. If we combine pills only, metformin, DPP-4 inhibitors, and SGLT2 inhibitors, 3 different pathways, and we are using it in patients with very high glucose. If initially patients start with high glucose and they decline insulin therapy to control glucose at the very beginning of the disease, this is what we can use with a very good effect. However, if patients have all these additional comorbidities, that's even better. And that's probably the combination for the future, not perhaps yet for the present because of the price and not enough data. But this is if we meet in 2, 3, and I'm pretty sure 5 years' time, this is what we will be talking about as a normal treatment regimen, very frequent. Metformin plus SGLT2 inhibitors already, at least 2 of them will be off patent in 5 years' time, and GLP-1 receptor agonists. These are for all the above patients, but especially those with overweight or obese, those who are better off now, today, have a little bit more money, and of course have vascular complications. We're fighting diabetes, which here is shown by Gulliver. That's the picture describing one of the oldest European novels. And we try to hold it in place by multiple ties and links. And the more drugs we use in a safe and wise manner, the more effective we will be and the best protection against complications we can offer to our patients. Thank you very much for your invitation and your very kind invitation to this meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Lezek, for all the explanation on different combinations. Now we have so many new combinations available, and we are hoping that your last one combination is also soon available in market. Now we have a question round. Please ask questions for all our 4 sessions.
I have one question for Dr. Itamar, sir. If he is there for the classification about the diabetes. Sir, my question is that what is the acceptability of this newer classification in routine clinical practice at your country? And is it the right time that we should include the newer classification in all the guidelines for the management of diabetes?
Sorry, Dr. Patel, I don't understand you well. I hear you, but I cannot understand you. Can you ask?
What is the acceptance of this newer classification in routine clinical practice at your country?
Again, what is
acceptance? Is it there in the routine clinical practice rather than the type 1 and type 2 diabetes? This newer classification is adapted by the doctors for the treatment of patients.
If I understood you right, you asked me how do we treat patients in Israel, or what is the...
Yeah, based on the older classification or the newer classification.
Lezek, do you understand?
Yes,
can you explain
yeah, the question, Itamar, hello.
Yes, hi.
Pleasure to see you. I understand that the question is about, you were talking about classification, and the question is, do you use this new classification routinely in Israel, or is it just still more science than clinical practice?
Do we use what? I don't understand.
Classification.
Yes, sure. Thank you. So we have published our own guidelines, which I didn't show you because of shortage of time. Our guidelines is called SIMPLE, and these guidelines is simple because most of the people who treat diabetes are family physicians, and our guidelines, as I show it, actually concentrate on 3 drugs: metformin, SGLT2, and GLP-1, because in my country all those drugs are in the basket and are available for all the patients. And if it's not contraindicated, yes, for example, if a patient is very lean at the age of 70 or 80, I would hesitate if to give him drugs like GLP-1 or SGLT2. But in most of the patients, what we do, we start with combination therapy, what Leszek have mentioned. We prefer the combination therapy of metformin and SGLT2 on metformin and DPP-4 because we see better results and because of all the reasons that you know. I don't want to go over them again. And we add GLP-1, or sometimes we start with GLP-1. When we start with GLP-1, if the patient A1C is relatively low and we expect GLP-1 to be much better in reduction of hemoglobin A1C, and also when a patient is obese and we concentrate more on reduction of weight and not only reduction of glucose. But we have our own algorithm for every disease, for everything. One of the things that we are very concerned about is the old people with the deterioration, cognitive deterioration, and muscle deterioration. And as I mentioned to you today in Israel, we send quite many people with cognitive deterioration, even before we give them a specific drug, we send them to to improve brain oxygenation, because we have proven, and we published several data about it, that this can improve and prevent deterioration. I actually use in this patient a drug like Viagra, or like drug that will improve oxygenation of the brain, mainly those people who have severe atherosclerosis. So we actually, as I showed you, we have a guideline actually for everything in diabetes, as was shown by Dr. Leszek. And as I showed you, we are now trying to use the new indication for guideline that came out from the United States, not from the ADA, but from different specialists in the United States, including diabetologists, cardiologists, nephrologists, hypertension people, and so on. And we try to add to them, or we try to get to the targets that they are suggested would be the most beneficial target. So this is now taking part in my country, and this was part of my lecture.
We have to continue this, sir. We are already running 10 minutes late. We can have last question.
Yeah, I have a question for Professor Leszek. Sir, you talked about metformin combination with SGLT2 inhibitors and DPP-4 inhibitors. But what is the place of sulfonylureas as an add-on therapy to metformin? And is it prevalent in Europe? Because in India, we use it quite oftenly.
It is prevalent because it's cheap, but it depends where. There are countries where sulfonylureas disappeared at all, like in Scandinavia. If you go there, if you go to Germany, sulfonylureas are hardly ever used. If you go to the Netherlands, if you go to UK, and also in my country, in Poland, they are still widely used. The problem is that, or not the problem, what will change, or what is changing now, is that we will be using it less and less as a second agent. We will be using it as a third agent. And what I think will happen is that, as Itamar said, metformin and SGLT2 inhibitor will soon become our preferred early therapy for multiple reasons. And then as a third agent, sulfonylurea might be slightly stronger than DPP-4 inhibitor in patients who are quite a few years into diabetes duration. So I don't think they will disappear. I was just not talking about them because they are pretty obvious. We are still using them, but the role will be diminishing, especially when I've just been to India this 2 weeks ago, I've been able to see that we have quite a few combinations with dapagliflozin, really cheap. Yes, the pill for like 8 rupees or something. So this will be, I guess, preferred than sulfonylureas. cardiovascular risk reduction, one thing, weight reduction, second thing, and on everyday basis, no hypoglycemia. So sulfonylureas will be simply somewhere in the background. Third, maybe fourth agent, we see it, especially in patients who will be resistant to any injectable therapies. We have them, and then we use everything what is available in the pills.
Right, sir.
Can I add something? Can I add something, please?
Please.
First, I agree with Leszek, but I want to tell you something. Two things. The first thing is, as I mentioned, these drugs cost money. SGLT2, GLP-1 are expensive drugs. And in India, for example, you have millions of people who will not be able to afford it. So when you treat patients, you still aim to reduce hemoglobin A1C to less than 7 or less than 8 in the very old one. And these drugs are doing the job. We actually published not long ago in Europe. We had a European group that have suggested when you can use sulfonylurea. And we said there is still room for sulfonylurea. I can tell you that I have quite many patients who are treated with GLP-1, SGLT2, metformin, Actos, whatever, and they still have postprandial hyperglycemia that you can only control by insulin. And in those patients, sulfonylurea or nicaglenide can be outstanding treatment. And I want to remind you that A1C of less than 7 is of huge importance also for the old people, not only to prevent them from getting up in the middle of the night 5 times, but also for improving the brain, for improving their muscle. This is of huge importance to keep them on a good hemoglobin A1C. So there is a room for sulfonylurea, surely a room in countries who cannot afford giving the expensive drug to every patient. And I'm sure sulfonylurea should be there for many, many years to go.
Yeah, I would only argue against using, because I was talking about early therapy from the very beginning, and you can use sulfonylurea safely there when a patient has very high glucose at diagnosis. Otherwise, it might be too risky. So basically, we all agree. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you all the speakers. Thank you, Dr. Vinayak Sinha, for a great explanation of metabolic control before elective surgery. Thank you, Dr. Ijmar Raj, for defining new guidelines or need of new guidelines in diabetes and pre-diabetes both. Thank you, Dr. Rakesh Chahai, for explanation of steroids-induced diabetes. Obviously, it is a hot topic. And thank you, Dr. Leszek, for explaining different combination of OHS currently practicing and upcoming new one. We can have so many questions on these all 4 interesting topics, but the limitation of time, we can't take more questions. It is extremely sorry. Thank you all the 4 speakers for the precious time and your experience and explanation on these topics. Thank you, Dr. Ashish Jindal, and thank you, Dr. Sushil Patel, both chairperson, for also giving precious time. Now we are moving over to our next and last session, keynote address. For that, I am inviting Dr. Malay Parekh, young diabetologist and my dear friend from Rajkot. He has done MBBS, DNB Family Medicine, MNA, MS, and PG CDM from UK, fellowship in diabetes mellitus from UK, graduate. Also, he has done diploma in diabetes from UK and practicing consultant diabetologist from Rajkot. Please take session to next keynote address topic, Mr. Malay Parekh.
Thank you. Thank you so much, my dear friend, Dr. Ritin, for warm introduction. And thank you so much, Dr. Bansi Sabu sir, my mentor, for giving me this wonderful opportunity. And today is our last session. For that, I invite in our chairperson, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal sir and Dr. Sunil Gupta sir. There is no any introduction for required both of us, sir. Dr. Sanjay Agarwal sir is a MD and FSC, FSCP.
Malay will forget the introductions. I think that's
Yeah.
any time.
So without wasting much time, over to you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, everybody. It's a great feeling to introduce, some of the topmost speakers who are going to be giving this keynote address. And for the first, we've got Dr. Sundar Mudliar. work in ketones has been absolutely pathbreaking, and I'm sure he'll be talking a lot about it today. He's currently the professor of medicine at the University of California in San Diego and a board-certified endocrinologist. He's active in seeing patients and teaching and has focused research on clinical aspects of diabetes and its complications. He's an investigator in several ongoing landmark studies, including the NIH GREAT study, NIH Diabetes Prevention Program Outcome Study, and the NIH DCCT Addict study. He's published more than 200 original articles in peer-reviewed journals. So it's a real privilege and honor to introduce Dr. Sundar, and I'm sure I'm going to enjoy listening to his lecture. Over to you, Sundar.
Thank you, Sanjay, and namaste to everybody. Good evening to you all, and thank you for the kind introduction. You can see my slides and hear me, correct?
Yes, that's right, Sundar. We can see it.
All right. So I listened to the previous talks, very nice algorithms, how to treat diabetes with sulfonylureas, SGLT2, GLP-1. But I'm going to go a little outside the box and see if we can maneuver ketones and somehow get ketones to improve diabetes control. And I'll make a case for that. So the topic, of course, is endogenous ketosis versus therapeutic ketosis. First of all, my conflict of interest disclosures are up there. I am a speaker for AstraZeneca, and I get research support from the NIH in the US. What I'm going to try and do in the next 27 minutes is review the physiology of ketone bodies, discuss the role of ketone bodies, and traditionally we've thought of them as an alternative fuel substrate during fasting. But there is now a growing concept that ketones actually, they're signaling molecules. The cell has got a receptor for beta-hydroxybutyrate and some even acetate, and they have multiple effects on tissue inflammation, oxidative stress, mitochondrial biogenesis and function. I will try and differentiate between endogenous ketosis, which the body makes, and exogenous, which you can give from outside. And lastly, of course, discuss the role of therapeutic ketosis in healthy adults, not people with disease, and also in those with chronic diseases. Now, when we think of ketones, we have all been taught DKA, diabetic ketoacidosis. But could ketones actually play a role in human nutrition? I mean, nature did not just put ketones into the body and say, hey, you got nothing to do. Of course, when we think of nutrition, we all need the three classic macronutrients, carbohydrate, protein, and fat. And of course, our mitochondria convert this into carbon dioxide, water, and ATP, and that can provide energy for all bodily functions. Why would we need ketones? We've got carbohydrates, we've got proteins, we've got fats. Well, it is to provide energy when we don't eat. See, when you're eating, there's enough carbohydrate, protein, and fat. And of course, we have fat as an energy store, but the body has a reason for having ketones in the system. Now, let's just say a person fasts for 24 hours. So this is from George Cahill, New England Journal of Medicine, 50 years ago. So he's done some extensive studies. He's put catheters in the brain, in the liver, in the spleen, everywhere. Anyway, if a person who's fasting, say, let's just say that person fasts for 24 hours and about on a 1800 calorie diet, where is the fuel going to come from? Muscle breaks down to provide glucose. It's about 75 grams. I mean, granted, we've got 20, 30 kilos of muscle, but we need to save it. And that is predominantly that glucose, about 180 grams, goes to the CNS, about 145 grams. And 35 grams, don't forget the red blood cell, the white blood cell. They cannot use fatty acids. They don't have, white cells do have it, but they don't, some of them don't have it. Red cell has no nucleus, no mitochondria. How can they use fatty acids and do the beta oxidation? They have to have glucose over there. Adipose tissue, of course, provides nutrients. Broken down FFAs goes to the heart, the kidney, and the muscle. But when you fast for more than 24 hours, you can't be breaking down your muscle. Muscle has to be spared. And the ketones are the ones which provide fuel for the high fuel consuming organs, the heart, the kidneys, the brain, and all of it. And just out of curiosity, The longest a human being has been fasted under supervised conditions, 382 days. This was published, of course, in 1973. And this was Angus Barbieri. In London, it was done. He was 456 pounds. And at the end, he was 180 pounds. And he lost 276 pounds in 382 days. You can go and read it. Of course, he had to drink water, minerals. They gave him vitamins. And apparently, he was so constipated, he used to pass a stool once in 3 weeks. But he used to pass a stool. Anyway, we all know there are 3 ketone bodies. Acetoacetate is the cardinal ketone body, which we recognize. And of course, it can be converted, dehydrogenated to to beta-hydroxy, reduced to beta-hydroxybutyrate and decarboxylated to acetone. How are ketones made? Let's just take a quick step into the liver hepatocyte, because ketones are only made in the liver, not anywhere else, at least in adult metabolism. So we all know the famous Krebs cycle, for which Hans Krebs actually got the Nobel Prize nearly 80 years ago. Acetyl-CoA comes from glucose or pyruvate. It comes from free fatty acids after beta oxidation. And of course, it condenses with oxaloacetate. Through citrate synthase, it forms citrate. And of course, citrate will become cis-aconitate and go on to form oxaloacetate. But when you're fasting, there is an increased need for gluconeogenesis to supply the brain, the red cells, the WBCs, as I told you. Where's that glucose going to come from? Well, it comes from oxaloacetate. Oxaloacetate is sent back, as you all know, through the PepCK phosphoenol pyruvate pathway to form new glucose over there. And that, what then happens to acetyl-CoA? Acetyl-CoA without oxaloacetate cannot go into the Krebs cycle. It has to find something to do. And of course, when glucose is low and insulin is low, there is a lot of free fatty acids. And there's a whole bunch of beta oxidation acetyl-CoA that, in the setting of low insulin, is diverted to form acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate. So in short, ketones actually are fat-derived molecules that serve as an energy source during starvation fasting and also during prolonged exercise. In fact, initially it was thought that ketones are waste products of, till 100 years ago, waste products of fat metabolism. No. In the fed state, as we said, you're eating, there's lots of carbohydrate, ketone levels are undetectable to less than 1 millimolar. Under conditions of fasting, as you know, there's less carbohydrate coming in. You can make glucose from your glycogen, but muscle is only about 300 grams, liver is 100 grams. It will barely take you to about a day. And after that, you have to go to fat, which of course is mobilized from fat tissue. And some of this is converted to ketone bodies in the mitochondria of the hepatocyte. After an overnight fast, different people, depending on how much you ate, how much fat, how much carbohydrate you ate, circulating ketone levels are about 0.1 to 0.5 millimolar. And of course, acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate, they go to all the big tissues, brain, heart, skeletal muscle, and everything. Now, I have to point out that when there is low-grade hyperketonemia, as I'm talking about fats, even if you fast for about 5-6 days, it can go to about 3 to 5 millimolar. I'm not talking about DKA. The H ion, which is produced with the ketones, because the body produces beta-hydroxybutyric acid and acetoacetic acid, and immediately dissociates into the acetoacetate and beta-hydroxybutyrate, but you have to buffer the H ion. And if you're making it slowly, bicarbonate is enough to buffer it. That's the biggest buffer we have. But it has to be regenerated in the kidney. And in conditions of accelerated ketogenesis, like in DKA and other conditions, there the buffering capacity through the bicarb is exceeded. And of course, H ion will accumulate and you get ketoacidosis. I'm talking about ketosis and ketogenesis, and I'm not talking about the acid ion, the H ion, which is buffered. Remember, I think I like to remind people, we come into this world in a ketotic state. Human beings with such a big brain, which differentiates us from others, we could not have evolved without ketones. Remember, the fetus cannot do fat metabolism. The fetus is sitting in the amniotic fluid. There's not much oxygen or anything. Everything is diffusing through. It lives in a ketotic state. And again, I go back to George Cahill, beautiful article, and this is what he showed. On the x-axis is hours or days time. On the y-axis is beta hydroxybutyrate in millimolar. So look at a newborn infant. It is born with about 0.5 millimolar. And when the infant is fasting for about 2 hours, it is 1 millimolar. 3 hours, 2 millimolar. That is why infants need to feed initially every 2 to 3 hours, because they get ketotic. Of course, the infant, it takes about 4 hours to reach 1 millimolar over there. And remember, in the first few days of life, mother's milk contains very little lactose. There's nothing. It's mostly immunoglobulin. It takes a day or two for the infant to ramp up the fatty acid oxidation metabolism. And that's why in the first week of life, all infants will lose and they'll burn up their fat, which they come into this world with. And of course, the same amount of ketones in adults, you have to fast for about 24 hours or more. Women became ketotic a little bit more than men. The infant comes in ketotic. We have to fast for about 24 hours over there. Are ketones good? And this was this great article, which was published by George Cahill. He said the principal ketone in starving man displaces glucose as the predominant fuel. And of course, as I said, it spares the need for glucose synthesis, and you spare muscle. Otherwise, you will go to this thing. And that's why we can survive so long for months with starvation, as I showed you over there. Without this, Homo sapiens could not have evolved with such a large brain. And in fact, he said beta-hydroxybutyrate is not just a fuel, but a super fuel, producing ATP much more efficiently than glucose or fatty acid. And based on this, as you know, in 2016, our group published this review article in Diabetes Care. We said, can a shift in fuel energetics explain the beneficial cardiorenal outcomes in the EMPEREG outcome trial, a unifying hypothesis? We said that these benefits are because the heart and the kidney shifts from glucose and fat, which is inefficient in the setting of type 2 diabetes in the diabetic heart and kidney, and even I would submit in the non-diabetic heart and kidney, towards a super efficient fuel like ketone bodies, which improve myocardial work and efficiency and contribute at least in part to their benefits. We were the first to say myocardial and renal fuel metabolism. Eli Ferranini published in the same journal, in the same issue, he said the thrifty substrate for the heart. We said it is both heart and the kidney. And we got a lot of pushback, but subsequent studies, all the studies we are seeing now, Emperor, DAPA heart, DAPA kidney. In fact, then I predicted, I said, even in HFpEF, it would have. I did not really know that in non-diabetics, but it has been proven. And of course, evidence now suggests that beta-hydroxybutyrate is much more than an efficient fuel source. It also suppresses oxidative stress. It's got anti-inflammatory effects. It benefits mitochondria a lot. Mitochondria is the powerhouse of the cell. And just late last year, we wrote another paper in Diabetes, Obesity, and Metabolism, publishing a novel hypothesis. We updated it and we said low-grade ketonemia is what we think contributes at least partly to the cardiorenal benefits of SGLT2. I won't bore you with the details of this figure. If you're interested, you can go and read the article. Bottom line is SGLT2 inhibitors block the SGLT2 transporters, and that through various mechanisms leads to low-grade hyperketonemia. I'm talking about doubling of fasting ketones, 0.2 to 0.4. Even in non-diabetic people, it goes from about 0.15 to 0.30. Of course, it's a good fuel, but let's not forget its anti-inflammatory effects, antioxidative stress. It ameliorates hypoxia, and Dr. Dandona is on this. He has published about hepcidin and all that in this erythropoietin and HIF1 factors, mTORC1, mitochondrial function through PGC1 alpha, and of course has got anti-sympathetic effects as well through GPR41. All that improves heart and kidney, and we get less heart and kidney failure. In addition, of course, we have to acknowledge there are ketone-independent mechanisms, hemodynamic, vascular, and metabolic. How can we take advantage of all the multiple benefits of ketones? Can we do therapeutic ketosis? And I want to say therapeutic ketosis is defined as 0.5 to 2 millimolar per liter. And this concept was put forward by Daniel Kelly and others about 3 years ago. And he talked about it in the setting of heart failure. So how can we get ketones? Well, let's look at this nice figure which was published in a review article last year. Of course, we can all go on a ketogenic diet, and I'll go into details of it. That is endogenous ketosis. We can take medium chain triglycerides, and that is coconut oil. And I will go into this. We can take beta-hydroxybutyrate per se as a salt. And of course, we can take oral ketone esters. So the ketogenic diet, I think you all know about it. Its advantages is it decreases body weight, HDL cholesterol. And of course, the ketone diet is low carbs. What is a low carb? According to international guidelines and definitions, it's less than 135 grams per day. That is what the maximum the liver can put in. And of course, we all need at least 200 to 250 grams of carbohydrate per day. So once you fall below 100 and below 50 for sure on this diet, and it has been used since the 1920s. Disadvantage, of course, it's not easy to adhere to. You may risk your body glycogen stores. There's a risk of dyslipidemia. Cost is low. And of course, ketones remain elevated the whole day. Let's talk about medium chain triglycerides. Now, as you know, compared to long chain triglycerides. So what do I mean by medium chain triglycerides, which is present in coconut oil? It's carbon 6, carbon 8, caprylic acid is the main one, C10. That's a rich source. Remember, they grow straight to the liver. They are not handled like others. And there is evidence even in humans that they are not stored as triglycerides. They are oxidized, beta oxidized, and they are used for ketose production. And I've done the studies on myself. You have to consume caprylic acid per se. It's available, and coconut oil is difficult. You can't drink too much of coconut oil. You'll get diarrhea and all that. But my ketones go from about 0.2 to 0.4, 0.5, 0.6 as well. It preserves glycogen in the muscle over there. Of course, you may get, and if you take coconut oil, it's dyslipidemia. Of course, some people can get GI side effects. It's expensive. It works out to about $10 a day for the pure caprylic acid, and you get ketones for about 3 hours. Benefits have been seen in published studies, some for weight loss, diabetes, epilepsy, and Alzheimer's disease. I know Dr. Itmar Raz was talking about using sildenafil, Viagra, for improving brain brain function. What about beta-hydroxybutyrate salt? Why can't we take it? The problem is that it's got a high sodium load and it's not easy to take it. People have tried it in a drink with injection and all that. Of course, there's no risk of acidosis, but you get a huge sodium load over there. And IV infusion has got multiple hemodynamic benefits in HFrEF. This study was published 4 years ago. It improves one infusion for 3 hours, increases in HFrEF patients, increasing cardiac output by 2 liters per minute, and other benefits as well. Cost is low. You get about 3 hours of it. What about a ketone ester? The advantage is it's a drink and it preserves glycogen. And of course, it's got multiple benefits. Your ketones, when I took it, my ketones go up to 2 millimolar. You have to take it in the fasting state. It lasts for about 3 to 4 hours. It has been used by Tour de France cyclists. It's allowed by the World Doping Agency. Unfortunately, it's very expensive. It's about $30 a day. I do the math on that. That's about 2,400 rupees per day. But it is allowed by the World Doping Agency. And in 2016, the British Olympic team suddenly won 5 gold medals. And later it was revealed that they all took this ketone drink. The patent for it is held by Kieran Clark at the University of Oxford and the United States Department of Defense. Anyway, it's got beneficial effects on HFrEF. But all of this, taking the coconut oil, taking the beta-hydroxybutyrate salt, ketone ester, that is all exogenous ketones. You give it into the body and it is made to ketones. I would argue this is endogenous, but it's half-half. And of course, ketogenic diet is endogenous. And of course, SGLT2 inhibitor is also endogenous ketosis. It's about twice baseline. Fasting. In the once you eat a meal, because insulin goes up, it suppresses ketogenesis. Remember, insulin cannot suppress the ketogenesis from medium chain triglycerides for various reasons. But even non-diabetics get a doubling of serum ketones. And I postulate that this is what is giving the benefits. And of course, you've seen all the studies, all the DAPA, HF, Empress studies over there. Also, as you know, it's the only class of drugs approved to decrease hospitalization for heart failure, CV death, progression to kidney disease, and all that. Can oral ketone administration per se have CV benefits? Because if that's how the SGLT2 inhibitors work, well, if you give ketones in that dose, should it help? Well, it does. And this is a nice article looking at myocardial ketone body. They did some very sophisticated studies and they looked at it and they found, yes, acute nutritional ketosis enhances beta-hydroxybutyric extraction in patients with HFrEF compared to control. And this enhancement correlates with degree of cardiac dysfunction and remodeling. Now, I agree there are many studies. Some say yes, some say no, maybe, and some say yes. Approximately 40% of the studies say yes, and about 60%, 30% say maybe, 30% are yes. But this is a nice study. I liked it. Acute echo effects of exogenous ketones in healthy people. Remember, I told you, Tour de France cyclists are using it, swimmers are using it. Then what is ketones doing to them? They don't have a disease. And this was a nice study. I won't go into the details of it. You can look at it in the Journal of the American Society of Echocardiography. Multiple beneficial effects on myocardial function and other hemodynamic parameters in healthy adults, similar to that seen in heart failure patients. Ketones also have benefits in other chronic diseases. As I told you, it's been used to treat pediatric epilepsy. This is a JAMA from 1927, 96 years ago. See what they said. Prolonged fasting has got effects to suppress epilepsy, and that was shown in 1921. It ameliorates the symptoms of epilepsy. And then this guy said, one of the metabolic peculiarities is that you accumulate acetoacetic acid and beta-hydroxybutyric acid and acetone. And he also said similar ketosis occurs in diabetes when oxidation of sugar is sufficiently depressed and may be provoked in non-diabetics by diet. So he said, yeah, it happens in diabetes. Remember, insulin was just introduced, and these guys are already making these profound observations. It's been studied a lot. There's nice articles. How does it do it? I won't go into the details. It affects the mitochondria, the mitochondrial mTOR pathway, synaptic recycling, ion channels, metabolism, immune function, epigenetics, all of it. If you look at clinicaltrials.gov, ketones and cancer, let alone for everything else, 86 studies are going on. The big thing is, can ketones slow down aging? Can we slow the biologic clock? I think there was there's some people who talk a lot about slowing the biological clock. And this is a nice article which looks at beta-hydroxybutyrate and its effects on age-related pathology. As you all know, we cannot stop the biologic clock. We go older, and of course, we get all the age-related diseases, cancers, dementia, cardiovascular disease. Remember, the biggest risk factor for a heart attack or stroke in any calculator is age, the older you are, independent of course, your LDL, blood pressure, A1C matter. If beta-hydroxybutyrate can slow the biologic clock, can we improve metabolism, age slower? We can't stop aging, and neural regeneration. And studies have shown, small studies, this is medium chain triglycerides in patients with Alzheimer's, randomized, double-blind, placebo-controlled, and with an open label extension. And they showed that up to 9 months, there are stabilization or improvement in cognition through various, the mini-mental score, the conigram scores and all that. Small studies, early days. But guess what? The NIH, the National Institute of Aging, has become involved. There is a study just started. It's on clinicaltrials.gov. They want to see if ketone ester can improve biomarkers of brain metabolism and cognitive performance in cognitively intact, because we all have age-related cognitive decline. Oh, what's his name? What's that name? I forget this name. Anybody above 55 years old, and they're going to do the study. I think we need to prove it once and for all. What about ketones and diabetes? What was the treatment? Let's look back to what was the treatment of diabetes before oral agents and insulin. I'll be finishing in another 2-3 minutes just for time. This is Elliot Joslin. This is what he wrote in 1916, 1,000 cases. It's fascinating if you go and look at his original article. He published it. He said, when I'm asked to see a new case of diabetes, I beg the physician, don't change the diet or just stop all the fat until he sees me. And then he omits the fat. After 2 days, the protein is gone, carbohydrate is halved, and then the patient is on 10 grams of fat, and then this is a keto diet. 6 years later, we got insulin, and then, of course, 90 years later, 10 years ago, we got the SGLT2 inhibitors, and the editorial in Lancet was turning symptoms into therapy. And I submit SGLT2 inhibitors have shown robust cardiorenal benefits, which are at least partly due to changes in fuel energetics through ketones, which also have other pleiotropic benefits. I showed you over there. Studies are going on to see if you can give small doses of ketones, and that at least will support the hypothesis. Will exogenous therapeutic ketosis also have similar benefits? I don't know. We have to find out. So in summary, I think ketones are more than an efficient fuel source. They are signaling molecules with multiple benefits. I've shown you some of them. There are several ways I've shown you to achieve therapeutic ketosis, endogenous, exogenous. Ongoing studies will clarify the potential cardiac, renal, neurologic, and other benefits of ketones in healthy people and those with heart failure and other chronic ailments. Remember, healthy people also, sorry. And I think in the interest of time, I'll stop over here. Thank you very much. And I look forward to questions. I'll stop sharing.
Thank you.
Sorry, I had to close the door. Sorry, I'm back. I don't see Dr. Sanjay Agarwal.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful talk as usual. I think there is no any question in the chat box right now. If you question, we can ask after all speakers. Yeah.
Dr.
So
Sahai usually has questions. Dr. Sahai, no questions.
Yes, there is one question in the chat box after.
Okay, no, that sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah, right, sir. So we have another speaker. So I welcome the next speaker, Dr. Gulmaro Umpires. Sir is a professor of medicine in the division of the endocrinology and the president of the ADA for the medicine and the science. He has been the recipient of the numerous teaching award for the best clinical teacher and mentor at Emory University and national award from the American College of Physicians, American Association of Clinical Endocrinologists, Endocrine Society of Diabetes Technology Society, and ADA. His research interests include mechanism for beta cell dysfunction in minority population, prevention of acute and chronic diabetic complication, hospital management of patients with diabetes and hyperglycemia. He is the author of more than 400 scientific manuscripts and book chapters and has presented over the 300 research abstracts at national and international scientific meetings. And in addition, he is the director of Emory Latino Diabetes Education Program and nationally accredited Spanish Diabetes Education Program dedicated to providing diabetes education to Latinos. So with that, over to you, sir.
I'm Guillermo Pierres. I'm a professor of medicine at Emory University School of Medicine and the president for medicine and science for the American Diabetes Association. And today is a real pleasure for me to discuss with you the impact of inpatient hyperglycemia on surgical outcomes. I will first present to you a brief description on what is the association between perioperative hyperglycemia and outcomes. And we'll concentrate what are the new guidelines which tell us how to manage patients prior to admission, during surgery, and after the operation, the patient go to the ICU or non-ICU, and discuss about technology, the use of CGM. So there are a large number of studies like this that shows that hyperglycemia or diabetes are associated with poor outcome. This is data on 3,200 non-cardiac surgery patients at Emory University. In yellow are patients with diabetes, in red, patients with no diabetes. And what you see is that in those patients with diabetes and hyperglycemia have an increased risk of pneumonia, wound infection, sepsis, UTI, acute myocardial infarction, acute renal failure, and death. The same thing is that diabetes or hyperglycemia is important, not only in patients with diabetes, but those without diabetes. Plus, let's look at this data. This is data in 11,000 patients that underwent colorectal and bariatric surgery. About 29% develop hyperglycemia. Here to the left shows patients with diabetes. In red, blood glucose greater than 180 or 10 millimole, and in yellow, less than 180. And in patients with diabetes, the presence of hyperglycemia, similar to the previous study, was associated with increased mortality, infections. That the presence of hyperglycemia or stress-related hyperglycemia in patients with no history of diabetes is associated with even worse outcome, even compared to patients with diabetes. Look at here, the hospital death much higher, mortality, infections, reoperations significantly higher. This data indicates that hyperglycemia is important in both patients with and without diabetes. And data like this from our group in 55,000 patients showed that increase in blood glucose concentration, and here you have a composite for complications rate that included pneumonia, acute kidney injury, respiratory failure, acute MI, bacteremia, and death. But hyperglycemia per se is not the cause. It favors the appearance of complications. Hyperglycemia is a marker of poor outcome. It's not the primary event because there are patients with normal blood glucose who still have complications. So nevertheless, the data would indicate that hyperglycemia is important. It is a good marker of poor outcome and is associated with significant increased complications and mortality. So how we should manage? First, let's talk about prior to admission. Then we go to intraoperative, ICU, non-ICU. So this is our protocol at Emory University. In the top is medication use, diabetic medicine use on the day prior to surgery. And in the bottom, medication use on the day of surgery. And you have oral agents, basal insulin, glargine, detomir, degludec, and NPH or pre-mixed insulin. Let's look at the oral agent prior to admission, the day prior to surgery. We usually give the same dose. Day of surgery, we hold the medications. Makes sense. Glargine and detomir, basal insulin. If the patient is on morning dose, we just give the full dose. But if the patient, like many patients with basal insulin, takes the insulin at bedtime, we cut down the dose by 20%. We give 80% of usual dose, and the day of surgery, we cut down by 20%. Because the patient is not going to eat. They don't need much insulin. So this recommendation came from a study that we published now like 5 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. And what we did is calculate the basal insulin dose and the blood glucose concentration in ambulatory surgical patients with type 2 diabetes. And here you have, if you have blood glucose, if you give 25% of the dose, let's say you're in 20 units and you give 5 units, with most patients still hyperglycemic. If you give full dose, a significant number of these patients develop hypoglycemia. And the same thing happened in the post-operative group. So we came and recommended that for most patients to maintain blood glucose and to prevent hyperglycemia, the best dose is given somewhere around 75 to 80% of the total daily dose. Cut down the dose to prevent hypoglycemia in these patients. What about the OR? In patients who develop hyperglycemia or stress hyperglycemia, we define this as the glucose greater than 180 or 10 millimole. If it's less than 10, nothing. If they've not, we start correction doses, and we give rapid-acting insulin every 2 to 4 hours in the OR or in the post-operative period. If the patient has diabetes, of course, we follow our hospital hyperglycemia protocol. What about in the OR? There's very little data. There are data like these retrospective studies. There are several studies. This is an interesting study from Mayo Clinic, 409 patients, who they says that if the patient developed hyperglycemia greater than 180 was associated with increased rate of complication, kidney, pulmonary infection, death. They even said that for each 20 milligrams increase of intraoperative blood glucose, just 1 millimole, slightly more than 1.1 millimole, increased the rate of complication by 30%. This was a retrospective analysis. So the same group of investigators published a randomized control trial. One group of 371 patients undergoing cardiac surgery were randomized to a tight glycemic control between 80 to 100 milligrams versus a conventional treatment. The patient was about 10 millimole or less. The primary outcome was a composite of mortality, wound infection, ventilatory support, cardiac arrhythmia, stroke, renal failure. And yeah, if you intensify glycemic control, you get a better blood glucose concentration. Sorry for the y-axis said here about 100, but there was absolutely no difference in this randomized control trial if you go from 80 to 110 or less than 180. There was no different length of stay, no difference in hospital stay, no difference in mortality. So in the ICU, this is in the OR. What about in the ICU? Again, tons of retrospective data suggesting that hyperglycemia in the ICU, surgical patient, this is data from Tony Fernari, is associated with increased rate of complications. He says that a blood glucose greater than 200 is associated with twice the length of stay, 3 times ventilation duration, and several-fold mortality rate. Of course, we all remember Dr. Lubin and her group, and Dr. Vanderberg at Lubin and her group shows the intensified glycemic control, randomizing patients to 80 to 110 milligrams, so very tight control with average of 103, compared to a blood glucose of 180 to 200 milligrams with an average blood glucose of 153. Intensive glycemic control was associated with 40% reduction in mortality, bacteremia, use of antibiotic, ventilation, dialysis, prolonged ICU stay. So this study changed the way we treated patients in the 2001 to 2005. Intensified glycemic control was recommended. Unfortunately, there were several randomized control studies all over the world that couldn't reproduce Dr. Vanderberg's findings. And even the nice sugar trial, that is the largest of this, with 6,000 patients, shows that there was an increased mortality if you try to achieve tight glycemic control, 80 to 110 versus less than 180. And of course, the reason maybe is hypoglycemia. Tight glycemic control, 80 to 110, was associated with a 6-fold increase in hypoglycemia rate. And those patients who develop hypoglycemia has 2 to 3-fold increase in mortality. This led to the American Diabetes Association, endocrine societies, and institutions around the world to not recommend tight glycemic control less than 110. 140 to 180 is recommended for most patients. Acceptable if you have a good institution with low rate of hypoglycemia, 110 to 140. More than 180 was not recommended. So for many years, we went, should the lower range is better than the upper range? So we did a study that is called glucocourage, in which we said, well, let's work. And 300 plus patients who underwent cardiac surgery were randomized to a tight control of 100 to 140 or to the upper range of 141 to 180. And similar what has been reported, here you see the rate of complications that including death, wound infection, pneumonia, acute kidney injury, respiratory failure, and major cardiovascular events. Unfortunately, we did not see any difference in tight control 100 to 140, 140 to 180. These have led that for most patients in the ICU, a blood glucose less than 140 to 180 or around 140 to 180 in our hospital, we just want the blood glucose to be less than 180 or 10 millimole during the ICU. What about non-ICU? Surgical patients, there are very few randomized control studies. The recommendations are to use insulin for most patients, and oral agents not generally recommended. And the American Diabetes Association, what it recommends what is called the basal bolus insulin regimen. That means you give a dose of basal and prandial insulin and you do correction. So multiple doses of insulin, which is where this recommendation came from. It came from a study that is called rabbit surgery. We took a couple hundred patients, they were treated with insulin or oral agent prior to admissions, and we randomized half to receive sliding scales, half to receive basal bolus regimen. Of course, the basal bolus regimen had better glycemic control compared to sliding scale insulin, no questions about it. And more importantly, not only do you improve glycemic control, but in this patient who presented with a blood glucose, most of them greater than 200, the use of sliding scale was associated with a threefold increase in the rate of complications. Again, wound infection, pneumonia, acute kidney injury, respiratory failure, and bacteremia, especially wound infections and acute kidney injury. So improved glycemic control, this was general surgery patient, reduces the rate of complications. But surgeons don't like this multiple insulin injection, one basal, prandial, correction. So in order to facilitate the care, we and the American Diabetes Association recommend what is called the basal plus. Just give a single dose of basal, 0.2 to 0.25 units of basal insulin. This could be glargine, deramir, degludec, U300. So somebody like me, somewhere around 20 to 30 units, one shot a day. And if my blood glucose is elevated, you do correction by sliding scales. And if this doesn't work, you move on to basal bolus. This recommendation came from studies that we call basal plus. We got 370 patients, medicine and surgical patients. When you look in here, is basal plus versus basal bolus. So one basal and prandial insulin, no significant difference. In the top is mean blood glucose per day. In the bottom is blood glucose before meals and at bedtime. So my recommendations to you when you manage patients is to start a single dose, 0.2 units, 0.25 units per kilo. If you have an older adult patient, more than age 65, 70, 75, if somebody has a GFR less than 60, we start on 0.15 units per kilo, and we progress if needed. Well, briefly, what about oral agents? Oral agents are not recommended by guidelines, but they're used all around the world. We don't have good randomized control, too many randomized control studies. There is a lot of medicine, but few in surgical patients. One of the very few oral agent studies in surgical patients is called the LINA surgery. We gave linagliptin 5 milligrams. This is a DPP-4 that is effective in bringing the blood glucose down, has very little adverse events, and works mostly in postprandial. And we compare linagliptin 1 tablet a day in general surgery patients with type 2, and we gave 0.4 or 0.5 units the basal bolus approach that I mentioned before. And both groups received correction doses per sliding scales. And here's the data. So linagliptin resulted in similar mean daily blood glucose compared to basal bolus. But there is a catch. Look at the blood glucose. If you have somebody with a blood glucose less than 200, especially if it's less than 180, linagliptin DPP-4 work extremely well. 63% have blood glucose less than, this is 4 universities in the United States, that if the blood glucose greater than 200, please don't use oral agents. Oral agents work for mild hyperglycemia. If somebody has glucose greater than 200, please use insulin. Of course, in this studies, linagliptin was associated with less hypoglycemia. Finally, what about sliding scale? Guidelines have recommended against sliding scale for decades, but continues to use. In a study in the United States, 40% are treated with sliding scale. So we just analyze our data in 25,000 patients and try to make sense. Who can slide? But why do many people use sliding scales? Because it works if the patient have mild hyperglycemia. Look, if somebody is admitted with glucose less than 140, sliding scales work well. 96% of patients had a blood glucose less than 10 millimole. If the blood glucose less than 180, 140 to 180, 87% did well. But if somebody has severe hyperglycemia, or look at here, more than 250, only 20% respond. So you can use sliding scale in very mild hyperglycemia. So this data on oral agent sliding scales and basal insulin have led us to the concept that we need to individualize treatment in non-ICU patients with type 2 diabetes. If you have a patient with mild hyperglycemia, mild, less than 200, 10 millimole, 11 millimole, you can treat them with sliding scales with oral agents alone or combination of them, especially if they're insulin naive. If the patient had a glucose between 200 and 300, hemoglobin A1C 7.59%, who had been taking insulin prior to admission, my favorite is called the Basal Plus, 0.2, 0.25 units per kilo with corrections. You can use also Basal Plus oral agent, DPP-4. And we now recommend basal bolus for those patients who come with very high insulin dose, blood glucose greater than 15, 20 millimole or 300 milligrams, who have been on a very complex regimen prior to admissions. Individualization of care is important in medicine and surgical patients in the hospital. So final, what about CGM? There are two randomized, two-factor calibrated CGM. One is the Abbott, and the other is the Descom. We have done studies with both of them. This shows the Libre Pro Flash CGM, but a very good correlation with point of care testing and CGM. CGM reached about 10 to 12 milligrams lower, so about 0.5 millimole lower. So the beauty of CGM is that reach 24/7. So we do finger sticks before meals and at bedtime. So between 9, 10 p.m. to 5 a.m., there is no blood glucose. But if you look at the rate of hypoglycemic events, especially nocturnal hypoglycemia, is significantly recognized with CGM. This was the Libre Pro. We just published this data in Diabetes Care, and this is the Descom G6, the comparison. And the correlation between point of care testing, finger sticks, with CGM is 98.6%. We right now are doing studies mandated by the FDA to look with the laboratory to see the correlation of CGM. The other thing that we have been able to advance is to transmit the data from the CGM, of course, in the abdomen and the arm. You have here the sensor, the transmitter to a receiver, and directly to the nurse's station. And we have now in the nurse's station, the same that cardiologists have Holter monitor. Now we have a glucose, what we call the hospital glucose profile. And here you have the patient that you place the CGM day 1, day 2, and day 3, and you follow this patient on a daily basis. So this patient looks like he's high before and after meal. So this is somebody that I will add more basal and more prandial insulin, or increase the dose of basal. Here slightly increase the dose of basal. You get the mean blood glucose, the inpatient range, the low, the highs, and glycemic variability. And using the CGM, what we call the hospital glucose profile, we just reported that you can reduce the number of events, the hypoglycemic events, because now we have alarms. So, and here is the percentage of time below range. We are doing the studies with CGM, especially now with COVID, to see if we can reduce the number of hypoglycemic events. I know this has been a very short presentation. We only have 20 minutes. that I appreciate the opportunity to discuss this important topic with you. Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for wonderful, excellent talk as usual. Is there any question in the chat box? There is no any question in the chat box. So we move forward for further next session. So we have another speaker. So Dr. Paras Dandona, sir. Sir is a distinguished professor of medicine, Chetop School of the Medicine and Biomedical Science at the University of Buffalo. He is founder Diabetes and Endocrinology Center of Western New York. Sir is recognized as one of the world's leading expert in treatment of endocrine disorder, especially diabetes and obesity and vascular disease. His research on diabetes range for new treatments to explore in basic scientific mechanism involved in both type 1 and type 2 diabetes. He made groundbreaking discovery like uncovering link between the obesity, diabetes, and other health conditions, identifying the diabetes as a leading cause of low testosterone in men, drawing new connection between inflammation and obesity and diabetes, and identifying orange juice, grape extract, and resveratrol as being the anti-inflammatory. And Dandona sir has established a network of certified diabetes educators who work in community to promote the screening and treatment of diabetes, and he sees patients through the UBMD internal medicine. So over to you, sir.
Can I move them myself, you think? Or will you move them for me?
Yes, yes, it's apparent, sir. It's visible.
Because I'm moving the keys on my computer and the slide is not moving. So I'll have to ask you to move them, okay? Okay. So what we are going to be talking about is an exciting area in the whole field of type 2 diabetes and obesity. So, and this is a story that started with the arrival of sildenafil or Viagra in 1997. And as you know, there was no treatment for erectile dysfunction till then. And therefore, the urologists began to prescribe it as if there was no tomorrow. And tons of patients were treated, and a lot of them did not respond. And the people who did not respond were the people who largely had diabetes, type 2 diabetes. And in fact, the trials by Pfizer on sildenafil or Viagra had shown, no, please go back, please go back. Please go back. I didn't ask you to change. Yeah, can we go back to the first slide? It there, and I'll just ask you to move it when I ask you to move it, then move it. Okay. Now, so what I was saying was that a whole lot of non-responders occurred. And these non-responders, since most of them had diabetes, were referred to me. And as a result, being a systematic endocrinologist, I measured their testosterone, prolactins, and so on. And I found that almost all of them had low testosterone concentrations. And with the low concentrations, they also had inappropriately low LH and FSH. So the basis of the concept of hypogonadotropic hypogonadism was established in type 2 diabetics. Next slide. Now, You can see in this slide that there is a increase in the decrease in free testosterone and total testosterone concentrations in the diabetic population. And the frequency of this was 1/3. So 33% of them were hypogonadal. And this then led to further investigations. Next slide. And when we looked at the correlations of testosterone concentrations, it was quite clear that there was an inverse relation with body weight or BMI, and that was true both of free and total testosterone. And since there was no correlation with HbA1c or with duration of diabetes, we thought then that there may be a reason why this is so, and that obesity itself may be a cause of hypogonadism. Next slide. And before, go back. Don't jump, please. Can you go back? Yes. So when we found this difference, the next question we asked was, what happens in younger type 1, younger diabetic patients, including those with type 2 and those with type 1? And it was quite clear that the low testosterone concentration was confined to patients with type 2 diabetes. So not only the middle-aged patients, who are the major part of my practice, but also children were involved in having hypogonadism. Next slide. And then we went on to do the next study, which was published in 2010. The first study was published in 2004, which started the whole story of hypogonadotropic hypogonadism type 2 diabetes. But then this slide shows you that even with simple obesity, there is a percentage of people with low testosterone concentrations. Again, you're jumping before I ask you to move. Can you go back? Yes, thank you. And in the diabetic population, you can see that the frequency is slightly higher. So remember the two key figures, 25% of non-diabetic obese and 33% of type 2 diabetics have hypogonadotropic hypogonadism. Next slide. This then took us to a younger population, because clearly there are obese people in the younger population, and we looked at them. This is a paper published in 2013, and in which we compared the lean versus the obese, and you can see the differences in both total and free testosterone concentrations. So even pubertal obese males start off their life with low testosterone concentrations. And if their obesity continues on the basis of what I've shown you, they would continue to be hypogonadal. So keep this in mind. This is a very important area, that young children who are obese could spend their lives being sexually inadequate and being also infertile. Next slide. And here is a cartoon, but I think it's sort of self-explanatory. Famous story, famous statue of Michelangelo's David in the Uffizi Gallery in Florence. And if you ever go to Florence, you have to go and see the Uffizi Gallery, which has sort of wonders from the Renaissance period. And this is a Renaissance creation. And you can see the beautiful male body of David as sculpted by Michelangelo. Now, on the right, you see that David made the mistake of coming to the United States for a few years, and he became obese. And you can see his tummy protruding. You can see his deltoids are gone. Please go back. And the shrunken genitals. So this cartoon was published a year before our first paper in 2004. So I must congratulate the artist who made this cartoon, because he's obviously observed that with obesity, there are shrunken genitals. Next slide. And here is the next important observation. It was suggested to me originally that since obesity was associated with a low testosterone, and since adipose tissue produces estradiol, that this could be to excess estradiol in the circulation, which suppresses the axis, hypothalamic hypophyseal axis, and that may be the reason why you're getting hypogonadotropic hypogonadism. However, as is shown in the last slide, and again you jumped, but it's okay now, the estradiol concentrations were also low in these patients. So keep this in mind. Not only is the testosterone low, estradiol concentration is also low. So that cannot be the cause. So where is the cause? And this comes out from a study done in mice. This is the only animal study I'm going to be talking about, but this is a very important study done by Ron Kahn's group at Joslin Clinic, published in the year 2000, where they created a Nerco mouse. A Nerco mouse has no insulin receptor in the neurons. So basically then you got a brain. Please go back. So in the Nerco mouse, there is no insulin receptor, and therefore there is an insulin receptor in the brain. And with it, you can see that the LH concentrations are low and the testosterone concentrations are low. And as you can see in this histology on the right side, these animals have underdeveloped seminiferous tubules. So spermatogenesis is not adequate. And of course, they also have low testosterone. So clearly then, one of the reasons why, the major reason why there is hypogonadotropic hypogonadism obesity is due to insulin resistance in the brain. Next slide. And then that takes us to the next issue, that along with this obesity state, where we had already demonstrated that there is inflammation, you can see that in the hypogonadal population, the concentration of C-reactive protein was significantly higher, almost twice as high as that in the patient, in the people, males with normal concentrations of free testosterone. Next slide. Please go back. Yes. Now, the next issue, and this is a very important part of my talk now, we are beginning to talk about the mechanisms involved following the existence of, with the existence of the hypogonadal state in type 2 diabetes. So this was a large NIH-funded study that we carried out, and clearly we had demonstrated that there was a level of insulin resistance proved through HOMA-IR and through the euglycemic hyperinsulinemic clamp studies. And having demonstrated that, then we looked at the expression of the genes in the insulin signal transduction area. And you can see insulin receptor, beta subunit, expression is down in the hypogonadals. IRS, insulin receptor substrate, is down in hypogonadals. AKT2, which is a kinase that stimulates GLUT4, the glucose transporter, is down, and the GLUT4, the glucose transporter itself, is down. So that there is 4 levels, an element that is interfering with insulin action. Next slide. And along with it, another pathway that was very interesting, that was also inhibited in the hypogonadal males, was that the expression of AMP kinase, which mediates glucose uptake through exercise and metformin, was also diminished. So not only was the insulin signal transduction inhibited, in addition, there was an inhibition of AMP kinase as well. Next slide. Now, this then led us to carry out a study on testosterone replacement. And this study was carried out over a period of nearly half a year, so around 23 weeks. And you can see that in the placebo arm, the testosterone concentrations remained low, steady, whereas in the testosterone treatment arm, the levels were restored into the normal range. So let's see the effects. Next slide. And as a result, in these patients, overall weight did not change. The A1C did not change significantly. Lipids did not change significantly. Next slide. But total lean body mass, although the overall weight did not change, lean body mass increased significantly. Total fat mass was reduced. Visceral fat was also reduced. And hepatic fat, there was a trend towards reduction, but it was not significant. Next slide. Go back one. You jumped here. And here are the glucose insulin clamp data showing you that following the treatment with testosterone, the insulin sensitivity increased or resistance decreased. Next slide. And of course, again, the same point being made here, that following testosterone, insulin sensitivity increased. So clearly, testosterone is a metabolic hormone which increases insulin sensitivity. Next slide. And here you see plasma-free fatty acids fell, part of insulin sensitization process. Plasma leptin concentrations fell because of the reduction in the adipose tissue. And then all those four elements of insulin signal transduction that I talked to you about earlier, insulin receptor beta subunit, IRS1, AKT2, and GLUT4 also increased with testosterone, whereas with the placebo, there was no change. Next slide. And AMP kinase did the same. So that too increased. So clearly, there is evidence that insulin improves glucose uptake by the cells, increases insulin sensitivity, and it's a sort of comprehensive action on glycemic control. Next slide. Then, the next question, the issue is that of inflammation, and you can see CRP concentrations falling, TNF-alpha concentrations falling. Next slide. And here, then we ask ourselves the question whether with the state of obesity and low testosterone, androgen receptor expression altered. And you can see even the androgen receptor expression was false. So you got a double whammy. Not only is the testosterone low, its receptor expression is also low. So whatever testosterone you have will have an inadequate effect. And with it, we also demonstrated that estrogen receptor expression was also lowered. And following testosterone treatment, all of them normalized, as you see in the right panel. Next slide. And then, again, androgen receptors, and I think it's a repeat of the last one. Next, let's go on to the next slide. And in muscle too, similar situation as was observed with adipose tissue and in mononuclear cells. So clearly, there is a comprehensive metabolic effect of testosterone, not only on insulin sensitization, but on other factors. Then, in addition, talking about muscle growth, we demonstrated for the first time that something called FGF2, fibroblast growth factor 2, increases significantly with testosterone. IGF-1, which is known to promote muscle growth, also increases with testosterone. Next slide. And then, again, you can see here the other element, that myostatin, which is an inhibitor of muscle growth, is suppressed by testosterone. So on the one hand, you have promotion of agents or mediators that increase muscle growth. On the other, the inhibitors of muscle growth are suppressed. Next slide. And then next issue was that to do with we know, all of us know, that testosterone hypogonadism leads to anemia. So we looked at the mechanism underlying that. And of course, on the one hand, erythropoietin increased with testosterone, and then a negative protein called hepcidin, which inhibits the transporter mechanisms of iron, was suppressed. Next slide. So having shown you all of these comprehensive effects, basically I want to mention that testosterone should lose its isolated identity as a sex hormone only. It's a very comprehensive metabolic hormone. And here you will see a startling set of results in patients given testosterone for a period of a mean of 8 years, but ranging between 6 to 11 years. And you can see that that when testosterone is given, the levels increase, and the group that did not get testosterone levels continued to fall. In the group that got testosterone, there's a progressive loss of adiposity and weight loss, as you can see in this slide. There is also, go on. And there is also an increase in insulin sensitivity. HOMA-IR fell progressively through this period of 11 years, and clearly that means that insulin sensitivity increased, consistent with the metabolic effects I'd shown you earlier. Next slide. And here, A1C in these patients fell over this period of time in green, whereas those patients who did not get testosterone and had diabetes, A1C continued to increase. Next slide. No, go back, that's a very important one. And here what you see is something really startling. And this is something we published about 3 years ago, demonstrating, as you see on the bar on the left, that 34% of the patients in that group of 200 diabetics who were treated with testosterone, diabetes went into remission. So that's very important. 91% achieved an A1C of less than 7% without significant change in their insulin or other anti-diabetic therapies. And 83% achieved an A1C less than 6.5%. Next slide. And with it, survival. And this is very important, very, very important, that the survival in the two study groups was significantly different. In the red line, you see patients who were not treated with testosterone, and in the blue line, you see those who were treated. And with it, you can see now here the causes. And of course, cardiovascular complications were significantly higher in the non-treated group. So testosterone protected against myocardial infarction, stroke, etc. And of course, microvascular complications were also less common in the treated group. Next slide. And here is a study showing the effect of testosterone in pre-diabetics. And you can see the reversal of the pre-diabetes and non-development of diabetes in this group. Next slide. And now this is a startling study and we published this last year, from Teen Labs. Teen Labs were the very first study from the United States looking at the effects of bariatric surgery on testosterone concentrations. And it was looking at all metabolic effects, but what we did was to look at the data retrospectively on testosterone. And you can see that with the bariatric surgery, body weight fell. And of course, the peak body weight fall was at around 2 years. And with it, testosterone concentrations increased, peak again at 2 years. Sex hormone binding globulin concentrations also increased because, as you know, in insulin resistant states, sex hormone binding globulin is low, but it increased. Next slide. Go back. And you can see free testosterone concentrations also peaked at 2 years or 24 months. Next slide. And you can see that there was a correlation in the change in the total testosterone with the change in body weight. So clearly then, body weight is a major determinant of testosterone concentrations in a negative fashion. And here is a detailed sort of slide from that very teen lab study, where you can see that as you see in the yellow and orange lines, the body weight fall. So the overall mean fall is in the yellow line, and the overall testosterone increase is in the blue line. And you can see the inverse relationship dynamically. Now, what is interesting about this slide is that in those patients who increase their weight, which you see in red or orange, the testosterone concentration fell again. So this is something to keep in mind, that even after bariatric surgery, testosterone concentration is dependent upon obesity. And if obesity increases, testosterone concentrations will fall. So with this, I'd like to close my talk because we've wasted some time in the middle, and I think I've overshot my time. But I just want to mention that following our studies, a gentleman called Wittert, Dr. Wittert in Adelaide in Australia, conducted a series of studies using 14 nanomoles per liter or 400 nanograms per ml of testosterone as a threshold, rather than the definite hypogonadal levels that we used in our patients. And even at that level, testosterone replenishment resulted in insulin sensitization and fall in glucose levels in early diabetics. And they demonstrated a reversal of pre-diabetes to normality in those patients. So with that, I want to close my talk and thank you for your attention. But I want to just emphasize that please, following these data and everything else that has been published globally since then, over the last nearly 2 decades now, please measure testosterone concentrations in all your type 2 diabetics and all your obese patients, because the prevalence of hypogonadism in type 2 diabetes is of the order of 33%, and that in non-diabetic obese is of the order of 25%, which is much higher than the occurrence of hypothyroidism. And I'm sure you're measuring thyroid function in almost all of your patients. But hypogonadism is the single most important association at this moment in time. And you can see the implications of testosterone actions when you replenish the testosterone. So thanks a lot. And please feel free to ask any questions.
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Yes, excellent thought, sir, as usual. Sir, there's a one question for you, sir.
Yeah.
As type 2 diabetes is right now in India, erectile dysfunction is very, very common in men in type 2 diabetes patients.
So I didn't get you. Can you speak clearly? A little slowly.
Sir, type 2 diabetes cases are increasing in India, and especially erectile dysfunction is very common in India in type 2 diabetes patients.
Yes, it is.
So,
And in
what
fact,
are
there
your
was an excellent
what are
study
your
from
experience
Banaras
about?
Hindu University showing that testosterone replenishment improved insulin sensitivity. So they confirmed our data.
Yes. So, what your experience, sir, about the sildenafil and tadalafil?
Repeat yourself again.
What your experience of sildenafil and tadalafil in type 2 diabetes erectile dysfunction?
Well, basically, as I said, and I repeated myself several times, that in type 2 diabetes, the frequency of hypogonadism is very high, 33%, 1 in 3. And therefore, every diabetic must have testosterone measurements done. And if you find low testosterone, you must treat them, even if they have no symptoms related to their sexual function, because a whole lot of metabolic benefits will follow.
And what's the starting dose of the tadalafil?
So in our setting where, again, you'll have to determine in the Indian setting what the standard doses should be. But in our setting, what I do is to give injections every 2 weeks, 200 milligrams every 2 weeks intramuscularly. And that restores the levels in a majority. Now, while you're asking me this question, I need to introduce another little concept so that you are sort of aware of it, that since it is hypogonadotropic hypogonadism and not a primary hypogonadism at the testicular level, if we can activate the central axis by some other means, it could also be useful. Yeah? So, clomiphene, which has been used classically to induce ovulation in women, is something I'm now beginning to use in this group of patients because it activates the hypothalamo-hypophyseal axis, stimulates LH and FSH, and that then those hormones then go down to the testicle, stimulate testosterone and spermatogenesis. And in younger patients, this will be the ideal because if you give testosterone, you restore their testosterone levels, but you shut off the axis, and therefore spermatogenesis will suffer.
And sir, there is a one technology, 80,000 machine for erectile dysfunction. How's about your experience, sir? It's a shortwave therapy. It's a shortwave therapy.
I didn't follow that. Can you, somehow your voice is not coming through on the computer. So can you be a little slow?
Yes, this is a one machine, 80,000, sir, from Germany. It's
and so is this machine for, measuring testosterone or
shortwave therapy for
your voice is breaking. I don't know, something is wrong with the video. So I think you better send me an email about this question and I'll answer it on the email.
Sure, sir. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for excellent talk, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I think there is no any question in the chat box. Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable feedback. Thank you, sir.
No, you're most welcome. And this area is something that I want to, really propagate around the world in the sense that still not many people know about it and not many people are acting upon it. But it's, as you can see, a very important area of management in relation to obesity and diabetes. Okay, so
yes,
feel free anytime to ask questions.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. See you. And I think no any session for tonight. So thanks to all the speakers for your, and thank you so much. So that's the